Hello everybody, welcome back to the show. Today, what we are going to be doing is we are going to be doing some more live debates. That is right, everybody. Now, for those of you who are watching the VOD, I always make sure to leave timestamps in the description below, so, just in case you don't want to watch the entire thing for whatever wacky reason that may be, such as not having an infinite supply of free time. Now, for those of you who are watching this live, I sort of apologize. The reason being, I basically sort of did the thing where I keep the stream public, right? I made the stream public before starting the stream. I didn't realize that it would say the time that I made the stream public, and then people are like, why is Femyoz late? Femyoz, why are you late? I wanted to have, like, some sort of, like, thing where it's like, oh, okay, Femyoz is streaming later today. That was the goal of that, right? Obviously, oops. That it didn't do what I thought it was gonna do. People took it the wrong way, so, that's my bad. When is the debate happening? I don't know, man. Whenever viewers decide to join the Discord server and debate me, I'm just saying. Can I debate, with you? Yeah, but you need to come up with some sort of topic to debate me on beforehand, right? Because I oftentimes get a lot of, oh, Femyoz, I want to debate you. And then it's like, okay, get in the Discord. And then they get in the Discord, and I'm like, okay, what do you want to talk about? And then they're like, I don't know. Like, maybe, like, we could talk about, like, stuff, maybe? I don't know. And it's like, well, okay. I want to debate today, but I got some stuff to do right now. We'll be free later. Sounds good, Lord Pasta Productions. I will say, you are one of the better debaters that I've interacted with. If nothing else, you at the very least seem fairly smart. When you donate $100. True. If you haven't donated $100 yet, what are you doing? What are you, stupid or something? Hey Femyoz, how are you today? I hope your day is great. Why, thank you, Alexander, and I appreciate that. Watch people bring up Nat. Dude, if people bring up Nat, I'm just gonna ignore it. I don't care anymore. I've already made my position clear. That's gonna be one of the few topics that's, like, off limits because it's bad to talk about just for my mental health, right? It's like, okay, you know, one of the main criticisms I've gotten from commentary YouTubers, is that I'm very blatantly mentally ill, right? So when I do things that make me even more mentally ill, you know, usually that's not a very good idea, okay? I made a video about you today on my channel reacting to some of your videos, and, there are some questions I want to ask you on it. Alright, well, I'm probably not gonna watch the video. There are a lot of people that make videos on me, so at this point, I've gone from searching my name every day to see if there's a new video on me to just not caring. Because I think that's, like, the, I don't know, mentally healthy thing to do. It's like, okay, if a large YouTuber makes a video on me, I'll watch it. But if it's like, I don't know, I don't want to watch I don't need to know everything people say about me anymore. It's like, okay, it really be like that. Now, I just realized that I'm muted on the live stage. So I'm gonna unmute myself there. So that if anybody joins that, I'm not, you know, it's not just like a complete silence. But yeah, yeah, I hope you're all doing well today, chat. Speaking of doing well, what am I even saying anymore? I genuinely have no idea. Yeah, that's right. Imagine having any idea. I'm just saying. That's kind of, yeah, I don't know. Really do be like that, huh? Even if you RL, you shouldn't take people from, advice from people that can't think for themselves. That is true. That is true. Yeah, it's like, okay, I get that, you know, they're big fans of commentary, but that doesn't necessarily mean I automatically want to pivot into commentary, right? Because it's like, well, what if that's, like, not my thing, regardless of how naturally talented I am at it. I also just noticed that there are 6 concurrent viewers, but only 3 likes. I mean, what are you doing? Are you trying to not promote my video algorithmically? Do you want me to starve as a result of nobody seeing my video? Yeah, that's what I thought. I'll bet you. Well, I'll bet you do. But if you don't, make sure to smash like. I'm just saying. But yeah, no, it's this weird thing where and I don't hold this against them. But it's like they think that, oh, you know, the best way to stay relevant is to do commentary, and it's like, well, yeah, but I thought that you were also saying stuff like, I don't know, like oh, don't get into drama, then you're gonna be unlikable. Well, which one is it? Do you want me to do commentary drama or not? And it's like these people can't make up their minds, you know? And it's like, well, goddamn, all right. But yeah, that's like one of the weirdest. It's one of the weirdest phenomenons, right? They're like, oh yeah, you know, the politics / debate niche, you know, is already being filled. You know, that's oversaturated. Don't do that. You won't grow your channel. But at the same time, commentary, nah. That's oversaturated? No, that's not oversaturated. What are you talking about? How could that possibly be oversaturated? It's like we need more commentary YouTubers, if anything. You Home Alone? I don't think so, no. But that being said, the people that are in my house are the people inside my walls. Every video that they make that as drama, saying what everyone else is saying. Oh yeah, exactly. It's like, I don't want to do that. That's not fun for me. I mean, I can do that, but it's interesting because they'll go to my previous YouTube channel and they'll be like, oh, it's like day and night. You know, you used to be really good at YouTube, and it's like, okay, what was I doing differently back then? Oh, I was talking about topics that you would care about at the time. You would have found it interesting. Now I talk about more adult topics that you don't like. That's the main difference. That doesn't mean that it's bad content. It just means that it's not content made for you, right? It's like, well, I don't know. And I understand that it's like, okay, what they see in me is they see a fairly talented commentator, right? They see somebody that could make commentary really interesting, right? And they see that, and that's what they want, right? Because they know that I can make it interesting. They're aware of that, right? I'm aware of that as well, right? But if it's something that I don't necessarily have a passion for, what am I gonna do, right? I mean, I don't know. You should make a video on Leafy while it's still a fresh topic. My next video is on Leafy, funnily enough. That's something that I might continue doing. Is like, okay, if whatever, let's say, and I'm gonna start debating people soon. This is just so just bear with me, Wintrius. I think that's what your name is, right? Yeah. So, like, something I want to do, is, I guess, I don't know, like, maybe do some more comedy-based stuff, but, like, not in, like, the regular, fitting in with the rest of the commentary community type of way, if that makes sense. My goal is not to fit into the commentary community. That never has been my goal. It's like they see my old content and they're like, oh, that was some good shit, you were up and coming. And it's like, well, yeah, but like, they don't realize why that was the case. It was because I was making content that other people weren't making. And guess what? Some of my worst videos on that channel were just me talking about trending topics. The video on alinity that I made, that wasn't a very good video. That video sucked, right? The video I made on Bald Martin, that wasn't a trending topic, but it sure as hell was very funny and entertaining, and guess what? That's why it was a good video, right? It wasn't me trying to fit in, right? And people were saying that I was the next Filthy Frank and whatnot, right? That was the main difference, right? But now I'm cringe, because I'm the next Jalen now, and that's a bad thing. I want to see a Cheetos Meltdown about the Jesus joke. Where can I find it? I'm not sure. Maybe we look it up later on stream. Hope I didn't weird you out last night by acting like a fangirl. Was bored and wanted to troll all. Nah, I picked up on it. I knew exactly what you were doing, and I thought it was quite funny. I was also playing into it. Don't worry, we are all Femyoz fangirls here. Based? So real? Alright, I'm gonna invite this person to speak. See what he has to say. Alright, hold on. Invite to speak. Oh yeah. Hopefully the audio works. Hello.
Hey, how are you? How you doing?
I'm doing just fine. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Last night I had a debate with some friends on an issue that I think I have a good argument on, and I would be curious to hear your position on it, and that is abortion.
Oh
Do
dear.
you feel passionately about abortion? How do you feel about abortion?
It's not like my number one topic, but yeah, I'd say that I'm very pro-choice. I'm anti-forced birth, etc.
Okay. I guess the best way to begin a debate of sorts or a conversation like this is to pinpoint what do you think about where life begins and why?
I think that life, well, I guess it depends on how you define life, right? So if we're talking about life that actually, has value and is conscious, I don't know where the cutoff point is, but it's not at conception, right? I would say maybe it happens at some point, between, at some point between conception and, when they're actually born. I'm not sure where that cutoff point is, but I do oftentimes like to talk about the being able to get an abortion in the first 17 weeks specifically, because that is the absolute minimum number of weeks where we know it's a scientific fact that it's not like a sentient conscious life form, right? So that's usually what I'll talk with conservatives about, right? I'm not too interested in finding where the exact cutoff is, though maybe I could do that going forward, but I usually try to, get the first 17 weeks or so.
Well, the reason I think it's important to ask to begin with is because this determines the trajectory of a abortion debate insofar as where people think life begins should be a determining point on whether or not you think abortion is moral. And in the case of choosing when life begins, I always find that it's pretty difficult to do past conception for the reason that it's very vague and it's such a buildup of so many different things. Like, for example, heartbeat begins incredibly early, or brain development begins at like 5 weeks, right? And that's when I would say consciousness
So,
begins, right? Because consciousness, it's difficult to define
mm,
consciousness. Consciousness is a very difficult thing to draw a
well,
box around in its conception. So why
so,
not say, okay, to be safe, it will be at the very beginning of conception, because this is when the human
mm,
starts developing. And sure,
no,
someone could have a like a miscarriage, right, at this time, but I still don't think that discards the fact that brain development could start at 5 weeks, as well as just human development in general. And also the distinction of someone who's inside and outside of the womb. Although someone is developing inside of the womb, there are still people who are born prematurely, right? So drawing that
yes.
line of
Yeah, I know
where
that
in the
drawing the
womb
line is
is the cutoff
difficult.
point is a
I don't know where the
really
cutoff point
weird
is,
thing to
right?
do.
I don't know where the cutoff point is, but me saying the first 17 weeks is playing it safe, right? So it's just it's just a scientific fact that they're not sentient before then, right? Even if they have some sort of like
Is it?
brain development or a heartbeat, that's not that doesn't make them sentient, right? Like you can look this up,
How do you
and I
know
wish
it's a
I had a source
scientific
on
fact
hand.
that they are not sentient?
No, they literally are not, right?
I
They're
would
about
say,
as
because
sentient as like a tree or a mosquito, right?
I hate to say it, but I would need to see a source for that, because I haven't found
Yeah,
any
sure,
good
I
evidence
can.
of that.
So
Because
yeah,
we can't
I can
really
look this
define
up.
sentience very.
When do
Our definitions on the boundaries of sentience are already pretty
oops,
difficult to define as it is. So I don't think a study would probably be able to
hold on.
encapsulate that with any definitive
So it
measure.
looks like I mean,
If you
literally
can
the
find it, I'd
first.
love
Hold
to
on,
see
the
it.
first result, and I'll show it on my screen. On stream.
Sure.
I'll link it to you in a second. Literally, that first thing that comes up is thus much of the debate has turned on when fetal sentience occurs. Some are adamant that fetal sentience is prior to 24 weeks. Prior to 24 weeks is impossible, but other researchers do not rule it out. The development of neural networks necessary for the experience of pain might be present as early as 17 weeks. This means that 17 weeks is the absolute earliest, right? So that literally is me playing it safe, right? Do you want me to
Well,
link
the
this to you
experience
in
of
DMs?
pain doesn't necessarily. Well, my problem with
What do you
that
think it
statement
means to
right
be
there, and sure,
conscious?
you can link it, but I don't think experience of pain defines consciousness, right? Like, if we have a person who can't feel any pain, they touch a needle and they don't feel anything, that person is still conscious, right?
Wait, how do
That
you
person's
know?
still
Wait, what do you mean?
Well,
like,
okay.
where do you define as consciousness,
If you woke up,
right?
if you woke up
Don't
tomorrow,
you have to have like some sort of like
people in
experience?
the okay. Consciousness is difficult to define insofar as it is something we all experience,
Correct.
but we can't come up with a rubric for why it is the way we are, right? Or
Right.
why it exists.
Well,
It's
consciousness would be
really,
like a
really
spectrum,
difficult to
right?
pinpoint. But
Consciousness is a spectrum. It's not either you're
okay,
100% conscious
maybe.
or 0% conscious, right? There's some
Sure,
gray area in between.
Okay, yeah,
So
yeah.
wait,
I can,
let me explain. So,
I
for
agree,
instance, a mosquito is less conscious than, say, a rat, which is less conscious than a dog, which is less conscious than a human, for instance, right? So there's like a spectrum of it, right?
Yeah.
Would you say it's wrong to kill a rat, for instance, for the well-being of a human being, right? I would argue no, that's not wrong, right? Because even though they might both have some level of consciousness, the extent to which they are conscious is not going to be the same, right?
I guess that's fair, but I would say that goes into the argument of should we take our proper place on the food chain and whatnot? And I think that's another argument entirely. So within the realm of human development, I would say, should we really define it on when people start experiencing pain, as you said? So you said
Yes.
17 weeks is when people start. That's when people can experience pain. I don't think that's a good metric for consciousness, even if the study claims
So
it
then
is.
what is
I wouldn't
metric?
agree with that
So
study for the
okay,
reason
so
that
then
the reason why pain
what
isn't a good
metric would be
metric is because
preferable?
they're okay. Well, I want to explain why pain isn't a good metric first, and the reason why I would say pain isn't a good metric is because there are people who don't feel pain. Sure, it's a very rare thing, but I wouldn't say those people aren't conscious, right? If you woke up and all of your ability to feel pain was like completely numbed, I wouldn't say you are unconscious and therefore you can just like die and it's totally fine, right? That wouldn't make any sense. So I would
Okay,
say the
so
boundary is so difficult to draw. It's so difficult to draw that we might as well just draw it to its earliest minimum
no,
point, which in this case would be conception.
no, it would
And
be
I think
17 weeks.
the development of neural networks begin at what is it like week 5? I think it's week 5. That's when brain development begins. And if brain development, well, I guess neural
Okay,
networks and brain development aren't
okay,
inherently
neural
the same
networks
thing, but
exist in
brain development
mosquitoes.
begins at week 5.
Okay,
Yes, that's true.
mosquitoes
That's
have
true.
neural
But
networks.
though,
Are they conscious?
again, I
No.
feel like that goes into a food chain argument. I think that goes into a food chain
Okay, so do you think it is okay to kill a
about to kill
mosquito
other
for the
things on the
well-being
food
of a
chain.
human being?
If you can avoid it, I wouldn't do it. But if it's really like something you necessarily have to do, I think it'd be fine. Just because number one, we're above them on the food chain. Number two, I don't know. But again, I think this is a little sidetracked. I don't think this is the same argument because again, this
Wait,
is
it
going into
literally
a food
is.
chain argument. I
Wait,
don't know if I'm
no, it
entirely
literally is.
decided
Well,
on
it's
a
not
food
just a
chain
food chain
Why is
argument.
it the same
Well, hold on.
argument?
It's not a matter of whether or not there's a food chain. It's a matter of whether or not they're sentient, right? So if you don't have any experiences, you are not sentient, right? If you've never experienced anything and you're not conscious, you're not sentient, right? You're about as sentient as a tree or a mosquito, even if you have neural networks. That is not what defines consciousness, obviously. I mean, you've already agreed to that, right? So it's not a matter of whether or not you're conscious, right? Now, when it comes to whatever it may be, fetuses, right? If they're non-sentient, then why is it a moral obligation for somebody to preserve the quote unquote life of the fetus when it doesn't have any experiences, right? It doesn't
I think
experience
it's
anything.
the difference is people who are conscious. It's okay. So if you have an unconscious baby in the womb, right? That is still a human, right? We can agree that even though, yes, sure, you can say like it's a clump of cells, but that is a human,
Okay,
right?
what
We
makes
can agree that is even if it like I would still
okay,
say a
what
chicken
makes
embryo is still a
and
chicken, right?
okay,
And by
yeah,
that same
so
token, I would say that's a human, and so we have the
okay, and why
distinction of
are okay, why are humans
not only
why
would it be conscious, not
okay,
only would it be conscious, even if to a minimal degree, but it would also be human. And so therefore, I wouldn't agree with, I guess, killing my own kind in this
okay, so
circumstance
why
being
are humans
human.
categorically above other species? What distinguishes us?
Food chain.
The food
We are
chain. So
above
if
them
there
on the
was a
food chain.
so do you believe
We require those below us on the food chain to survive. We don't
so
require killing
wait, hold on.
require
You
killing an
believe
unborn baby
wait,
to
hold on.
survive.
You believe that whether or not some species is somewhere on the food chain is what denotes whether or not they're worth moral consideration? Like, this is a terrible argument,
Yes,
right?
that's absolutely how society works. That is absolutely how society works.
Now you're conflating a descriptive claim with a
is
prescriptive one. That is a descriptive claim, not a
How?
prescriptive one, right? So if you're saying this is the way society does work, that doesn't mean that that's the way it automatically should work.
Okay, sure. Maybe it's not the way it should work, but I think that might be a different argument.
Wait, no, it's the same argument. If you're saying that
if
you're making an argument for why someone ought to not get an abortion, then yes, you are making a prescriptive claim, not a descriptive one.
All right, I guess no. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I would say in the case of society working the way it does with where we are in the food chain, I think it ought to work that way because it is the only way that we can survive. I think there's plenty of studies that if you find out tomorrow, right, that the plants we eat experience pain. What are we going to do as a result of that?
Well, hold on.
We can't really do much.
First of all, they don't experience pain.
We still have to eat to survive.
Okay, so first of all, we don't have to eat meat to survive, right? That's just an objective fact, right? We choose to because it tastes good, right? But it's not obligatory, right? But we do it anyway. Why? Because it makes our lives a little bit better, right? Now, I'm not saying that that's a moral argument for whether or not we should or shouldn't do something, right? But to claim that whether or not something is, a part of a food chain is what determines whether or not it's worth moral consideration is a goofy argument, right?
I don't think that's inherently a goofy argument because
it is.
If we so everything we eat is still living, right? By that token, we are still eating something that is on the food chain. It is at a certain point on the food chain, and we are prioritizing humans above all.
Claim. Now, that's a descriptive claim.
Sure. Yes. But you could argue that it should be that way because all of the nutrition that we gain from that allows us to survive, right? There's a reason why people
why is our survival more important?
Don't a lot of people who are vegan have to take like vitamins for the meats that they don't eat?
I mean, I'm not too familiar with dieting. I'm not too familiar with dieting,
but
let's say they do. Okay, so what? There's nothing preventing them from doing that, right? So at the end of the day, it's why wouldn't you live that life? Again, why is the survival of humans this super important thing to you? Again, why is it the case, aside from you having this personal bias or preference towards human life, what is a moral argument for why human life is categorically above the life of other species, right?
I would argue that it is our built-in purpose as people to reproduce and keep the prolonging of the human. Yes, that's the reason why we reproduce as humans. We literally can have future generations of humans, and those humans can make other humans, and so on and so forth. If that's our built-in purpose, that's automatically what we're driven to do. At least the majority of the population is driven to reproduce and repopulate and have offspring, right? Then by that token, isn't that some semblance of a built-in purpose? Shouldn't we prolong the survival of our species?
Natural I would see instinct does not dictate purpose. Again, this is a terrible argument. This relies on the presupposition that if we have the natural instinct to do something or something happens in nature, that it's automatically a good thing, right? There are animals that will rape other animals in nature. That doesn't mean that it's a moral
good for the prolonging of the human species. Do you not think that's a moral good? Do you not see that as a moral good? I would base my moral assertions on the fact that the prolonging and survival of the human species.
Wait, hold on. Do you seriously believe that getting abortions prevents the prolonging of the human species?
No, that's clearly not what I'm arguing. That's a huge jump there. That's a huge jump.
I'm confused.
That's got to be some kind of fallacy. Slippery slope
I'm
there.
confused by what you're trying to argue here. Your argument just doesn't make any sense.
No. That's not my argument. We're getting a little sidetracked because we're going a little off path here. But the argument I'm making, right, is that if we can't determine, so we need to agree on the fact, and it doesn't seem like we have agreed on the fact that we prioritize humans, right? We
do, but that doesn't mean we ought to.
And I think we should, because I believe that is our built-in purpose. Because, and I know you disagree with this claim, but it is our built-in purpose because that is what we strive to do in life. Is to usually most people strive to have a family, have an offspring, raise that offspring, have grandkids, so on and so forth.
This is not a moral argument.
That's like most
this
people's
has
default
nothing to do with
purpose,
morality.
right?
There are some people that are born psychopaths that are naturally driven to commit murder. That's not a moral justification for their actions, right? Now, the reason why I would argue that humans are worth more moral consideration than other species is because we experience a greater level of consciousness, right? We're more, we're more aware of our experiences and whatnot. We have, we have more consciousness, right? So that's why I would argue that humans are categorically above other species, right? Because I believe that the most morally good world would be one in which positive experiences are maximized and negative ones are minimized, right? That would be the morally ideal, okay. Right? That's what we should aim to approach as a society, right? Now, that doesn't mean that we are going to achieve that.
But you can continue.
So do you believe, then, that it is preferable to have more negative experiences than positive ones, or that is equal to having more positive experiences than negative ones?
No, that's not what I'm saying, but I think inherently that people need to have some amount of negative experiences within their life to learn certain lessons and become the people that they are. I think without any negative experiences, you will just become an entirely different person without having any need to learn you need struggle.
So if there's
humans need struggle. If humans don't
so
have
if there's
struggle,
conflict so let's say there was a magical pill, okay? And this magical pill, got rid of all suffering, right? And then it was free and everybody could take it, right? Would that be a morally bad thing? It doesn't mean that all emotions are removed, by the way. So there would still be positive emotions that would motivate you to do good things. Why? Well, sorry, I'm not asking whether or not you would personally take that pill, but do you think that it would be morally wrong for other people to take that pill?
I don't think it'd be morally wrong, but I give my own personal answer because that's what I believe would be worse for most people, even if other people do not believe that it'd be worse for themselves.
Wait, hold on.
I think if people took it, their lives would instantly become so much more boring and mundane, and they would hate it.
Okay, so wait, if they hate it, right, that would imply that there's some level of negative emotion, right? But if this pill literally prevents you from experiencing negative emotion, then that cannot be the case. If it's and let's say it doesn't.
Read Brave New World?
No, and I don't, and I'm not going to. But the point I'm making, is that that you would still have some reason to go do stuff, right? It's either if you experience only neutral and positive emotions, right? Let's say this pill also exaggerates your positive emotions as well. So you experience 5 times the amount of positive emotions you otherwise would when you accomplish something or do something good, right? Again, I think that this pill would be a moral good, right? It would benefit the well-being of every individual person who decides to take it, basically, right? Because you would have better experiences. That is the only thing that, in my worldview, has any intrinsic value, is conscious experience, right?
I don't know, I feel like people will become... This is a kind of weird situation to build because I think the consequences that would come from it are so difficult to measure. Like, for example, I people would just becoming complacent if they didn't have any negative motivation for something. So, okay, there's a reason why people usually do things towards the end of a deadline, right? And the reason why is because they know that there will be negative consequences if they do not reach that deadline. If everyone's feeling, like, happy and overjoyed all the time, like they're completely drugged up, as Aldous Huxley's Brave New World presents us.
Hold on.
I won't go into it.
It's either neutral or happy, right? So completing something would make you more happy.
If they're neutral or happy, right? If they're neutral or happy, I'm not entirely convinced that people will actually get things done.
Even if that's the case, why is it important to get things done anyway?
Do you not find it fulfilling to complete things? Do you not think it's good for society to progress? No.
Maybe it's good for society, but I don't get any fulfillment on that part. Right? So, like, if I don't
disagree here, yes.
So, like, I can't help the fact that I don't get fulfillment, right? So the reason that I don't do shit, right, is not because I experience negative emotions if I don't. Okay, I'm a depressed motherfucker. The reason is because I don't experience anything good when I do good stuff, right? So there's no actual incentive structure. It's either bad or neutral. And if that's the case, then I mean, I just don't see why I would want to go out and do something if I don't get anything out of it. However, if I feel neutral by default, okay, and maybe this is like the normal human experience already for most people that aren't depressed, right? But if I feel neutral by default, and then I feel really good if I get something done, well, then I'm gonna go do stuff, right? Because then it's like I'm gonna get excited. I'll be driven, right? I'll be amped up and whatnot. Because it's like, yeah, I'm gonna go do this thing. What?
Didn't you say that's not inherently good? I thought you were saying that progressing or being productive might not inherently be good. Am I misquoting you?
In of itself, well, yeah, in of itself, if it doesn't produce more positive emotions than negative ones, then no, it's not inherently good, right?
To me, that doesn't sound preferable, because I would estimate incredibly unproductive and just get nothing done. Maybe for you that would be preferable, but in my ideal scenario,
so if you're excited to go do something, you're not going to do it.
Society works as it should. As it should. I don't think I would enjoy people stooping to laziness as a result of a lack of any negative consequences.
Wait, hold
anyway,
on.
I think this discussion as a whole is getting a little sidetracked here.
Well, hold on. You do realize that a lack of positive consequences. A lack of positive consequences has the same effect, if not worse, right? So, and if you're excited to go do something, you're probably going to be a lot more likely to go do it, right? So if you're excited, if you feel neutral and you're like, oh, but if I did this thing, that would make me feel really good, then it's like, yeah, you're gonna be excited to do that, right? That's why people, go out and do fun things a lot of the time, right? But the reason I don't is because there's not enough of a positive consequence for me to do so.
Sure, but I'm not arguing for a lack of positive consequences. I'm only saying that the fact that there are negative consequences. I don't think there's a good reason for in this debate, at least. In this debate, I think it's somewhat unrelated to. Okay,
negative
sure,
emotions
I think
make
bringing
everything
this
worse.
up within this debate might be a little unrelated. It seems like we're getting sidetracked.
To claim that it's good that I experience the negative emotions I do is fucking absurd. Right? It's like, well, no, it's not. I don't gain anything out of it, right? I don't think anyone gains anything.
Well, sure, if it's the only thing you're experiencing, I think it's bad. I think it's bad if it's the only thing you experience, but I think there is utility. There's plenty of utility that can be gained from negative experiences. In fact, you remember negative experiences far better than you remember positive experiences. And I can try to find a source for this. But
no, I agree with
usually
you.
When you, okay. So, I mean, think about it. When you get embarrassed about something that you do terrible and you think about it, the lesson you learn from that embarrassment is going to be so much more potent than any positive lesson you might learn. Not any, but most positive lessons you'll learn, right? And so, for that reason, I would say that
every emotion is going to be relative, right? So as long as you have a wide range of emotions,
sure, yes, it's relative.
As long as you have a wide range of emotions,
it might not be productive to place the purpose of what people do in feeling positive. I think we're coming from fundamentally different standpoints here. Where you're viewing the purpose. Is that what you believe the purpose of life is? Excuse me, sorry. The purpose of life is to mitigate negative emotion and maximize.
Yeah,
happiness?
the point of life.
Okay, yeah, maximizing happiness I can get behind, but I don't think eradicating
the most morally preferable thing is think of it like an equation, right? Positive experiences, less negative ones, right? So that it would be like a net experience, right? So that maximizing that, right, would be the most ideal thing to do, right? That's
I don't know.
my.
I don't see this.
So you think that it's good to maximize?
I agree that people.
Again,
No. I agree that people should maximize their positive emotion. That's not. I agree people should maximize their happiness. I would agree that is like the purpose of life, right? But I don't think that means utterly getting rid of negative emotion. It's not an ideal situation for me. I don't think people should strive to.
I think it'd be very
get rid of all negative forces. All right. Well. Either way,
if I could live a life where all I experience is neutral
how are you going to tie this claim back
positive?
to the abortion argument? Because I think we're getting a little sidetracked.
Yeah, we were getting sidetracked. Well, in terms of abortion, right, I don't think that it serves any utility to force somebody to give birth to a child that they don't want, because first of all, they're not ready to be parents. So either it's like either way, the child is going to be raised by parents that don't know what they're doing, that aren't ready to be parents, or alternatively, they end up in the foster care system as like a very likely outcome. So, you know, their life isn't going to be very pleasant or ideal either. Either way, you're just minimizing utility by forcing people to give birth when they're not ready to do so. Why is it? Hold on. Why is it? Wait, whoa.
Sure,
why is
okay,
it morally
go ahead,
different? Why is it morally different to choose to just not have sex as opposed to having sex, accidentally getting pregnant, and then getting an abortion before the fetus is conscious?
Why is poor circumstance a reason why life should not exist? Like, okay,
because
if
life is
you're
not
going to make that
intrinsically
argument,
valuable.
I don't think that's... Why isn't life intrinsically valuable? Wait. Hold on a second.
Because there's no reason for it to be.
I would say life has intrinsic value because we consciousness. I would say
yeah. Well,
is
fetuses
of
aren't
infinite
conscious.
value.
So
Consciousness is of infinite value, right? Okay, but if you could, and even though you can't guarantee that a fetus is going to be, or that a baby in the womb is going to be a person 100% of the time, that they'll make it, they'll be born. You can't guarantee it, right? But the fact that they have the ability to turn into a person in a almost guaranteed amount of time, right? No, that's not true. The reason why that's not true is because that is different. Yeah,
anything can become a person, right? You can choose.
It hasn't
you can
begun
choose
the process.
to.
It hasn't begun the process.
Again, how is the outcome different?
It's on a path. It's already on a track.
Explain to me.
The reason why it's different.
How is it a different outcome? How is it a different outcome? Please explain how just being abstinent or whatever is a different outcome from choosing to get an abortion. Either way, you don't have the child. Either way, whatever that child would have become does not have conscious experiences. Why are these morally different?
Let me tell you why this is a faulty example. Let me tell you why this is... So, okay, let's say you have a roller coaster, right? Let's say the roller coaster is the example you just provided. That the male... input here. The sperm is the roller coaster, right? And the egg is the person who gets in the roller coaster. That roller coaster, when it begins to take off, that's when life begins, right? Let's say that's when the fetus begins development, right? Let's say that's when the fetus begins development.
Okay.
So if the fetus begins development, when that roller coaster is slowly easing into its ride, well, that's when I would say, okay, this is where we can guarantee that unless the ride suddenly stops at some point, we can almost guarantee in a certain amount of time that it's going to be full going at like roller coaster speed. It's going to be what we would normally consider a roller coaster ride. At a certain point, we can almost guarantee it's going to get to that point. But what you're telling me is that the roller coaster just being there without anyone in it is the same as a roller coaster ride. I don't think that's the same thing.
Hold on.
I'm telling you that once it's already started, we can guarantee it's going to get to that point.
Why would it be... Hold on. Wait, if you want to use this analogy, why would it be any more... Like, why would it be different in terms of positive experience obtained for somebody to not go on a roller coaster and then for somebody to you know, sit in the roller coaster while it's moving really slowly and then to teleport out of the roller coaster before anything actually happens, right? Like, aside from anticipation, maybe you could say, oh, they were anticipating, you know, going on the roller coaster and having a fun time, and then they're disappointed, right? But again, a fetus cannot be disappointed because it is not conscious, so that would not be a good a comparison to make.
Right, but in this case, what I am saying is not that the fetus is going to be disappointed. The argument I am making is that at some point we can guarantee that once those people are on the roller coaster and once it's already begun to take off, we almost know that, okay, in this amount of time, the roller coaster is already going to have taken off. So
yeah, why is that relevant?
If I remove the analogy, that means that we can almost guarantee that this is going to become a born human that has the ability to experience human experiences will be of infinite value.
Okay, that outcome is not any different. The outcome of getting an abortion is not different from the outcome of choosing to not have sex because you know that you'll get pregnant or you could get pregnant if you do, right? The outcome is not any different. So again, you're taking two different ways of achieving the same outcome and then saying that one is morally bad but not the other. This doesn't make any fucking sense.
I don't see why it doesn't make any sense. I can't find a good argument for why. And sure, I guess I would argue in this case that the fact that there is for someone to be just like me, the future potential for someone to be just like me, if they start as from conception, it's like almost guaranteed that in a certain amount of time, that person will feel the same degree of consciousness that I do in most circumstances, the fact that that is the case, to me, I don't see why there's any reason why that's something we should stop. Because that is of infinite value.
Hold on. By choosing to not have unsafe sex when you could, knowing that, oh, well, if I did, I'd get pregnant, right? You are preventing the same outcome of a conscious being existing. These are not different.
What do you mean?
In both cases, you are preventing a future life, right? By let's say you use contraceptives and birth control and whatnot. There's a good chance you're preventing life from occurring in the future, but you wouldn't argue against contraceptives. Yeah, but I know you think it's different
because again, the reason why I provided the roller coaster analogy, and sure, it might be a silly analogy, but in one case the ride has already started, in the other case it hasn't.
What does it mean for a ride to start? What the fuck does this mean? Again, all I care about is the outcomes, not the means through which you get to set outcomes, unless the means cause different outcomes that are negative, but they don't. No negative experiences are caused by getting an abortion. No negative experiences are caused by getting an abortion.
Well, the negative experience would be that you are preventing a future human life.
No, that's not a negative experience. Preventing it from existing. That's not an experience at all.
Sure. It's okay. It's not a negative experience, but I would consider it immoral to prevent a future life from existing.
Yeah, but you're doing that by using contraceptives. You're doing that by using contraceptives as well.
This is combined with the fact that I would still consider it, because we haven't fully defined why pain is a good metric for consciousness, I still don't see
you have not come up with a single better metric. You're just saying, "Oh, well, I don't know about the subject enough, so I'm just going to
No. It's not that I'm coming up with a better metric. It's not that I'm coming up with a better metric.
You don't have one.
It's that there is exactly. It's because I don't think there is a better metric. There is no good metric.
Okay, well, if that's the best metric, then that's the one we should use.
No, I don't think it is the best metric. As I've already said,
so I think don't use any metric.
An utterly fallible.
Apparently, the stream is delayed.
So then the metric to use would be conception. The metric to use would be
Why? Why would that be the metric? This does not serve the most utility. This is just a forced birth position. Because you're in favor of forcing people to give birth when they are not ready to have children. You are in favor of forcing them to basically ruin their life because they are not ready to be a parent. You are in favor of that. You are in favor of somebody having their entire life ruined.
That is not what I'm in favor of. That is a slippery
what if there's
once said I'm in favor of people ruining their lives.
Let's say there's a 13-year-old. Hold on. Let's say there's a 13-year-old, okay? And she gets raped, and then as a result, she gets pregnant. Are you in favor of her being forced to have the child?
Absolutely. And the reason why is because if I'm already at conception to be human, and if I consider it to be of infinite value, I would be a massive hypocrite if I said that she shouldn't. If I already consider it, no, let me speak.
You're in favor of this 13-year-old having her entire life ruined. You want the 13-year-old to have her entire life ruined.
Stop yelling.
That's what you're in favor of.
Signaling right now.
You're in favor of that.
If you yell. Okay, cool. Optics-wise, it looks good for you to say this, right? I don't care. Because it's morally consistent for me to make the argument that, yes,
dude, just because something is morally consistent doesn't mean it's correct.
Let me finish my point. Stop interrupting me. Let me finish my point and stop interrupting me, okay? So the reason why this makes sense is because it is completely consistent with the idea that
it's consistent with your wrong idea. You're correct.
Let me speak. So if I believe that someone is conscious at birth, and I believe that consciousness is of infinite value, then it goes without saying that why would I literally justify murder if I believe that it's murder?
Because it's not conscious. Holy shit!
Let me speak.
It's not conscious.
You are not letting me speak. If I believe that it is murder because I believe it is conscious, then why in the world would I make an exception in this case? Because
it's not conscious. It is not conscious.
But I am operating under the assumption that it is, and I have already.
Yeah, that's a wrong assumption. You don't have any evidence to substantiate your claim. If you value consciousness, then you should value the quality of the consciousness as well. Holy shit! Now, also, the stream is lagging.
Okay. We still have not come up with a better metric for
okay,
what
okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
Would you? Okay, I will give you. All right, before I end this conversation, because the stream is lagging. Okay, before we end this, I have a very important question to ask you. Okay.
Sure.
What do you think is Hold on. What do you think is preferable? For there to be 10 people that exist that all have a net negative experience, or for there to only be one person that has a net positive experience? What do you think is preferable?
I would rather more people living than less people living. I think more people having the opportunity to live, even if their life is negative. I don't think someone living in poverty should die because they have a bad life, right? I don't think that someone who lives in a bad environment is literally not worth living. That is still a life that is worth living.
Unironically, I would rather die than live a life with more negative experiences than positive ones. Unironically.
Femyoz, okay.
I think unironically, I believe that everybody has a right. I believe that everybody has a right to end their own life.
Okay, sure, but at least give them the free trial. At least give them a test run.
Okay, but if you don't exist yet as a conscious entity, then you're not a person. Like, I don't know how many times I have to explain this. You're just in favor of doing things that minimize utility.
We haven't come up with a... Yes, but listen, we haven't come up with a proper metric for what defines consciousness. And because there is a proper metric, and the reason, as I've already said, we haven't defined why pain is a good metric, right? And the reason why we haven't defined why pain is a good metric is because there's so many examples. No, it isn't. It isn't the best metric we have because there's no reason why it would even be a good metric to begin with.
Because conscious beings tend to experience pain. Holy shit!
Do not yell. Let me finish my. Do not yell. Please let me finish my point. No, it isn't brain dead. You are.
It literally is.
Let's not get into ad hominem. Let me finish my point. Okay. So if someone, okay. Pain is not a good metric for consciousness because if there is a person who does not feel pain, which yes, exists, that person is still conscious. Therefore, this logic does not line up.
Most people don't experience consciousness without experiencing pain, okay? And if we're measuring fetuses on average, then yes, it is going to be a good metric, okay? Conscious beings tend to have the capacity to experience pain. The reason why one wouldn't would be due to some deficiency with whatever it may be, their neural pathways, or alternatively their nervous system, right? But when we're dealing with fetuses that don't have these deficiencies, then we are dealing with instances in which, okay, when they're not conscious, it's not as a result of whatever deficiencies, okay? They do not have these deficiencies in the womb, okay? Their brain is already sort of starting to develop to in the future be able to have these experiences. However, it is not currently having these experiences because it is not conscious yet. That is why it is incapable of having any experience, including pain. All right, now I'm gonna end this conversation because the stream is lagging.
There is no proper metric
and the stream is behind. Holy shit!
Beginning of conception, there is no way to measure this. There's no metric for this. Listen,
yes, there is.
Let's please keep this cordial.
Okay, I'm gonna end this conversation now because the stream is multiple minutes behind. Okay, I've said this a billion times. Sure. All right, it's buffering. Okay, so I'm gonna end the conversation. Is there anything else you want to say? Because holy shit.
Yeah, well, I think it was a good talk, but I think we could minimize the aggression. I don't think it was necessary, and I think it gets in the way of proper debate.
Maybe minimize the aggression against my brain cells.
That is just an insult. Okay.
All right.
I don't know. I expected you to be more cordial and polite, but
it
was a good talk nonetheless.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, and keep in mind, people will say sleep stream if I'm too cordial, so you got to keep that in mind.
All right.
So if I feel like yelling at someone, I'm gonna do it at this point because if I don't, I lose viewers. So it's like
I get
yeah.
It. That's actually
I'm sorry. It's like it's nothing personal. It's just it's entertainment at the end of the day. And I do stand by the things I'm saying. It's just whatever. It's yeah.
Sure.
Anyways, have a nice day.
Yeah, you too. Good.
All right. Okay. Now I'm gonna do the thing. We're back. I hope it's not lagging anymore. I'm gonna be very sad. I'm gonna be very sad if it is. Oh god, there's no concurrent viewers. Oh dear. Oh no. Is it lagging? Oh god. Alright. Hold on, wait, let me... Oh dear. Hold on, let me refresh this. I'm very sorry. Stream's not over. I'm just... Oh god. I'm just gonna make sure it's not lagging. Very sorry about the technical difficulties, everybody. It's very... I know, it's very sad. I'm very sad as well, okay? Sorry about that. Now we have no concurrent viewers because the lag killed the stream. Oh dear. See, okay, here's the thing, right? I don't know if I want to... I don't know what approach I want to take because, it's one of those things where, love how your streams go from screaming at someone, calling them a moron, dipshit, dumbfuck, assbag, to amicably ramming up the debate and telling them to have a nice... Here's the thing, right? I don't know if I want to be, like, aggressive in debate or not, right? The reason being because, I know that there can be entertainment value. I don't know what approach I want to take, right? Because I feel like every time I've had, like, an actually, like, whatever, like, super engaging intellectual discussion with somebody where we're talking about the actual substance of the arguments, and only focusing on that, I feel like people get bored. Don't force niceness. That guy, he deserved to get yelled at. Being fake is cringe. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's hard to say. I don't think that anybody deserves niceness or meanness. Vaush, for example, gets viewers and he doesn't yell that much. Yeah, but I feel like Vaush is a lot more charismatic than me. I feel like he's able to get away with it by being super likable in a really weird way, right? It won't let me verify the phone. The reason why on my Discord server we have the verification thing is literally just because we don't want people ban evading. That's the only reason that's there. The way to look good in debates isn't to be loud and mean. It's to make the other person look like an idiot. Yeah, I know. Well, like, here's the thing, right? I don't know... Because, like... The thing about being an entertainer and a debater at the same time is it's not that they're mutually exclusive. It's just that it's difficult to figure out which one to do, I guess. I don't know how else to explain it. I don't know. No, it is to be cold and calm. I don't know. It's like, I feel like every time I'm, like, nice or whatever. Not nice, necessarily. Like, I'll still be, like, not aggressive, but, like, I'll challenge people's ideas, but people are like, oh, you're being too nice. Oh, sleep stream, ZZZ, boring. Why aren't you yelling at them? And it's like, okay, then I'll yell at them. And then if I yell at somebody, it's like, whoa, calm the fuck down, Femyoz. What are you doing? What are you fucking stupid? No, you shouldn't be yelling at people. You should be polite. And it's like, okay, well, what? I can't please everybody. I mean, I'm aware of that. I've been aware of that. But, I don't know. I don't know if my comment went through because, like, the stream froze and I restarted my internet. But I was commenting at how cute your little cat boy ears are, and how I bet they smell like cats and flowers. Oh, well, cake and flowers. Oh, well, thank you. I think I could debate you and win, Femyoz. You can yell at me. I don't even know if I want to yell at people, right? It can be fun in, like, the moment, but, like, I also don't have the energy to do it consistently. It's like I'm trying different styles in terms of, like, my approach. So you might have noticed on my last stream, I was, like, pretty chill most of the time, unless people were talking about, like, really, personal shit or whatever. Obviously, I've taken the opposite approach here, and I don't know what's better. Getting yelled at by Daddy Femyoz would be an instant orgasm. Wait, so you were fake yelling at that guy? No, I was genuinely pissed, right? But normally I wouldn't be that openly pissed off, right? Like, I would be more, I don't know how to describe it, right? I wouldn't be as confrontational, if that makes sense. Whereas, like, it's like, okay, do I let it all out? Do I just, like, exaggerate the anger? Because obviously, like, whatever. It's like, the goal is to be entertaining, while winning a debate, right? And it's like, okay, I don't know. It's hard to say. I would yell at anyone who yelled at you because you're my future femboy wife. You pretty little gem. You're so cute, boy princess. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's not like fake yelling. It's just I don't know. It's like making it over the top, right? And I don't know if that's like a good or a bad thing to do, right? I don't know. People seem to have really mixed feelings about it. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I guess I don't remember who it was, but somebody mentioned Vaush as somebody that doesn't yell, but that does a good job of this. Maybe I do need to learn from Vaush, right? When you're ready again, I will debate you and win if you're down. Oh dear. I feel like I'm also like moody today. You know what I mean? I'm like sort of like on the edge. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, mental illness be like bruh. I've never yelled during a debate. No point in doing so. Well, yeah, because you're not being an entertainer when you do it. I think it was me who mentioned Vaush. Yeah, I think what I need to do. I disagreed with the guy on abortion, but felt bad for him. You did him dirty. No offense. Yeah, you're probably right. I think I was too mean. See, finding that balance is really hard for me. It's like, I don't know if it's like an autism thing or if I'm just like straight up retarded. But yeah, there's something, I guess Vaush does a pretty good job finding like the right level of aggression, I guess you could say. Ask this hypothetical. Imagine a person is in extreme agony because of a condition outside their control. They're looking up at you. Their skin rotting, begging you to kill them. Kill me, kill me. If they have no arms, no legs, they'd never be able to do it themselves. Should you put them out of their misery, like they're begging you to? Oh, I like that. I like that. All right, thank you, Synth. That is a good hypothetical. I'll bring that up next time. Level it up. Now imagine they're cognitively impaired and they can't beg you to kill them. They barely even know what's going on. They're just in agony. Should they live in agony now, or can you kill them? Oh, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, that is a good argument. We already know there's something wrong with you, Femyoz. You still fun to watch, though. Yeah, as long as I'm fun to watch, that's like my number one priority, right? And it's like, okay, do I focus on the entertainment aspect or the actual like substance of the arguments more, right? And finding what to do more than the other is difficult, right? And I decided, okay, I'll allow myself to get mad like I have when debating people about Natty Forsyth or whatever, right? I'm not going to debate about that now, right? Or really talk about it. I'm kind of over that. But when I was, I think there was something entertaining about it, right? There's something fun about watching two retards yell at each other, right? So I would get more concurrent viewers whenever that was like the subject matter, right? So that's sort of where I was coming from. I don't know if that's like the yeah, I don't know. I reckon in the case of forced pregnancy, you can put the child up for adoption, but then there's a real risk of them growing up in an orphanage. Yeah, exactly. And that was a point that I brought up. I should have honed in on that, being like, well, yeah, you can put them up for adoption, but then if that's the case, there's a really good chance they end up being an orphan. Are you in favor of increasing the number of orphans who live miserable lives that never have it's like, why would you want to increase the amount of life instead of increasing the quality of life that already exists, right? I think that maybe if I had honed in on that, it would have been more productive. But again, the goal wasn't even to be productive. It was just to be entertaining. And I don't know if that's the right approach to take. I'm very confused as to what is the best thing to do. I think that, I don't know. I mean, I guess we could look at like a Vaush debate and see what does he do? Like, how does he like stay calm while also making the other person who was the guy that he debated that was like whatever, I forgot who it was, but it was like an in-person debate, and it was with someone that's like very far right, and I don't remember who it was. I think it was like I don't know. I don't know. Don't copy him, bruh. Well, obviously, I'm not gonna, like, straight up copy him, but I want to know, like, okay, what does he do to be entertaining and level-headed at the same time? Because I feel like in order to be entertaining, I almost have to yell at the other person. Like, I don't know, and maybe that's just, like, a lack of confidence in my ability to entertain or something. I don't know. I mean, no, that's a Russia-Ukraine debate. Those are always insufferable, no matter who debates. I don't know. The argument isn't that he should copy Vaush just so that he should learn to yell. Wait, what? I'd rather die than live an extremely shitty life. Yeah. I'd rather watch the Jeebus Cheeto Meltdown, TVH. See, this is the thing, right? It's like, I don't know what approach to take. I don't know if I approach this from the entertainment angle or the debate angle. It's like, do I do entertainment first, debate second, or debate first, entertainment second, right? Because if you do debate first, right, and you're really good at debate, then it can be really entertaining to watch, right? But but in order to be really good at debate, right, you don't just have to have really good substance to your arguments, which I can whenever I want to, right? You have to do that while having really good rhetoric at the same time, and I think that I struggle with that. I struggle with finding the right balance between effective rhetoric and having a good amount of substance in my arguments, right? When it's entirely substance-oriented, it just sounds like the fucking nerd emoji talking about the nerdiest shit imaginable, right? And when it's rhetoric-based, it's like, okay, now I'm just saying stuff, you know? And it's like, okay, find the right balance, obviously. Just so that you learn... Oh, less, not yes, in terms of how much I should yell. See, but it's like, I know how to yell less. I just don't know what the best way to do it... I don't know what the best way to be entertaining in debates is, right? Because it's like, okay, do I don't know, approach this from the angle of... I don't want to say reality TV or whatever, but, like... in terms of, I don't know how else to describe it. It's not reality TV, because it's not, like, fake or anything, but it's not, I don't know. You know what I mean. Look, it's something else entirely. I think increasing, life can be a good thing, because people live longer lives. More people equals increased lifespan. I want to live to be 200 years old, because the average life of, like, 80 is too short. Yeah, that's also an interesting thing. I think that the main variable that matters to me is the actual length, or sorry, not length. Fuck, I'm retarded. The actual, I guess you could say, quality of life, right? The net quality of a person's life, I think, is the most important. Have you debated a left-wing person on the channel? People tend to have right-wing views when they talk to you. I mean, I don't know. I've probably debated one or two left-wing people. But it's like, whenever I debate a left-winger, it just turns into like a fucking nerd fest. You know what I mean? It just becomes who can make the nerdiest arguments And people are always like, boring. I want to watch you yell at conservatives. What is wrong with you? Or yell at people in the commentary community. And then when I do that, it's like, well, why can't you have any, like, why aren't you having, like, an intellectual discussion? You know you don't have to yell to win a debate, right? Like, that just makes you look bad. And it's like, well, which one do you want me to do? It's just, I can't do both at the same time, or at least I feel like I can't. I don't know, maybe my approach should be passive-aggressive. Maybe I try that next. Yeah, yes. I think, yeah, maybe, because I have done that. I think that the debate that I've had the best rhetorical approach in has to be the Rose Malay one. Not just because she's easy to debate and she sucks, but also because, I don't know, I feel like my passive-aggressivism was off the charts. You know what I mean? I want you to bend over. Oh my god. Whether or not you should yell is almost entirely dependent on your audience. Academic spaces are usually terrible for yelling, where people solely want to learn. Yelling is for entertainment. Yeah, exactly. But it's like, I don't want this to feel like an academic space either. I want people to learn while having fun. You know what I mean? Like, I want people to, like, pick up on things, become smarter from watching my content, while also being entertained. You could consider this entertainment, though? Yeah, exactly. I want to debate you when I'm a lefty. Alright, I'll tell you what. I will do the thing where basically I don't know. Wait, what was I need to go do something. Or, like, oh, I remember. While I go get my, Adderall and, caffeine pill, because I take caffeine pills, I'll let you make your opening statement, okay? Yeah. It seems like you're the one with, I assume you're Ray. You have your hand raised. See what I did there? Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna go get my ADD meds. I invited you to speak. I can still hear you. I'm just going to go get my ADD meds. Alright.
Okay.
Make your opening statement now, I guess. Yeah.
Opening So, okay, so
yeah.
you can still hear me then. Okay. This is kind of awkward. Never been in a situation like this. Okay. Hello, chat. My name is Ray. I'm I thought I'm not gonna lie, I thought Femyoz would be like here for this. Okay, so basically, well, I think the most important part about this debate discussion I want to have is that I don't actually know if Femyoz agrees or disagrees with me on this, but I'm basically going to argue that prepare to get mad that incest is morally neutral and is not actually a moral evil as a lot of people seem to see it as in America today. I'm not pro-incest. I'm not like someone who wants incest to happen or happen more often or anything like that. But I do think that a lot of people, especially on the left, view incest as inherently like morally wrong in the same way that people on the right view homosexual people and even trans people as morally wrong inherently.
Okay, alright, I'm back. I guess my response to that is I think that, whether or not, something is morally wrong is determined by whether or not, it produces negative outcomes, right? So I guess
Sure.
I know where you're gonna go with this. You're gonna bring up the example of what if there are two twin brothers, and then, it's like, they have sex and then it makes their lives better. Yeah, I don't know if that's I mean...
Well, it's not just a matter of it making their lives better. I think, so...
Can I ask a question to Ray?
Yeah.
Who are you?
I'm Synth. I'm like, what if Femyoz, it was like Femyoz squared. I'm like,
Hell yeah.
Okay.
twice as gay. I'm like, twice as
Am
gay,
I
I'm
being
twice as
doubled up
debate.
on right now?
No. It's just what, like, don't worry. It's okay.
Okay.
I have one question for you.
What's your question?
Is rape morally neutral?
Rape is not morally neutral. Rape is morally wrong.
Would it be okay to rape Hitler to stop the Holocaust?
Um...
Obviously, right? Fucking of course it would be.
It would be morally good to rape
Rape
Hitler
to
if it would
stop
stop
the
the Holocaust. But
Yes.
that it is not good to stop. But that does. Okay.
It's not good to stop the Holocaust. Whoa,
No,
whoa,
no,
whoa.
no, 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 wait.
Whoa.
No. So obviously, in that specific scenario, raping Hitler to stop the Holocaust is a good thing because it stops the Holocaust.
Yeah.
But just because it's a good thing because it stops the Holocaust, it doesn't make the action of raping someone a good thing. It's
So then
basically
wouldn't-
Yeah, it does. It makes the action of raping one
Yeah,
person,
wouldn't it-
one someone.
Yeah, wouldn't it be the case that incest is a bad thing, but that there might be some instances, like at least in a vacuum, where it's not nearly as bad? Like, wouldn't you apply that same logic then? Like, to say
No.
something is bad is not the same as saying it is bad under all circumstances, and no matter what, you should never do this, even if it stops the Holocaust.
Well,
right?
to be fair, I mean that's basically all moral crimes. Like, I mean, you'd
Exactly.
be hard pressed to find an instance where rape is a morally good thing to do. Obviously, with the Hitler example, but things
Yeah.
like theft, murder, obviously, all things like that can very easily be done in a context where it's the morally good thing to do, or at least morally neutral because it's the only option. Self-defense,
Yeah.
killing, stealing
No,
to
it's
feed your
morally
family,
good in the
stuff
case
like
of
that.
Hitler. In the case of Hitler, it's morally good. In the case of stealing to save your family, it's morally good. It's not like morally neutral. It's good. It's
Well,
good to do those.
I mean, I view the world from a consequentialist standpoint, where
Me too.
if you do something, if the outcomes are good, that's like the moral thing to do, even if it's like it's like the ends
Justify
the means.
Justify the
Wait, hold
means,
on.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're a consequentialist, then you don't think there's any inherent wrong to like words like incest, right? The same is true for rape. You wouldn't think there's like the wrongness is with the word rape. You think it's with if there's a bad outcome to the action, and in the case of rape, there usually is. So we say rape is wrong.
I would
right?
say that rape is one of those things that's like it's basically like 99.99% of the time it's a bad thing to happen.
Yeah. So
like,
is incest.
No.
No,
Yeah, exactly.
I disagree with that. And the reason is incest is one of those things in America that is very specifically, I believe, it's one of the most unique cases in like the way that we view it socially. Because incest is basically, I mean, incest, what was incest? It's when people of the same family biologically enter a relationship with one another. And people in America, and a lot of times around the world, view it as morally wrong because there's three reasons people view it as wrong. Number one is that incest in many cases is a result of sexual misconduct. So things like, say, an older brother abusing their younger sibling or a mother abusing their child. Things like that are a lot of the times where incest happens. The second reason people dislike incest a lot of the time is because children that are born of incestuous relationships have much greater chances of being born with debilitating genetic disorders, things that make their lives horrible to live with and make them, just miserable people and make them in constant torment. We see this in historical examples like with kings and royalty, where they inbreed to keep their family bloodline pure, which makes them look like, like monsters. And the third reason is that because of those two things, we see it as just gross. And there's also other cultural things like, you shouldn't get in a relationship with your brother and stuff like that. So it makes sense in that regard. And
So
in that sense, sorry, go ahead.
So do you think it would serve more utility for it to not be seen as gross, for it to be destigmatized?
Yes and no. I think generally incest should be looked down upon in the sense that it, like, from a consequentialist standpoint, you're probably going to cause more harm than good if you make it so like, yeah, a society, hey, we're some American society, we are 100% okay with incest. You can do whatever you want. And even if that would still exclude things like rape and like, a brother abusing their little kid or something like that, it would still cause more harm than good. It would sort of enable that. But I think that viewing incest on its own as a morally bad thing because of those other things, the fact that it's often in cases of rape and whatnot, I think that's incorrect because I think incest on its own is provably not something that is inherently harmful. And
Okay, but
the reason I think
hold on. Nothing on its own is proof of it, in of itself, of it being harmful, right? The reason rape isn't bad is it's not because it's rape. It's because it produces negative outcomes.
Rape isn't bad, quote Femyoz.
Hey, no, don't clip that. Don't clip that. No,
it's over.
No.
It's over.
It's Jover. No, but like the reason it's bad is because it produces negative outcomes almost every single time it happens, right? I would argue the same thing for incest almost all the time. You know, sure, maybe there's some weird niche case that you can come up with in a vacuum, or you know, some weird case where it's like, oh, actually, this doesn't decrease utility because it's like, okay, yeah, but that's not to say that incest is okay broadly, right? It's still it is preferable to just prevent all incest in general than it is to allow incest, right? So I don't think
I do think I understand where you're coming from, and I mean, I obviously understand where you're coming from. That's like that's what most people believe. That's probably the normal thing to believe. But I do think incest, and I'm saying I agree with you. Incest should still be looked down upon, and the outcome of being legal and taboo is better than otherwise. But I don't think that incest is actually comparable to something like rape or murder or theft, because the very premise of two people getting into a relationship that are related isn't something that has any inherent moral weight to it. Yeah,
but neither does
same
theft,
way that
right?
killing. What?
Neither does theft. You could be stealing from.
No, I disagree
so like
with
for
that.
instance,
I think
wait,
those
hold on.
actions.
For instance, if I steal from a massive corporation and the amount I steal is like it barely costs anything, I would say that's either a moral neutral or I wouldn't say that that's inherently bad, right? Oh no, what about think about the corporation's feelings? It's like, okay, it's not going to affect them, right? So it's basically a moral neutral. Right,
I actually disagree with that.
So you could argue that theft is not inherently bad or whatever, right? But you would say that generally speak. Wait, hold on. So wait, do you agree that theft is generally a bad thing and that theft is bad?
Well, as a consequentialist, I believe that things like theft or murder are inherently bad because but from a consequentialist standpoint, they can be justified. So if you steal something in a vacuum, that's bad because let me finish. If you steal, let's say that you steal, I don't know, a piece of candy, right? If you steal a piece of candy from a table or something that belongs to someone, that is inherently a bad action because you are taking something away from someone else without their consent. However,
why does that inherently have bad consequences?
I'm not finished.
You're never finished.
Huh?
You're never finished. You be talking, okay? You be talking too much.
I apologize. I'm about to finish right now. If you were to steal that piece of candy, it's inherently bad, but it can be better or worse depending on the context. So if you steal it from an individual person, that's consequentially a morally bad thing to do. But if you were to steal from a giant corporation, it would still be bad, but like not nearly as bad because they have so much more resources, etc. Like,
why is it bad?
Because if you take something away from someone else without their consent, that's bad.
Why is that bad?
So do you believe that, for instance, if somebody whose family is starving, goes out of their way to steal food from a big corporation, that's a morally bad thing to do because they stole? Or do you think that maybe stealing is generally wrong, but that there are going to be certain exceptions, but that doesn't necessarily mean that stealing is automatically a good thing? But in that case, because it doesn't meet the reasoning. Also, I can hear myself echoing. I
apologize. Let me turn on push to talk.
Yeah. So, so you would agree that, okay, it's morally a good thing to, basically not let your family starve, right? It's like, okay, obviously this big
you and I are in
corporation
agreement on that, 100%.
Right. And you also agree that despite the fact that there are a lot of exceptions, that theft in general is a bad thing, right? Because it generally leads to negative outcomes, right?
Well, I'm not talking about in general, whatever, because I think the action of theft inherently on its own is bad because of the reasons I already mentioned. But from a consequentialist standpoint, if the moral outcome of that is better, then that makes the action okay. It's the same way for killing. I believe that if you kill someone, that is morally bad because you're taking their life away. They didn't consent to that, blah, blah. I'm sure we can agree with that.
Viewers be like, from a consequential standpoint.
I'm sorry, but it is what I believe. I know it sounds really like preachy, I suppose, but
no, I get what you mean. I say the same shit.
Right. To wrap it back around to my original point, I believe that things like murder and theft are inherently bad, but if their outcomes can be made into good or neutral things.
Okay, but you could apply this to incest.
I believe that incest is neutral in the sense that it happening on its own is not an inherently morally bad thing.
Neither is theft. If it
I
was,
ask
then it
this
would
guy
be
a
morally... Can you what?
Can I ask this guy a question?
Sure.
Yeah, what form of consequentialism do you hold to?
What do you mean, what form?
Well, there's
Vaush
different
type.
types. There's like util, right? And then there's different forms of util. I'm wondering if you're like a utilitarian or something.
Utilitarian, yes.
Based
I use those terms interchangeably, but I do think that...
And then also when you say something's wrong inherently, right? Is that just to say it's wrong in a vacuum or something with no additional details?
Yes, in a vacuum, I think that things like theft and murder are inherently bad. And to reiterate what I said before, I think that if you are a starving person with a starving family and you steal something, that is a morally bad action. No matter the context, that's still a bad thing to do, but it's completely justifiable given the circumstances.
Yeah,
So
when you
is that
say
good?
when you say it's in a vacuum, right? And when you say it's in a vacuum, is like the utility there like neutral? Like when you say theft is bad, like in a vacuum, right? Are you just saying that
Yeah.
in a case where it doesn't increase or decrease utility or something like that?
I'm not 100% sure what you're saying, but I guess I'll have to say yes.
Because like, yeah, what I'm getting at here is like, okay, when you say theft is inherently bad, right? If by inherently you mean in a vacuum, well, I mean that's not really true in a vacuum on utilitarianism, right? Like you're gonna have to add in certain details about it, like decreasing the net amount of utility.
Oh god. This is
Well,
there's
really understand.
there's a billion in real life. There's a billion different circumstances for every single action. Nothing happens in a vacuum.
Well, yeah, but you said inherently, and then inherently just means in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Like here, let's just run through this, right? I'll just like take you down.
Also, your mic quality is terrible. I hear like a bunch of wind and stuff.
I don't know how to do anything about that.
Come on, push the top.
Oh, I do have push top on.
Oh dear.
Okay.
Exit the wind tunnel, Eric.
But I just think
it's just windy
okay.
out.
So yeah, I just think if you're gonna be a utilitarian, right? Like part of that framework is to believe that actions are not intrinsically bad in of themselves if they don't have outcomes, right? That the goal, the idea behind it is that the goal is to maximize positive outcomes and minimize negative ones, right? So that's why you would say that generally speaking, something is bad. Generally, it's bad to murder because committing murder tends to produce negative outcomes. Thank you, Nat, for the $1. If a pedo chooses not to act and lives life without hurting anyone, should they still get shit for it? No, they should get help.
Agreed.
But like that's the thing, right? You would argue that pedophilia is still wrong, right?
I would, yeah. I just think there are so many instances where incest, because for example, I think one example of this that we've seen a lot in the news is like, there's a couple that gets together and they find out after the fact that they're actually biologically related. I think in that instance, there is a sort of expectation of, oh my God, suddenly we are to view this relationship as an inherently morally bad thing. And it is more common than a lot of people realize because, it gets blown up by the news, but I do think in situations like that, we have basically what boils down to a couple that are both, consenting adults that are together, but because they are related, there's suddenly like a moral weight to what they're doing, or what I personally believe is just a matter of disgust between the two of them. And I don't think.
Yes, there is going to be a moral weight most of the time, right? Again, I'm not sitting here saying that there's never any instances in which it's morally neutral or even beneficial, right? There's going to be some rare edge cases, right? But if I say that, but that's going to, but you can say, oh, well, there's a lot of edge cases and there's a lot of instances where it's okay. You can say the same thing about theft. There are a lot of instances in which theft is okay, right? Again, a morally good action is one that maximizes utility. That is the morally best thing you can do. So again, if you steal from a large corporation to feed your family, that is the best moral thing you can do, right? The reason is because it maximizes utility. It maximizes human happiness. You're giving way more to your family that's starving than you are taking away from the large corporation who has like a near infinite supply of resources and money, right?
I completely agree with that. Yes.
Okay, what is your take on Lolly? I have to know now.
I think if you view or engage with lolly content, you should be thrown in prison, in like a good prison though, where they get help for you because you're a pedophile, like with the pedophiles.
That's crazy. That's insane.
I wait, hold on. I agree, but why?
You're both deranged.
Because wait, what? Huh?
Yeah, you're both deranged.
Ranger thinking what?
For thinking people should be thrown in jail for that?
I don't think they should be. Well, I'm gonna say I don't
Listen.
think they should be thrown in jail, but I think that they should be given help. I think that
If we find out
think
that someone, yeah, sorry,
I think that it is preferable for them to get help, even if they're even if that's like kind of forced upon them, because I believe that it is preferable if they get the necessary help that they need in order to I don't know, not have this devolve into some other something that does cause negative outcomes, right? So while it is true that watching lolicon in a vacuum might not produce negative outcomes, right? It sort of conditions an individual who is attracted to that to, in the future, potentially do things that make the world a worse place, right? And I think we all know what those things would be, right? And the goal would be to prevent that before it happens, right?
I would like to say, if you don't mind,
Which is why violent video games should get you thrown in jail too, right?
Wait, what?
Yeah, violent video games condition you to be more likely to commit crimes. They make you more impulsive. They make you more likely to be violent. That's why you should throw people in jail for it, right?
Well, I would like
no.
to, if I may.
Those are empirically correct facts, right? Like you agree with the facts. It's just for some reason the conclusion when you do it is like now it's different, right?
Well, empirically, we know that playing violent video games does not actually make people more prone to violence.
Yes, it does. Leak you studies. If that's the most in dispute, then yeah, we do. We definitely do. But just for the record, to like make sure that we can just engage with it as a hypothetical. If it was the case they do you think you should be locked in prison for playing violent video games?
Well, on the I mean, I would like to clarify what I meant before when I said that we should be throwing people engaged with lolly in jail. What I meant was that if someone doesn't abuse children but does do lolly, they are a pedophile. I would say 100%, and they should seek help for their actions.
Yeah, and they shouldn't be put in jail for it. There's like a big difference between saying, "Hey, you should go to therapy for that," and saying, "Hey, you should be put in fucking prison for thought crime."
That's why I said the good jail where they get help like after the fact.
You want them forced into therapy, right? And I'm saying no, you shouldn't be forced into therapy. You should not have a gun pointed at you or putting them to a mental hospital either.
That's the thing with therapy. You can only get therapy if you can only get help if you want help. You know, if you're a pedophile,
You can be involuntarily committed. In the US,
generally,
yeah,
but generally,
I don't know. I don't really have a strong position on this, if I'm going to be totally honest.
it's remarkably fucked to say that because of the fact that somebody is like has a disposition they have no control over, they should be fucking thrown in jail for it or thrown into fucking involuntary.
Actually, I think I agree with you there. I don't think that they should be thrown in jail. I think that they should get help. Whether or not that should be forced upon them, I mean, that's an entirely different discussion.
we can agree that they need help, right?
Yeah.
It's an obvious it's a discussion with an obvious conclusion, which is like
yeah.
obviously you shouldn't fucking throw people into jail for it. You shouldn't throw people into jail for having thought crime.
Yeah.
Like, is there any argument that anyone could ever give against that? Is there a single fucking argument that I can't even imagine what kind of argument you'd have to do, other than one that's also going to entail that if violent video games make you more violent, then you should be thrown in jail for that too. I mean, we both agree that like if you fucking murdered a child, that would be way worse than somebody who's like a pedophile, right?
I mean, I feel like living with the trauma of being groomed is like could in some cases be worse than death.
On average, what do you think it is?
I mean,
on average, if right before a kid was about to get molested, you fucking blow the kid's brains out, did you like make that kid better off? On average,
I don't know. That's
I
honestly,
do. The answer is no. It is actually not good to blow kids' brains out before they get molested. That's actually bad to do. If somebody was like, how with a grown adult, right? A grown adult, like a woman walking down an alleyway. I'm sitting on I'm perched on a rooftop with a sniper rifle, and I see a guy comes up behind me. He's about to rape her. I know it, right? Should I blow her fucking brains out? Yes or no?
Well, you should kill the guy, but yeah,
I kill it. He's got big body armor on. He's Master Chief. Master Chief's got his fucking dick out. Master Chief's got his dick out. That sniper rifle's only gonna knock his overshields off.
You have to shoot his dick. It's the only way.
It can. It's like iron. So what in the hypothetical, unironically, should I fucking kill the woman?
No, you should not, and I agree with you there. But
so she's not made better off by being killed. You're not made better off as a child by being killed either. It was not
you are right. I don't think we should start like mercy killing every single child that's about to be like groomed. Maybe you're right. That's not the best outcome.
Which means that maybe it's actually worse to be killed than it is to be groomed. So if you're killing kids, you're a worse person than a pedophile.
Yes.
Okay. That's like a practicing pedophile we're talking about. If you kill kids, you're worse than even a practicing pedophile. Let alone a person who's not practicing, which is what we're saying, should be thrown in jail.
I suppose killing is worse than abusing in that scenario.
I would tend to agree.
Which is why, if it's the case that violent video games cause you to be more violent, right? They cause you to be more likely to murder. That's not a good reason to say, if you play violent video games, you should be thrown in jail. We wouldn't say that. We wouldn't say, oh, well, you have like this disposition, you have this craving for violence, you have this craving to simulate killing people, and it makes you more likely to go and actually kill people because we see some empirics that say that. We wouldn't say that if that was true, then it's the case that you should be put in jail for playing violent video games, right?
No.
Now,
okay, and the same is true for any other field.
So the reason I brought up the lolly thing was mainly because, I mean, if you go back to the incest argument, the argument, Ray, that you were making was that there are a lot of cases in which it's not, it doesn't produce negative outcomes to commit incest. But do you believe that can't be the case with lolicon, that there are instances in which it doesn't produce negative outcomes? That was the main reason I brought it up. Then we got sidetracked.
Yeah.
Because the goal of this is not for me to defend lolicon or anything. I was
I would rather
we
not do that. Yeah, I do think that if you regularly engage with lolicon, you are more likely to commit the sin, or at the very, very least, and this is still bad, be more sympathetic to ideas of lowering the age of consent or something like that.
Right, but you wouldn't argue that it's wrong to do in a vacuum, right? If you're just watching cartoon characters, what is the negative outcome there? It would be okay to do in a vacuum, right?
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I
but you would still say, but you would still, by your own standards, say that it's wrong, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so why wouldn't you apply that same standard to incest?
Yeah, okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying, yeah. I suppose that in that scenario, even if I believe that, okay, for one, anything could be fine, quote unquote, fine in a vacuum, but nothing's in a vacuum. Obviously, everything has context outside of
Correct.
it. And I suppose, and again, I said at the start of this, I still do believe that incest, based on good outcomes, should still be looked down on and should still be considered to be illegal. Obviously,
that's what I said. Lolicon.
Would I play what to lolicon?
What you just said. The idea that, maybe it should be frowned upon, but, in of itself, it's not bad.
No, I do think lolicon is inherently bad in the same way that rape is inherently bad.
It doesn't inherently produce negative outcomes in a vacuum, right? So it wouldn't be inherently bad.
It would be bad in the context of... I didn't get to say, but I do agree with you, and I do think you are correct in the sense that it's not fair to put things in vacuums because nothing's really in a vacuum. So
if it's not in a vacuum, then why would you?
I'm saying that I think you're correct here. I think I'm actually wrong.
But to say that something is inherently wrong is in a way to put it in a vacuum, right? That's sort of what it is. It's the action is wrong no matter what. The action is wrong because the action itself is bad rather than the outcomes of the actions being bad. Okay, this is what a deontologist would argue, right? Is that the action itself is bad. But you said you're a utilitarian, right? So you wouldn't be arguing that the action itself is bad. You would be trying to argue that the outcomes of the action are bad, right?
Yeah, I suppose in that sense, and what I still believe is that incest is still bad.
Okay, so then we agree.
Yeah,
Okay, so
I guess
all right.
so.
I guess I take the W there.
We do win. Yeah, I will say I do think
Alright.
that I still believe that like there in instances where people like say that the crazy instances where people find out that they are like oh, my wife is actually my sister or something crazy like that, or you get with somebody you find out like after the fact they're like related to you. I do think in those cases there is like people are going to put on that like, oh my god, you guys have to break up now, and it's like maybe you don't because you didn't know before. And there's also cases where like I do generally think that a lot of people look down upon incest too much, especially in like the South, where there's lots of people who are like the children of incestuous relationships, and they're sort of seen as inhuman or like less than human.
Well,
And I don't
yeah,
think that's good. I do think,
obviously.
yeah, I do think that there is still like a unnecessarily cruel outlook on some fringe instances of incest, which is understandable. But I do think morally it still is wrong. Like we shouldn't.
I'd say, yeah.
Go ahead.
Like
Sorry.
for instance, yeah, I would agree that okay, you shouldn't be like whatever, seeing the children of people in an incestuous relationship as subhuman on the basis of them being inbred, right? That's an immutable characteristic. They don't have control over that. So I understand what you're saying there, right? I don't disagree with that. But what I will say is that having children, from an incestuous relationship is, well, morally wrong, because that produces negative outcomes, because obviously, well, they end up with genetic deformities and whatnot. It's, I mean, I don't know. Do you disagree with that?
I was gonna jokingly say that's the thing where it's like genetics. I forgot what the thing was called. What's the thing called where you don't let people breed if they're genetically inferior?
Are you referring to eugenics? You mean? You mean
Yeah,
eugenics?
I was gonna jokingly say that's eugenics, but yeah, you are correct.
Yeah, I don't know.
Pop out chat. There's the source, by the way, the violent video game. So it's not a hypothetical. It is the case the video games do in fact lead to more violence.
Shit, no more Call of Duty for me.
Or alternatively,
we're all gonna have to play indie RPG maker games that are based off of depression and shit.
Or
Yeah,
alternatively,
I mean,
like,
I don't
not that big of a
like
deal.
that's the thing, right? I don't really have a strong position on the lolicon thing. The reason I brought that up is because I intuitively knew that okay, you're probably going to be against it, therefore I can make an argument about the moral consistency, right? That's why I wasn't interested in arguing over whether or not is it ethical or whatever. I don't care. At least not right now.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, maybe we could have that debate in the future, but I think it gets very convoluted. Things can get
I
taken
agree.
out of context.
I think, regardless, though, I would like to say, I think this applies to a lot of things as well. A lot of conservative people and people on the right have this hyper obsession with being consistent, with being morally consistent, with being, with not being hypocritical. And I think, obviously that makes sense, right? I mean, you don't want to be a hypocrite, but I do think
that's not right wing. That I feel like that's just people in general that are in political spaces, right? Take Vaush for instance. He'll bite so many retarded bullets. It's insane. If he has to, right? That's why he avoids. That's why he'll avoid discussions about meta ethics and philosophy, right?
Yeah.
Or veganism.
Yeah, or veganism, yeah, because he knows that he's inconsistent, so he'll admit it.
But yeah, that's not what I was gonna get to though, because I will say, I think that it's better to be inconsistent and be morally in the right than be morally consistent but be like a bad person,
The correct position is consistent.
Yeah, the correct position is consistent, but I will say that, okay, yeah, in terms of, the outcomes, yeah, sure, it's better if, let's say, you have an inconsistent set of beliefs, but they lead to, whatever, more positive outcomes than a consistent set of wrong beliefs, right? So if you have a bunch of wrong beliefs, and they're consistent with each other, then yeah, that's obviously going to be worse than if you have more correct beliefs than wrong beliefs that contradict each other, right? But that's more along the lines of, okay, well, obviously, the more correct beliefs you have, generally, the better, right? That's less about consistency and more about being correct.
I suppose I can agree with that. Yeah.
Well, all right. Chat. How is this discussion? I feel like it's on like the opposite side of the spectrum, right? I like this is the thing, right? I don't know what approach. It was good. A+ debate. Someone is yawning. Not sure
Yawn. Oh
no.
No, I think the debate was on some kind of spectrum.
I kind of agree with what Davros539 is saying. Not sure if lolicon should be illegal, but it should put you on a watch list just in. Yeah, I feel like
insane view. A
I
fucking
mean-
watch list. Like that? Okay,
Um,
should be on violent. Should playing violent video games put you on a fucking watch list? Obviously not.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, but like if you're on a watch list, as in whatever, it's like okay, you're being paid attention to a little bit more than you otherwise would be, just to like make sure. Then I feel like
You shouldn't be on any watch list like that unless you committed a crime. Those are insane. It's like a wild Orwellian freak thing that we do in the U.S. It's so fucking shocking. The countries are allowed to do that to you. Allowed to fucking spy on you because of the fact that you've done something which is like a social faux pas. Really? It's fucking deranged. Of course that shouldn't be. Of course that shouldn't be allowed.
Interesting. So would you be against the idea of watch lists in general, or what?
What,
cases
for
do you
people
think
who
it's
haven't
okay?
committed crimes, yes, I'm against the idea of watch lists in general for people who haven't committed crimes.
All right, that's fair enough.
If somebody
Yeah, I don't
if somebody
know.
is suspected of being in progress of a crime, then you can put them on a watch list. Otherwise, no.
Yeah, because that's what I was thinking. Like, okay, well, what if, I don't know. I guess whatever. The Yon guy is probably a troll, tbh. Yeah, you're probably correct. I don't
don't think
know.
I
No,
think
in
he's
terms of the
serious.
guy being a troll.
I don't think he's a troll. I think he's serious.
Yeah, I don't know. Some people
No, the
don't
yawning
like.
person. You're not
Some
a
people
he.
don't
You're
like. Some people
a-
don't like
At least I'm guessing not.
nuanced discussions.
check.
I don't know. Like that's the thing,
Yeah,
right?
you're not a he.
I haven't really yeah, I don't know. I haven't really thought about the lolicon thing just because it's not something I enjoy thinking about. It's just like,
Yeah.
but I will say that in terms of what of the amount I have thought about stuff like whatever non-offending PDF files, yeah, there are some unintuitive positions that I might have there. I don't think that you should whatever go to jail for whatever having an attraction if you don't act on it, even if acting on the attraction would be harmful, obviously, because it would be acting on it that would be the immoral action rather than having the attraction in of itself. I think a lot of people disagree with me on that. It's something that Hunter Avalone was getting canceled for at one point. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the lolicon thing, because that's one of those things where it's like, that's very difficult to not argue based on emotion, right? Like let's be
Yeah.
real. Like the first instinct is going to be like, well, it's bad because it's drawings of children, which is disgusting, right? And I think it's a very normal thing to feel a sense of disgust, right? I don't think that there's anything wrong with feeling disgust there, right? I don't think that that's even something that you can necessarily help, right? Like I feel disgust whenever I think about it, right? But I'm not going to make a claim about, or at least I'll try to avoid making claims about whether or not, should these people be locked up, right? It's like, well, if they haven't committed a crime, then probably not. Though I will say that, I don't know. I would be somebody, and maybe this is bad or irrational judgment on my part, but let's say I were to have kids, I would not want somebody that watches Lolicon to babysit my children. I don't know. I don't know if that's like a wrong thing. I don't know. I feel like that's a fairly reasonable thing to not want.
I think that's
right?
the only correct option there. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like...
Well, that's not wrong. That's not a wrong desire to have. For the same reason, it's not a wrong desire to be like, if I was getting naked in the locker room, I wouldn't want any like gay dudes around, right? Like somebody could say something like that. Like I get it. Yeah, like it makes sense.
Yeah,
Wait,
it's
I'm sorry,
like,
getting
I would
naked?
just be like, now obviously my discomfort is not some arbiter of morality or truth, but I think it would be fair to be like, yeah, I wouldn't want them around my kids. As for whether or not that's the way society should operate, I think that that's a different thing. That's just my personal thing, right? I don't know.
Would you say that lolicon is, regardless of how like obviously disgusting it is, would you say that people who do that are inherently pedophiles? Or would you say that lolicon is not as bad as being an actual literal offending pedophile?
Well, it's
Well, it's not
obviously
as bad as
being
it's obviously, yeah, it's not as bad as offending because obviously you're not hurting a child in the process. Do I think it's absolutely fucking disgusting? Yeah, obviously. I'm not a fan of it. I think it's gross. I don't want to see it. Get that shit
Right.
away from me type of thing, right? But that's not an argument for like, oh, that means that you should immediately go to prison if you haven't committed a crime. I don't know. I think that I'll take them watching Lolicon over them touching actual children, right?
Yeah, I do think a lot of people have almost, I don't want to say an overreaction, but kind of, because like a lot of people think if you do lolicon, that makes you inherently instantly as bad as a literal offending pedophile.
Yeah,
and a lot of
people
people,
that-
if you say, hey, lolicon isn't as bad as literal actual child porn or something like that, they'll be like, whoa, are you trying to defend lolicon? I was like, no, I'm just saying it's not like inherently like it doesn't make you
Yeah.
instantly the devil, you know?
Yeah, this is why I don't like to talk about it either, because it's like, oh, okay, you know, I'm gonna have
Exactly.
people be like, you know, canceling me. Oh my god, Femyoz is defend. It's like, no, I just
Yep.
don't think it's nearly as bad as people make it out to be. And hell, whenever I, you know, like if whatever it comes up in my mind or in a conversation, my first instinct, like intuitively, is to be like, oh yeah, it's like fucked up. You shouldn't be able to. It's like it shouldn't be allowed to exist. Or like that's my natural inclination, right? But my natural inclination is not some arbiter of truth or morality, right? And while it is true that most of the time my intuition lines up with what is with things that fit into my moral framework, that's not always the case, right? There are things that are very unintuitive. There are things that I feel like are disgusting, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they have to, you know, not exist or whatever, right? I think that
for sure.
I don't know. And I think that this is a good example of something where it's like, whatever, it's unintuitive, but you know, it's the same thing with whatever, you know, a lot of people might have the intuitive position of it's never correct to say the N-word if you're a white person, right? It doesn't matter the context type of thing. But it's like, okay, well, it does matter the context, right? You care about context without even realizing it, because part of the context is, well, if you're black, you know, that gives the context of, well, you're less likely to hate black people, because that would mean you hate yourself. Generally, people don't hate themselves, right? So generally, you might need more context as a white person to be able to say it, with other people having, you know, some level of certainty that you're not actually bigoted or whatever, or ideologically racist, and you're just making a claim, like a linguistic claim or whatever it may be. I mean, shit, I've done that, right? Again, that's like a, I don't know, I don't know, I don't want to you know, pull a Vaush and get canceled over some unintuitive take. I don't think it's worth it.
There's nothing unintuitive with the fucking takes that you actually want to say, right? Like, you could say something like, yeah, if you're a pedophile, you need to be getting yourself help. You're doing something wrong if you don't get yourself help. You made a moral mistake if you haven't done that. And also say, hey, if you're a fucking pedophile and you're like watching lolicon, you shouldn't be put on a fucking secret watch list where the government can spy on you. The government shouldn't be able to sniff everyone's fucking network traffic to figure out who the 1% of people who watch lolicon are. And the government shouldn't be locking people up for thought crime. Like, nothing's unintuitive.
I would tend to agree. See,
I have a question.
I feel like it's obvious to us, but it's like people just don't think about it, and then it's like, oh, now we're gonna fucking cancel you over an out of context clip, and it's like, it's because of that, and like people have like been telling me, oh, you need to care more about optics. Oh, your optics are terrible. No one's ever gonna like want to side with you or listen to you because your optics are so bad. And it's like, do I care about optics or not? And it's like, I can't decide for myself. It's like it's like, I don't know if it's too late for me to care about optics, and even if it's not, if I should care about optics, because then it's like, well, then people that would otherwise listen to me aren't going to listen to me, so it's like, okay.
Look, if you care too much about optics, people won't listen to you either. It's bad optics to care too much about optics.
That's true.
There's so many individuals think Vaush is a sneaky, slimy little fuck because he's constantly fucking obsessing over optics. If you, like, the honest answer to this question is, it's fucking insane to, on one hand, be like, yeah, I don't like pedophiles, and also say, oh yes, we need to give more fucking social power to these small group of billionaire elites who are fucking kids on islands. Like, we're gonna like search down the non-offending pedophiles by giving more power to actual offending pedophiles. It's insane to me.
That's true. And I think that bringing up the fact that, yeah, obviously, people that are in big positions of power are way more likely to you know, become, or yeah, they have way more opportunities to be sex offenders. I mean, Epstein is a classic example. I think that, I think bringing stuff like that up, could also be useful, in a discussion where somebody like completely disagrees with me, it's like, well, who do you want to have, do you seriously want, a bunch of rich people that own these corporations, whether it be websites or whatever, to have more power to, collect this data and work with the FBI? Or would it be preferable to, whatever, allow some weird shit on the internet as long as it's not illegal, on the basis of allowing people to not get, on a watch list for not committing a crime? And I think that, yeah, I don't know. I guess the more I think about it, the more I agree with Synth on that.
I think the solution here, honestly, is just to normalize, like, thinking pedophiles are weird and creepy, Like, I think social pressure on people to not act this way would be a lot more effective than, like, putting them on watch lists and shit like that.
Why are they going to get therapy if it's going to be that embarrassing for them? Why would you ever get therapy if, like, it's a confession that you're a weird
sorry, I'm not saying, like, inherently... I don't think, like, if you are a pedophile and you want to get help, that's not the thing that we're talking about. It's like if someone's trying to, like, watch fucking, like, lolly shit in public and have, like, the little fucking hoodie with the hentai shit on it and like, shit like that. That's the kind of thing we should be, like, socially pressuring people to not do, as opposed to... Sorry, go ahead.
I think that it's fine to have whatever, some level of stigma against that. I just don't think... I think that the level of stigma
Femyoz,
can't...
You want us to have some level of stigma?
When I say stigma,
dick in your ass. Oh my god.
Oh my fucking god.
Femyoz, I'm really sorry to say, but you lost the debate. It's over. You have to end the stream now.
I don't think that. No, I refuse. No, but in terms of when I say, okay, maybe there could be like some level of stigma, I think that's fine. That's healthy, as long as it's not a level that's like going to prevent them from getting help, to prevent them from
100%. I agree. Yeah.
Like the reason, and Hunter Avalon has made the same argument, and I agree with him. Is you want them to be able to be honest with themselves and with their therapist, right? You don't want it to be so stigmatized to the point where it's like, well, shit, no matter what I do, people think I'm a fucking terrible person, so what difference does it make if I molest a child, right? You don't want that to be, their mindset, right? You want, it shouldn't be an unforgivable crime to, whatever, have some sort of attraction. It should be like, okay, maybe this attraction might lead to bad things if you act on it, but as long as you're willing to, just get help, if you're willing to acknowledge that, yeah, it would be wrong to act on that attraction, as long as you're willing to acknowledge that, okay, maybe this isn't desirable, maybe this isn't what I want, right?
Fact.
I think that in that case, I don't think that you should be, whatever, ostracized from society until the day you die, right? I think as long as you're not doing bad things, correct me, call me crazy if you want, but if you're not doing bad things, I don't think that you should be, whatever, ostracized from society because people...
Holy shit, that's a hot take. That is a hot take right there, but true.
Yeah.
I think it's important to also mention that, like, we're taking a lot of time here to discuss, like, the morals and ethics of, like, pedophiles and stuff, but I think it's also important to mention that, like, pedophiles getting the help they need and not feeling scared to, like, tell their therapist and shit actively prevents children being harmed. Because if we live in a society, society, if you live in a world, it's true, we actually do many such cases. If we live in a society where pedophiles feel horrified to come out to their therapist or whatever to get the help they need, then they're going to be like, what's the fucking point of me getting help? I shouldn't even profess. I should just harm children. So it's important to mention that this isn't just like, oh, think about the poor pedophiles. We care so much about them. No, it's about this
prevents
kind
harm.
of thing. Exactly. It prevents harm to children. And that's what really matters here. 100%.
Yeah, and this is something that I think I've argued in the past as well. Is that obviously, regardless of whether or not, I think obviously it's going to serve utility to make a categorical distinction between non-offending and offending pedophiles. The reason being, if you don't make that categorical distinction and you see them as equally bad and society views them as equally bad, then what's the point of a non-offender remaining a non-offender, right? Why would they ever want to do that? Because again, there's no incentive structure for them not to. If it's seen as morally equivalent for them to not touch kids and to touch kids, then it's like, well, then what's the fucking point, right? Like they're gonna, go out and touch kids at that point because, it's like, well, you're a terrible person no matter what. And if that's the case, then why would you even bother getting help if the therapist is just gonna, report you to the FBI, right? I don't know. I don't know. I don't like talking about this subject because it's whatever. It's too much of a hot take.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like,
very like emotional and high stakes and stuff, and it gets people riled up.
yeah,
Which
it's
is
like if you mess up your words and you like describe it wrong, and you say one thing that is like not like super precise, somebody's gonna take it out of context and use it against you until the day you die. And look, here's the thing, right? I don't care that much about optics, but when it comes to something like this, I kind of do, because it's like I don't want. It's like people already push the the trans people are evil pedophile groomers, and it's like I don't want them to be able to use that and twist it and be like, see guys, I told you, it was just, they're transing the kids, they're all PDF files. It's like I don't want that narrative to be able to be pushed, right?
100%, yes.
I don't know. I feel like it's more about not wanting to fit a certain stereotype. Even if it's based on whatever false pretenses it may be. It's like it's
no
something.
one wants to be a pedophile.
Yeah, it's like I feel like I don't know. It's such a difficult topic to talk about as well, because like again, I have my own natural inclinations fucking, against what I'm arguing right now. It's like, well, no, it's fucking nasty. Why would you be, in favor of that? It's like, no, I'm not in favor of it. It's just this is better, that it's the lesser of two evils, right? And I'll take the lesser of two evils any day, right? It's the same reason we would vote for Joe Biden, even though maybe there's some third party. There's so, even though it's Bernie would be preferable. Okay, well, Bernie is not an option. Okay, so it's either Joe Biden or Trump, who's a literal fascist. What's preferable?
Biden or bust.
Yeah, exactly. Biden or bust. Exactly.
I do
How
think
about Biden
honestly,
and a bust. How about that one?
I'm about to,
Hell yeah.
that's Joe Biden. I
that's
will
the
say,
thing,
I do
right?
think this. I think this is actually a really important distinction about like your content, Femyoz, because thinking about with how like Vaush does debates, the way that he does debates is that he allows crazy people, because he has the kind of reach that all the crazy fringe right-wing Nazi crazy people will see his
I got
content.
a donation. Hold on, thank you, Marcy, for the $1. Isn't the Muslim god more of a pedo than lolicon? Well, I specifically do remember that, the Muslim god did endorse, Muhammad, who raped the 9-year-old, so, yeah, I would tend to agree. Anyways, continue.
Jesus Christ. What I was saying was, Vaush has this huge platform that allows the crazy people from all over the internet to see his content and have debates with those people. And that's why he doesn't really do debates like discussions like we're having, where it's a bit more low stakes, a bit more chill. So I think the solution probably is to try to find the crazy people to debate with, so that you get the crazy solution here. But the solution is to get really, really famous. Unfortunately, that's kind of the how that I think that's the that's the best way to do your content, is to get incredibly famous like Vaush.
Oh, for sure. Like, for instance, like if I had the same size platform as Vaush, like I would be making like a big difference in the, maybe not in the entire landscape of politics, but I would be changing a lot of people's minds. I would be presenting arguments that people hadn't thought of before. And I do think that generally, I think Vaush does a lot of good. I think that his approach of, not being the stereotypical, like, whatever, making the stereotypical leftist talking points and in favor of making some, like, whatever, talking points that are, I guess, more likely to resonate with people that are center right, while arguing with people that are further right, right? Because people that are or even arguing with centrists, right? If he can make leftist positions seem like centrist ones, and by that I don't mean like actually centrist, like not like if he frames it as in like, well, it's not a matter of whether or not it's left or right. It's this is just like the most logical position to have. I think that can resonate with a lot of apolitical people and centrists, and I try to do the same thing, where it's like I don't frame it as like what I like to do is I'll frame it almost as like apolitical or centrist, like, well, yeah, this is just like the most logical, right? Kind of like what Ben Shapiro has done, except a less dishonest version of that, where he'll like frame it, oh, well, it's common sense, it's facts don't care about your feelings, right? He doesn't frame it as conservatism is the greatest idea. It's like he'll frame it as in this is the most logical, and it just so happens to line up with conservatism. I do that with leftism.
Exactly, yeah, 100%. A lot of people like to almost like accidentally fall into the belief it's like, oh, well, the left is one option, the right's the other option, and there's people in the middle. But no, it's like the left people are the correct people, and the people on the right are the wrong people, and people in the middle are just slightly less wrong. I think that's how we should view this whole politics thing.
Correct.
Because I think that's how it is, yeah.
And I think when it comes to like deconstructing a centrist worldview, I think that you have to, because like they're gonna make the you know, they're gonna presuppose that you know, whatever, both extremes are crazy and bad, and you know, both the right and the left have their problems. And sure, maybe in a sure, that statement on its own is technically not incorrect. There's gonna be problems that occur on both sides, right? But in terms of the actual ideologies themselves, right? Like, you know, the leftist ideology is gonna be way more logical and grounded in reality than right-wing ideology, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I think that I don't know, the thing I struggle with is I don't know, doing it in a way that doesn't make me like seem like really unlikable. I feel like a lot of people in commentary especially fucking despise me. And it's like, okay, do I need to care more about optics so I can convince these people, or are they like a lost cause, right? Do I want to convince their audiences, the commentary YouTubers themselves? Because it's like, I'll see whatever, Bunk talk to these people, right? And he does a great job, right? He actually, you know, gets along with them while challenging their ideas. I don't think I'm that good at that. I feel like I'm too abrasive. I come across as like an asshole that's like, whatever, really preachy or whatever. And that's not the goal entirely. I mean, sometimes it's funny to be an asshole, but you get what I mean, right?
100%. It's one of those things with content creation. It's kind of hard to like get the specific formula down for like what to do to make the content appealing and like correct and like people like it. I make content as well. It's hard. I understand.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to debate content, right? Having arguments that have a lot of substance while being entertaining is really fucking hard to balance, right? It's like, I need to focus on you know, what the other person is saying so that I argue, because I don't want to misrepresent anything that they're saying. I need to focus on, okay, what does the audience want to see? I need to focus on creating good counter arguments that have a lot of substance. I need to focus on doing it in a way that's, you know, not only has like a lot of substance, but is rhetorically effective regardless of how bad faith the other person is, etc. And it's a very difficult thing to balance, right? Like, that's something that, like, I've always been good at having, you know, genuine discussions like this, especially with people that are, like, good faith actors, right? The thing that I've had to work on is debating people that aren't as good of faith, or arguing with people that have, like, batshit crazy positions. You know, like, it's like, okay, when somebody is willing to bite a billion bullets, do I make fun of them for that? Do I say, okay, I guess you're being consistent, but you're consistently wrong here, and here's why? Like, it's a very, I don't know if how much should I appeal to intuition, because, you know, if it's like I'm trying to convince the audience, then I can do that more than if I'm trying to convince the other person. It's like, who am I trying to convince, right? It's like sometimes the other person, sometimes the audience, sometimes both. And it's like such a difficult thing to balance, I guess.
It is a very hard thing to balance, but I do think that, I mean, again, be like Vaush is the solution here, of course. A lot, as a huge fan of Vaush and someone who's followed his content for a very long time, I think the way he does it is really good in the sense that a lot of people nowadays, especially on the right, are very, very bad at faith. That's why Vaush loves people that are like, or doesn't love them, but he wants conversation with people that genuinely believe the things that they do, because that's fun to debate people on. But a lot of people nowadays are just bad faith and trying to lie to you. So the best thing that you can do in a debate, I think, is to make them look like an idiot and try to convince the audience that you're right, not the person you're debating. I think that's the best way to go about that, because like that's ultimately what I think debates are for nowadays. It's like, it's not like a battle with the other person, so you're trying to win against them. You're trying to make the other person seem pathetic to the audience.
Yeah, and that's one of those things where, in terms of, like, there are a lot of times where it's hard to tell, because I might be arguing with someone that seems like they're arguing in bad faith, But if there's someone that's like really impressionable and they're just repeating talking points that they heard from Matt Walsh and they're whatever really fucking brainwashed by all the conservative propaganda, it's like they might not think that they're arguing in bad faith while arguing in bad faith and not even realizing it. They might not have the self-awareness to know that their talking points are, well, really bad faith, right? They picked up on it from somebody
That's a good
else.
point. Yeah.
And it's like, I can't tell if they, given the right information, are willing to change their minds and whatnot, right? It's like, I feel like, and there's like a whole stereotype or whatever of like, whatever, the really fucking nerdy debate bro who's like, uses like the most like fucking out there, complicated terminology and vocabulary words, right?
Well, in
And
terms of
a lot
consequentialism,
in terms of the so if you actually look at the dialectical object, it's like, okay, it's like
dialectical materialism.
yeah, it's there's a whole stereotype for a reason, right? And in terms of that stereotype, it's like, is it good to like sometimes you might want to avoid that in favor of whatever appealing to quote unquote common sense when really you're saying the same things but in different words that convince a more I guess
Average
uneducated
person,
yeah the average person, if you want to
you
like
don't gotta call them
educate your
retarded, they're
average
just a little more
Joe.
person. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, honestly, I think I've probably said as much as I can. I don't want to hold you up because I see other people want to debate you. But I will say, Femyoz, thank you for the conversation. I had a great time. You actually convinced me and made me change my mind. That's a dub.
Also, yes. Also, yeah, and I'm glad, and I think that's a W for you as well for being willing to listen. Now, Synth just sent me something that I, you'd love to see it.
It's my cock. It's my cock.
Whoa! Poggers!
I wish it was her cock. That'd be great. Now, if you look at the if you look at mean adolescent intelligence, and at very conservative, average IQ is 94.82, conservative 99, middle of the road 99, like very slightly above conservative, liberal 104, very liberal 106. I'm guessing if you put leftist as one of the options, be like whatever 190. Let's be real. I'm
True.
No. Yeah, there's a I mean, to be fair, I mean, am I wrong? No. And also, interesting. Mean adolescent intelligence in terms of adult religiosity. Seems like the more religious you become, the dumber you become. Oh, wow. Now, I will say, there's one thing I don't like about the way these graphs are set up, and it's that this bar, even though it's whatever, it's 6 above this bar, this one looks like it's, whatever, like what? 1, 2, like it's like 4 times the size of
graphs. They have to adjust the graphs so that they're useful. That's how graphs work.
No, I know. It's just, I mean, I get why they do that. It's just
misinfo moment.
I don't know. I do think that it I don't know. I don't want to say it's misleading. It's just okay. All right. I you know what? Whatever. I'm nitpicking. I'm really just nitpicking with this. There's a point that's being made, and I think it's made effectively here.
Oh yeah. Although Jews are very actually smart. Like Jews are very intellectual people. Speaking as a Jew myself.
Not in Israel. Not in Israel because they're conservative. The average IQ there is actually quite low.
That's true.
I mean, there's a reason that the average IQ there is so low, right? It's because that's correlated with conservatism, right? I mean, if you think about it, conservatism is like a disease, same way that dementia is a disease, right? It impacts your brain negatively, and vice versa. If you're fucking retarded, you're more likely to fall for conservative propaganda. It's
true. We need more dumbass lefties on our side. All the dumb people, you're welcome on the left. Come over here and be stupid like me.
Yeah, being stupid is okay, but only if you're a leftist.
True, extremely true.
Like, there's nothing intrinsically wrong with being stupid in of itself, but you got to be a good person. You know, you got to be a good person. Otherwise, you know,
You can't be retarded. You have to be just a bit of a klutz, a bit of a whoopsie me, silly me. You know, you got to
I
be
don't
like
know.
a bit clumsy.
I don't think that, you know, you're a bad person necessarily if you have like whatever a 70 IQ. I think it's like that's whatever, most likely going to be some sort of immutable characteristic, right? You can't really control that, but what you can control is whether or not you're a good person. And because you can control that and you can control your actions and whether or not you're a good person, I think that that's what somebody's moral worth should be determined by. I don't have a problem with somebody being dumb. Now, if they're dumb and a bad person, I might use the fact that they're dumb against them because I think it's funny and entertaining, and you know it's just another example of why my ideas are better than theirs. But if they're in agreement with my ideas, especially in terms of their actions and the ideas that they promote, then there's no reason to, you know, be like, well, it's like they're in agreement with me, so whatever.
Absolutely. Okay. I should actually go now. But again, thank you for the conversation and debate, and congrats on the dub, and thank you as well, Sen.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah, it was
a
cool.
pleasure talking to you both.
Peace.
Yeah, have a good one. See,
You
I
too,
like
bye-bye.
discussions like that. I always enjoy those types of discussions. I think that they're good. It's yeah. I'm gonna. Who raised their hand first? It looks like I guess Lord Pasta is next, it seems.
Yeah.
All right.
The one at the top of the list will always be the one who's been raising their hand.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Hey, what's up?
Hello.
Just want to say sorry about last time.
Nah, don't worry about it. And no, I'm not interested in talking about YouTube drama.
I know. I didn't. Mean
Don't
to
worry
get
about it. Like it was. I understand why. I understand where you were coming from. It's just like whatever, a sensitive topic for me. It's like whatever. These are people that I know. You know, in a sense, these are people I talk to, and it's like there's an emotional attachment for me that might not be present for others, and I get that, right? Though I do think that I still like the substance of my arguments was still better, but that's a whole side tangent. What do you want to talk about today?
Well, before I talk about anything, I just want to say I'm feeling a little bit sick right now. So if I need to like mute myself or, you know,
Yeah, don't
leave,
worry
just
about
that's
it.
what that's
You're
about.
good.
But I took some notes on some of the things that you said on previous streams that I take issue with. So
Alright.
just mainly two things here. I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that you take the hold on 1 second. I need a minute.
I need to go to the bathroom real quick, but just keep talking. I still have my headphones on. I've just been drinking a lot of water. So yeah. Yeah. Oh, he's muted. But yeah, you just make your opening statement. I can still hear. I just need to go to the bathroom is all.
All right. Yeah, I'm really not feeling good right now, but that's okay. So I think it's the case that Femyoz takes the laws of logic, like the three traditional laws of logics, law of excluded middle, law of non-contradiction, law of identity. I think it's true that they take those as like axioms. And so I kind of just wanted to question that. And then also they mentioned
Excluded middle. Oh no.
Nah. You can't just walk in and mention the limb when Qualia is fake as here.
Well, we can get into that. And the other thing I took issue with was I think Femyoz at one point talking to me said that they don't know that they're not a brain in a vat. And so, but they do seem to believe in an external world. So I just want to ask some questions about that.
So on the first one, isn't it just going to be the case that, yeah, they just are axioms, because all axioms are just going to be some definitional claims used for formal systems. And then the other one is just going to be, yeah, you cannot know, and it can still be the case that some belief is not the case.
Well, I mean, I want to have a dialogue with Femyoz, you know, like who knows how they, you know, deal with that.
But come on, that's like the obvious solution.
I mean, I know, like, but I mean, you can come into any discussion and just say, well, I believe this is what I take as a brute fact. and then there's no room for discussion.
Well, not brute fact, definitional claims, right? Not the same as a brute fact. Axioms are just going to be definitional claims. Like brute facts, I take it to be at least. When you use a term like brute fact, you're saying something synthetic, right?
I mean, listen. I'm not as big into philosophy as you are, but they seem similar to me. Like you're just sort of taking something as true.
Can we get some sleepy emojis in chat?
Yeah. Yeah. So all right, I'm back now. I hear. Okay. So in terms of using things like the law of non-contradiction, I mean, yeah, I don't see why I wouldn't, use that as one of my standards, right? So for instance, I mean, if we define what the law of non-contradiction is, like in like the most basic sense, right? If, let's say you have A, and A equals B, and B does not equal C, is it possible that A equals C?
Like, are you asking me?
Yeah. Is it possible that A equals C? Let's say, yeah, again, A equals B, but B does not equal C. So can A equal C?
No.
Why not? Are
Well,
you just
if you
presupposing that?
Well, no, I thought you were asking like on your view. I'm a logical nihilist, so maybe, right? But I would say that type of statement, like affirming both those things, that has epistemic weight, but I don't necessarily affirm the
Well, hold
laws
on,
of logic as general claims.
Well, because ultimately, again, if A equals B, that means that they are the same thing, right? They're different variables or different letters being used to refer to the same value, right? They have the same value, right? And C is something that doesn't have the same value as B. So if you substitute B for A, which you can do when they're the same thing, right? It's just a different way of saying the same thing, then it is like an objective fact that A cannot equal C if B is not equal to C, because A and B are the same thing.
Well,
Like,
you're
that's
loading
just
a lot in there. First,
Yeah.
you're talking about objective facts. That's a whole nother conversation. But why is it the case that that's generally true? Because that's like the law of identity, for example, is going to be. It's not just, oh well, sometimes it's true. It's not just like, oh well, it has epistemic weight. It's that it's always true in all cases. Right, that's what I'm casting doubt on.
Well-
I think that a statement like that has epistemic weight, but I don't necessarily believe that like all such statements,
Okay, so can you come up with an example of when the law of non-contradiction isn't true?
Yeah. So the law of non-contradiction, specifically, the liar's paradox.
Can you elaborate?
I both affirm it and deny it.
Wait, what? Well,
It's
it
both
either
true
is
and
or it
false.
isn't true. It it's both, right?
Look, the
Well,
sentence.
it seems to be the case. Listen, it seems to be the case that it is both true and false.
Wait,
I
how
don't
is it
have
false?
that seeming.
Like, if it's false, then you. If it's false,
just
then
real
then
quick.
Just say what the sentence is.
Sorry. Yeah, the liar sentence is just this sentence is false. I'll just write it out in the pop-out chat too, right? And the idea is that since the sentence is just asserting that it's false, right? It's false if and only if it's true, and it's true if and only if it's false. But I mean, there's tons of responses you can give, but I don't want to like intervene too much.
I don't know what that has to do with
That's
with the
supposed to be a
point of-
sentence that's
It's the
both true
liar's
and
paradox
false.
that he brought up.
Yeah, so I'm using it
Sentence
as
is
an
false.
example. Like for me, that would be both true and
Oh,
false.
I see what you're saying. I mean, that would be well, sure, maybe that would be an instance in which that is the case. If you say this sentence is false, right? Then sure, I get what you're saying there, right? But that's something that no matter what, it's it contradicts itself, right? For a sentence like that, is not a. I think that's different from the law of non-contradiction, right? The law of non-contradiction is just something that describes that contradictory things cannot be true at the same time, right? That's
Yeah, well,
what
liar
it
sentence is getting
is.
to that. Yeah, liar
Yeah.
sentence. Look, it's just saying that it's trying to establish that there are sentences, right, such that they have a value of being true, and they also have a value of being false.
Yeah, so
That's just supposed to be a liar sentence. But I mean, you don't have to allow it in your language. Just if you have some regimented English.
Yeah, I feel like that's just a way of using language in a way that is whatever paradoxical or contradicts itself, right? So if you say this sentence is false, then it's like, well, if it is a false sentence, then it would be the case that the sentence is true, and then if that's the case, then it wouldn't be a false sentence, and it goes on and on in circles, right? So I get what you're saying there, but that doesn't negate the basic laws of logic, right? The laws of logic can still be applied to things, right?
Well, I mean, I have other examples. So, for example, on the law of excluded middle, we had a conversation regarding an invisible dragon, and I told you that I think that the invisible dragon is neither true nor false, right? I take that position
so-
towards the invisible dragon, and you seem sympathetic to that view.
Yes, but that's not to say that it definitively is or is not true, right? That's just that's an I don't know response, okay? It's the same as, say, for instance, an agnostic approach, right? When I say that it could be the case that there is a God and it could be the case that there's not a God, that's not to say that there both is and isn't a God at the same time, right? It's just to say that I don't know, right? I don't know what the answer is, right? It either scenario is possible, but they're not both instances, like they're not both facts at the same time. It is not the case that there is a God and that there isn't a God, right? That's just a perspective, right? That there could be and there could also not be.
The law of excluded middle would be something like a violation of that, for example, would be God neither exists nor does not exist.
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that he could either exist or not exist, but I'm not saying one or the other or that both are true. I'm just saying that from my perspective, based on the knowledge I have, I don't have conclusive evidence that can allow me to go one way or the other, right? There's not proof either way. That's not to say that's not to say that both statements of both the statement of God is real and the statement of God is not real are true at the same time. There's a good chance that one of them is true and one of them is false, but there's no way to determine which one is true and which one is false, right? So we don't make the assumption, right? That's not a contradiction.
I'm not saying that like you are actually in agreement with me. It seems like you are invoking beliefs, right? I don't do that. I just sort of take it that.
What do you mean invoking belief?
Well, you're saying like, well, it is ultimately the case that the existence of the invisible dragon either is or is not.
Correct.
But I am taking a psychological stance, a belief that is neither. Right?
Correct.
So
Well,
that
the
way
reason
you
you would
don't
do that is
violate
because you don't have enough evidence to suggest either way, right? Now, you could say that, oh, well, it's probably not likely that the invisible dragon exists, but you wouldn't know with 100% certainty. Why? Because, well, you don't know. Like, the thing about that is having a level of certainty that is not 100% does not mean that, like acknowledging the possibility that something is or isn't the case, even if you lean one way or the other, that's not a contradiction. That's just a lack of knowledge, right? But it's okay to admit when you don't know something, right? Or when you don't know something for certain, right? That doesn't mean you're breaking the law of non-contradiction.
I'm not talking about the law of non-contradiction. I'm talking about the law of excluded middle. Why are you talking about contradictions?
To be fair, you brought up both, right?
Yeah. I think we should talk about the law.
Yeah, I
of
brought up
non-contradiction.
one and then the other.
I think that the law of non-contradiction is probably the let's just stick to that. I feel like that's like the most known basic one. I feel like that's like the easiest one to do.
Yeah, so
right?
you seemed sympathetic when I brought up the liar's paradox and explained my position towards it. Was that something that you would accept, or just like definitively, like do you accept it or do you not?
Do I accept it as I accept the fact that that is a paradoxical sentence, right? To say this sentence is false is paradoxical. This is something I've thought about as well, without even, like, before I even was like whatever looking into philosophy shit, which is mainly just me being terminally online, but still. Before I was looking into any of that, I was thinking about, okay, if I say, this is a false statement, right? Then it's like, well, and then obviously you get where that goes, right? It's paradoxical, but whether or not you can use language in a way that is paradoxical is not what determines whether or not the law of non-contradiction is some objective metric for whether or not something contradicts something else, right? So if something is contradictory, then you would say, this, is a contradiction, right? That's just a way of defining a contradiction. That's what the law of non-contradiction is for, is to define certain contradictions. It's to say, okay, so it would be a contradiction to say that A equals B, B does not equal C, but that A equals C. That is a contradiction, right? Or for there to be a sign that says, on the street that says one way, but there's an arrow pointing each way in opposite directions, right?
Okay.
So that is a contradiction, right?
Okay. Well, if what it sounds like you're saying is what I'm correctly interpreting that you mean, then it sounds like you would be very sympathetic to my position that the laws of logic are not necessarily true. So, for example, if the laws of logic are true, then they are true in all cases. The laws of logic are not true in all cases, as you seemed to affirm that the liar paradox is both true and false. Therefore, the laws of logic are not true.
I could be interpreting Femyoz incorrectly, but like what I gathered from what he was saying is that, like in principle, right, you can create certain statements in some language that are paradoxical, right? Like in fact, this is like a side point aside from what Femyoz said. You can generate any proposition being true in unregimented English, right? If you use Curry's paradox, right? So the idea is just that, like, it just becomes a question about, whether or not our linguistic conventions are going to accept contradictions, or if they aren't, right? All Femyoz is saying is like, okay, well, I mean, you can do that. Like, you can create these terms and these statements, but I'm just not going to accept them in my system of language. That's just not how I use language.
Sure. You're free to do that. But I asked Femyoz to clarify if they were accepting or if they were denying what I was saying. And it seemed like they clarified that actually it is a contradiction.
Well,
right?
Yeah, it's a contradiction, but that would be by what,
okay, so you're saying
sentence contradicts
it is...
itself. Hold on, wait. You're using an example of something that contradicts itself, right? Is that correct? You agree that, yeah. Okay, so wait, if something is a contradiction of itself, that means that the law of non-contradiction is not reliable? Like, that would be like saying, I'm going to make the statement that if A equals B and B does not equal C, that A equals C. That doesn't disprove the law of non-contradiction. That's just a contradiction, right?
Well, what do you think the law of non-contradiction is like?
That if there are two contradictory things cannot be true at the same time, right?
Well, yeah. So it can't be the case that the statement is true and false at the same time. Like,
well, the statement in of itself would be a contradiction, right?
Yes, it's both true and false at the same time. You just stated the rule is that it can't be that.
It can't be what? What do you mean? I'm
true and false at the same time. That's what the law of non-contradiction is.
Wait, what can't be true and false at the same time?
A thing, like a statement. Like you could just say A. I could just call it A and not A.
Well, I guess it would be the case that you could say that if you use language in a certain way, then yeah, you can create a paradox, right? But again, creating a paradox, through the use of language does not disprove the law of non-contradiction. All you're doing is creating a paradox. It's so
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I use the language that I use, and things like Curry's paradox and things like the liar's paradox, I think I do take them into account, and I just take that they show that, the laws of logic are not true in all cases, and therefore the laws of logic are not true.
How is it not true?
Curry's paradox can be used to like derive any proposition being true.
Exactly.
Right? So are you a trivialist? Do you think that every sentence in unregimented English?
No, I reject logic. Like I say, it's not always the case that things follow from deduction. Like I don't always have to accept the conclusion.
Oh well, I mean, you're probably doing something differently than what most people do when they're trying to use paradoxes, right? They're trying to show that some given conclusion is true by using paradoxes. So like if someone brings up liar sentences, right, that's just to show that their sentences such that they're both true and false, right? It sounds like you're saying something different. You're saying, well, I bring up these cases to show that there's, cases where, given certain rules of inference, right, we'd have these propositions that we don't want to say are true or false. So these rules of inference, like they don't apply universally.
Yeah. So
you're doing
I get what you're saying, like, and I do like take that view sort of, but like it's complicated. So for example, with contradiction, it's alleged that explosion follows, but you can just reject disjunctive syllogism, right? And with the Curry's paradox, you can just sort of reject contraction, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can
So-
keep like, you can reject inference rules, right? But look, just to be clear, what you're doing there is you're modifying, some system of language you have, right? You're just saying that in my language, I'm excluding, these types of operators, right? Like, you agree that's what you're doing. You're saying, look, I have some system of language, and in this one, right, I'm just not allowing these types of operators to be used because they're going to generate, paradoxes.
Well, yeah, in a sense, I would say that's absolutely what I'm doing, but I
Well, yeah,
think
but
that-
look, then just why can't Femyoz just like do the same thing, but just use that to maintain classical logic? Why can't he just say, look, you can,
Because-
with certain operators, you can generate paradoxes, but I just don't want them to be used in my language, which is
Well,
exactly
yeah,
what you're doing.
because of issues like Curry's paradox. Like, if you use classical logic, I can just say, this conditional. If this conditional is true, then I'm on the moon, and then it's just
Well-
trivially true.
I think we view Curry's paradox as being generated by two different things, right? So I'm just gonna explain what I think generates Curry's paradox, and then just interrupt me if you disagree.
Sure.
So what I think generates Curry's paradox is just unregimented English, right? And just to be clear to the audience, so I'm not using tons of jargon, unregimented English is just the natural English people, typically sort of speak without any added rules, right? So the idea
Yeah.
is that on, unregimented English, there aren't really any restrictions for generating the Curry's paradox. Even aside from Curry's paradox, you can just do the same thing with terms, right? Like, just assume, the stuff on contraction. And for Lyre's paradox, assume that, explosion isn't a thing, right? Well, you can do the same thing with terms. Like, you can, I think Kane B's talked about this, but you can have what's called vulture cases. So we have you can put it in terms of Nestern's fishing conditions. Like, in order to be a vulture, it's necessary to not be white, but it's sufficient to be, a vulture. And then white
So-
vultures aren't vultures. All I'm saying is so on classic, unregimented English, you can just generate any contradiction you want, right? And you can get
Okay.
every proposition being true. But what you want to do is you want to place certain restrictions on English, right? And so you, as a dialetheist, are going to place certain restrictions that preserve true contradictions, but prevent explosion. And then Femyoz is just going one step further and preventing explosion and also preventing true contradictions.
Yeah, so
So-
just some clarifications. I'm not a dialetheist. I'm a logical nihilist. So I sort of take it that these general laws of logic, general rules of inference, just all of this is completely contextual, and I can as the situation changes, I can.
I'm a
use
logical
different-
nihilist too, just to be clear.
So
Okay. So
I-
we have
so
this
I-
agreement here.
But
I received a DM asking a very good question, or making a good point, I guess you could say. So here's the Curry's paradox. Quote, if this sentence is true, that I'm jerking off on your mom's face and she's into it, end quote.
Let's go.
Well, if that sentence is true, then I am jerking off on your mom's face and she's into it. That means the sentence is true. It is true that if that sentence is true, I'm beating my meat on your mom's mug and she's smiling about it. Since it's true, I must be jerking off on your mom's face and she's into it. The same issue with the liar's paradox is the issue with Curry's paradox. It's neither true nor false. It's not a proposition.
Oh yeah, well, but
Well,
Vaush, real
it
quick,
is different, though.
Me and you are both logical nihilists, but I think we just interpret rules of logic differently. We both interpret them as being universal, but we don't interpret them as being universal in a certain sense, right? So when I hear someone say, I think the laws of classical logic are universal, I don't think they're saying it applies across all language systems, right? Because presumably you could just really easily create some language system with contradictions. Just saying within some given language system, right? I don't have any contradictions. I actually think that the whole issue is sort of just a verbal dispute, right? It just depends on how you define a proposition, what conventions you allow into your system of language, right? And then lastly, what you take logical nihilism to be.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna agree with that. I'm probably gonna agree.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, it's really easy. The reason it's just a verbal dispute, and the reason Femyoz's position doesn't have any issues, is it's just sort of correct. You can restrict your language.
Okay,
these sorts
but
of things,
to
right?
to be
Yeah.
frank, you're here to come in and rescue Femyoz, but Femyoz was making very
I'm not
strong
rescuing.
claims.
Okay, you should have seen last time I debated Femyoz. I was being fucking diabolically mean, just a troll.
Well,
Wait, I think I
I've
remember.
explicitly heard Femyoz say the laws of logic are objective. Like I've heard them
Well, yeah,
say,
like-
They are.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, obviously. Well, okay, yeah, in the sense that they like, look, there's not going to be P and not P in reality. Like everyone agrees on that, right? Even like
What?
Jody Azuni. Yeah, no one thinks that there's like contradictions, like actually in reality. Like there's an object such that it's itself and not itself, right? Even like the most famous trivialist right now, Jody Azuni, you should check out. He's a cool guy. Okay, he doesn't hold to what's called metaphysical trivialism. He doesn't think that like everything exists and doesn't exist at the same time, like literally. Like so when Femyoz says like the laws of logic are objectively true, clearly that's just saying that look in reality, right? Like outside of us, there's not like some object such that it's itself and also not itself.
Yeah, I think that there's
Okay,
also a
okay.
distinction between, the way in which we use language to describe things and reality itself, right? Language is just something we use to describe reality, right? So I don't think it's very useful to use language, the way you use it, Lord Pasta. I don't think there's any
Well-
practical applications to be like this, this object exists and it doesn't exist, or this object exists and it is not itself. Like, in what case,
Well, I mean,
in
there's,
the
like,
real world, is that going to be the case, right?
People bring up motion, for example, as being a true contradiction. I'm not too big on that, but some people say.
Yeah, Priest does have some examples, but they're all really bad. Like, so there's examples of like legal contradictions. Like there was one point where I think it was in some state, I forgot, but the law was like everyone who owns land can vote, but also
Yeah,
women
yeah.
can't vote. So women landowners can and can't vote under the law. I think that's either a it either is something that's not a contradiction, or it's something that the classical logician's just gonna reject. There's also cases of like vultures, but I think that has to do with terms and creating necessary and sufficient conditions. I mean, yeah, all the cases usually fail.
Yeah,
Right.
no, I think I would agree that there's not going to be something that I would say exists, quote unquote, that is going to be both true and false at the same time. That's sort of a label that I reserve for what I call the indiscernible, which are things that are either neither true or false, or both true and false.
Yeah, I don't know. The only reason I think I'm like a logical nihilist is because of I think it's just because of rules of inference. Like I reject the law of excluded middle because of vagueness cases, and like obviously if you want, you can just like take up semantic nihilism and then just like drop the fucking nuke, and then like now sentences containing vague predicates aren't propositional. But I don't know. I just think given my part,
This is turning into a nerd emoji fest. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I think this whole.
Do
I think
you
it's
do
been
you
a
guys
nerd
want to
emoji
wrap
fest
it up?
since the
Because
start,
I don't want this entire because that's the thing, right? I'm gonna lose all my viewers if we keep doing the fucking
That's
Yeah,
true, that's
nerdy.
the logical
philosophy.
nihilists need to get
Like,
a
I think
room.
it's interesting personally, but I don't want that to be like my entire stream.
True. Yeah.
Okay. And then there's the other thing was you were talking, making claims about the external world. Maybe that's something you want to talk about, but that's a little bit too nerdy, also. So
I guess.
Yeah,
we
bitch, you in
can
the Matrix right now.
Yeah, I
Okay,
don't
to
know.
revive
I
the
mean,
stream, abortion debate,
maybe in a
versus
bit.
everyone.
I wanna give some other people opportunities to talk, because I feel like we could talk about this for hours without ending the convo. So I mean, somebody, yeah, high end, you've been waiting really patiently. So I'm gonna invite you to speak. Yeah, you just got invited to speak. I hope that this person is not AFK.
Yeah, you've been waiting like a bitch. High end.
Hello, everyone. How are you all doing tonight?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing very good. Very
All
good
right.
indeed.
What would you like to talk
Indeed.
about?
Well, it's anything, actually. I'm actually quite surprised in a good way about this stream, because I was only here more so for a laugh. But I did realise that you do have some very interesting discussions, actually. Very interesting discussions. Like at the start about abortion, about whatever.
Yeah. So
Very interesting. But I could ask you a couple questions.
go
First.
for it.
It seems very interesting because I did a video about you today, which I want you to do on Femboy Hates or whatever your series called, because I did it because it could give me attention.
I might
recently
eventually.
noticed-
What?
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. It's like nearly 30 minutes long, but thank you anyway for considering it. What I did find out about it, though, is that you have a very similar view count, because you have like 1,000 subscribers and so. So it seems like you have quite a loyal fan base. So how did you actually start on YouTube?
Oh boy. I guess it depends on whether or not you want to go back to like whatever my first YouTube channel, or do you want me to start at like the beginning of this channel, or what?
Just start, because your channel is under a year old, and it looks like you don't even post that many videos as a whole.
Yeah.
So I think it's quite good.
I stream a lot though. That's the thing, and the reason I stream a lot is because that is a way of building a very loyal audience, right? So it might not get my channel to blow up, but like there's a difference between like the number of subscribers / people that watch my shit and like the quality of like a subscriber or viewer, whatever it may be. So the quality of a live stream viewer, that's not to diss the people that just watch the videos that don't have as much time or whatever, is going to, generally be, higher, as in they're going to be more loyal, they're more likely to donate money, etc.
Yeah, that certainly is true, because people can join the stream, and lots of people like to interact with the creators now as well. So in that way, it's quite good marketing.
Yeah. So I guess the way I started this channel, was originally I was just gonna do femboy content. I was like, okay, maybe this will be my new main channel. I wasn't even gonna do anything comedy based at first. Part of that was out of depression. I was like, I'm not up for comedy. You can kind of tell that, like, when I was just getting back into the swing of things, it was a little bit rough at first. But like now that I'm back in the swing of making content, I feel like I'm doing a better job. I think I've gotten better at public speaking again. But yeah, I guess the way I started YouTube, I started out doing YouTube poops on a completely different channel, so I don't know. It's
okay.
And then I got into commentary, and then, eventually, like, when I was, like, whatever, 13-ish, 12, 13, and then I guess I just kind of got into making satire, filthy frank kind of content, and then I just sort of, like, got bored of it. Depression got really bad and shit, so I'm like, fuck this.
Okay.
I have shit to deal with in real life, and I was always drained and tired. So I stopped uploading, that plus a lot of anxiety I had around, oh no, is this video going to be bad type of shit. And then I made a new channel where it's like, okay, I'm not going to hold myself to like super high standards. I'm just going to upload whatever the fuck I want.
Okay. That's
but then
interesting.
I guess,
so what? Sorry.
Yeah, then I guess the standards have been increased again, and now the standards for like, is the editing good enough are even higher than they were before, but obviously, I didn't want to start out like that.
Yeah, so what actually got you interested into politics? Because it seems much different from your previous channel. So did anything happen to turn you into this direction?
I think watching debates, getting older, caring more about politics, I think all of that sort of, because like my content to an extent is going to be like a reflection. What am I interested in? What do I think is interesting? What do I enjoy personally? What would I watch, right? And that's why my content right now is very different from how it was, 2 years ago, which is different from 5 years ago, etc., right? My content is really just a weird reflection / clusterfuck of everything that I watch, in a sense, if that makes sense, with like my own spin on it.
Oh, that's interesting. So is that what your YouTube career is going to try and go to, becoming quite a big political commentator?
Potentially, yeah. I don't know if I just want to, do politics exclusively. I think I also want to do, some amount of, comedy, I guess. Because I haven't really focused as much on that recently, and I kind of miss it, I kind of miss focusing on the comedy aspect. I think once you get too much into politics, it's like, oh god, now I'm like, too fucking, politics brained, and it's not healthy. So it's like, okay, I gotta find a good balance. I don't know.
That certainly is the case. And politics is so divisive. Like, it doesn't matter whether you're on the left or the right. If you are very well known to be a political commentator, and if anything happens, it's going to be hard for you to get a job either way, because it's so controversial as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because even though there are people in commentary that are like, saying that, oh, my old channel was like better or whatever, because there was no politics on it, there was a shit ton of politics on that channel. It's not that half of the channel was political. I didn't even consider it to be politics myself. I just was like, oh, this is just common sense, right? But it was political, whether I realized it or not, right? Now a lot of it was really, I think looking back, a lot of it aged well, a lot of it aged poorly. I think most of it aged well, but there was still some political stuff nonetheless. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think it depends. Like, I think it's inevitable if you're going to be unbiased. You are going to be biased to an extent, but there is a point where it comes and like you are just being completely political, and people didn't sign up for it.
I'm not gonna lie and say that I'm not political, right? Because I feel like that's kind of a dishonest thing to do, and I don't want to do that.
I was watching this entire stream, so I would know you are quite political.
Yeah, and obviously I'm gonna be more political when I stream than when I make videos or whatever, right? The videos are mainly, I mean, sure, the goal is to be as entertaining as possible, but it's also to funnel people in, right? That's kind of the point. I want to funnel people into the streams, because streams are more profitable. They can be more reliable as a source of income if you do it right.
Yeah, you do get advertisers on your videos, don't you?
Yeah. And the amount I make from ads from AdSense is like fuck all compared to what I make from donations.
Yeah,
I've made like $30 from AdSense so far, and I've made like $600 from donations on stream so far, I think.
Yeah. Nowadays the YouTube algorithm want videos to be over 10 minutes, so they're much more restrictive on what you can say now. I think there is a rule on YouTube now that you cannot say, if you do not want to get demonetized, you cannot say fuck until like 60 seconds after the video started, if I'm right.
Yeah, I know. There's like a shit ton of dumb rules like that, and the thing about streaming that's really fun is most of the stream is not in the first minute. The first minute is like whatever, holds way less weight. So I can not say swear words within the first minute, and it won't change anything. Right? Whereas if it's like, I want to make a specific joke phrased in a certain specific way, then it's like, yeah. Is there anything you disagree with me on?
I would actually. There's something I did see that you did say what I disagree with you on. It's about the art of debating and the fact that you think you should actually get angry and show emotion during a debate.
I didn't make a statement of whether or not I should. I was saying I'm not sure whether I should. Right? Because
Yeah,
I have
but
to, the point I was
my
making
opinion-
is that I'm not sure what approach to take, and that I'm trying different approaches, and I think it's fair to take different approaches just to see what is or isn't entertaining, what's effective, etc. Right? Finding the balance there is going to be difficult. I don't know what the disagreement there would be.
I think it really just comes down to what type of content do you want to create when it comes to debating. Do you want to be more just entertaining, or do you want to be serious?
It's like, I want to do some of each, right? I don't want to just be serious 24/7, never crack a joke or a smile, right? I think Vaush does a pretty good job at balancing that, right?
Yeah.
Balancing the entertainment aspect and the debate aspect. I'm probably going to lean more towards the entertainment stuff, like in videos, and lean more towards the debate stuff in streams, I guess.
Yeah, that is true. That is true if you want to go down that path. Because when it comes to debating people, there comes a point where earlier on the stream, I think we were debating with someone over abortion. I think it was this conservative person, and I believe he started shouting. And because on the issue on abortion, I'm quite neutral. I can see both sides on the pro-life, pro-choice. It's not something I have strong opinions on. I think that's what most people do, have that opinion on the issue. I think certainly men as well.
Right, I get that. I mean, maybe I was yelling too much. I don't know. Like that's the point I was making.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's a good or a bad approach to take, right? If my goal is to be entertaining, not just to win a debate, but to produce entertainment, then it's like, I don't know, like I don't know. Is there like any like specific positions you disagree with me on? Like political ones preferably? Any spicy takes you have?
Not much what people said I disagreed with, because lots of it was about philosophy. Like, what are your broader political views? Because I don't know.
I'd consider myself to be a leftist, just generally speaking.
Right. So are you like centre-left or are you far-left? Because I know like Vaush is quite far-left, and you say you got lots of inspiration from him.
I'd say, I don't know. I'm probably not nearly. I'm probably more centrist than Vaush, but not that much. I think I hold a lot of similar views. I think I'd say I'm people. I don't know if I'd consider myself to be far left or Vaush to be far left, because it just seems like the logical position to have on a lot of things, right? But
Well,
you know, relative to where the Overton window is, I'd say I'm far left.
Well, it depends on who you ask, because I believe Voss is a libertarian socialist. So I would
Yeah.
say he's on the far. That's like
If you consider that to be far left, then I'm probably far left in your eyes.
yeah, like, would you say you're like a democratic socialist? Because on the left, that's kind of like in
No,
the
because
center.
I if nothing else, and I don't know too much about economic policy, but I'm very if nothing else, sympathetic to socialist ideas.
All right, so you are quite so you care more about social issues than you do economics.
Generally speaking, but I acknowledge the fact that oftentimes they're intertwined. And whenever I think it's necessary or relevant, I'll make claims about, you know, okay, you know, this is why this is caused by, you know, this is why this stems from class issues, and here, you know, the way to solve systemic racism isn't to do it on the, you know, through just the lens of race, right? Because obviously the way that systemic racism was, you know, I guess induced in the first place was through, you know, class and whatnot, right? It was based on that, right? So the logical way to I guess reverse that would be to reverse the things that caused that in the first place, etc. To give people that are, you know, less fortunate more opportunities, not on the basis of skin color, but on the basis of class, etc. So I guess that's usually when I think it's relevant to whatever social politics, which oftentimes it is, more often than you would think, right? A lot of times they're intertwined. Then I'll make those arguments.
So you're similar to like a social democrat then?
No, I wouldn't say that. No, because usually social democrats aren't you know, socialist or even socialist adjacent. I mean, they can be sometimes, but usually social democrats are capitalist, and I'm definitely not capitalist.
They are more extreme than social liberals. So they are kind of like still in the center left spectrum.
I mean, I don't know. They usually either are indifferent to economic issues, or they're capitalist, right? I don't think I'm capitalist. I don't think I'm indifferent to economic issues either. It's just I don't know as much about them, so I don't talk about them as much. But I still have my you know, opinions and whatnot.
To be fair, though, the main interest I have on politics is political ideology. So I could probably actually tell you if you tell me more about it, because I could probably tell you where you probably land.
I mean, I have a general idea of where I land. I'm not too interested in the labels. I'm more interested in discussing individual, you know, ideas, because labels are just, oh, you know, do I fit into this category or not? And it's like I don't really care. I just say whatever is correct and argue against whatever is incorrect. Is there anything you like specifically disagree with me on though? Because like, you know, that's like the point of a debate usually.
I think it was something you said. This was going like an hour or back. So when you were talking about like pedophiles, I disagree with them that treatment will do anything to them, for most of them at least.
Do you have a source?
Well, I don't have a source, but what I know is that you can't really cure mental illness to a point where you can get a vaccine. You can't cure autism.
Wait, you can no, but you can treat it, right? You can treat mental illness,
you can
right?
You can go through autism, you know, autism like behavior therapy.
So
but
let's say
when it comes to stuff like, sorry.
So yeah, you can treat mental illness though, right? So and if there's some sort of okay, so when it comes to non-offending pedophiles, is it ideal that they have that attraction? No, obviously it's not, right? But they should be able to have that get treated, right? And they shouldn't automatically be ostracized from society based on an immutable characteristic, because that doesn't serve any utility. That doesn't make them any less attracted to kids, right? It just makes it, you know, from their perspective, a matter of, okay, well, you know, no matter what society thinks I'm a piece of shit, they don't make the categorical distinction between non-offenders and offenders. So what's the point of non-offending? That's what and it's because that's a very possible line of that's a line of logic that they could use, right? And because I want to prevent that, I want to prevent harm. I think that the best thing we can do is allow people that haven't committed crimes, that have whatever these unfortunate dispositions or whatever. I think that they should have access to help if they want it. I think that that's a pretty reasonable thing, right?
Well, I would disagree with you on some of the issues. Like, you can't do anything about it if you're a pedo, you're a pedo, but there comes the point where you are by far the worst.
You can treat that,
But
right?
I don't think
right? If they have that predisposition, but they're non-offending, right? And then they get therapy that makes it easier for them to be people that don't offend or commit crimes. Then I think that that's beneficial, right?
Yeah, but what can therapy do at the end of the day? Like,
decrease the chances of them offending. It can decrease the chances of them offending.
It can, but at the end of it, I believe you can get things like forced sterilization, where it kind of makes you less sexually active in that regard. You can do stuff like that.
That could be a treatment, maybe. I guess if let's say you're like a PDF file, you're attracted to kids, but you haven't committed any sexual crimes. I think that maybe a good course of action. From the perspective of a PDF file would be like, okay, give me this medication so that the horny goes away, right? Then that removes the temptation or whatever if they struggle with that.
Yeah, but in the future, that may be a thing. That may be a thing, but right now, no. What's the point?
Wait, it is a thing. You can do that. Yeah, that's a thing.
Not really. It's not really.
Yes,
for instance, gay therapy.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, you can literally, if you want, I mean, shit. Obviously, normally when I talk about puberty blockers, I talk about them in the context of being used, to block puberty, right? But they can also be used in higher dosages. I mean, they have been used to castrate sex offenders, right? But I think that people that haven't committed sexual offenses should have the option to take those, because they know, okay, well, this will be beneficial, in that it will remove the temptation. I think that they have the right to, be able to do that. Should it be forced upon them? Maybe not, because if, let's say, they're also attracted to adults, and, it's like, okay, maybe they have this, predisposition to be attracted to things that aren't ideal to be attracted to, but they don't act on it. I don't think that should, negate their ability to have a family if they haven't done anything wrong and they don't want to do anything wrong, right? As long as they acknowledge that it's, not ideal, if they acknowledge that, okay, if I were to act on this would be immoral, I don't see what the issue is. That's my perspective, at least.
Well, I think the issue is, though, that even if you gives them hormone puberty blockers, that they still are paedophiles. Yes, they may not be able to get erections as often, but they still are paedophiles.
The attraction would go. Well, no, the attraction would go away. So no, they wouldn't be.
Yeah, but it will still be there.
No. If somebody is attracted to kids, right? Usually, like in a sexual context, if they don't have a sex drive, then that sexual attraction just goes away, right? You become, if you have zero sex drive, you become asexual, right? Right now, obviously, you're not going to be asexual by default, more often than not, right? But if you take whatever drugs it may be to kill your libido, to kill your sex drive, you're no longer going to have a drive to to do things that would be considered harmful. Obviously, that would be harmful, right? So it would be beneficial to allow them to be able to do that and live in society as normal people, right? I don't see what the issue would be.
Yeah, but the other factor is, though, that would be used for other excuses. For instance, gay therapy doesn't work. Trying to turn kids straight, it doesn't work. So what will make it that?
Well, conversion therapy is I don't think that they the goal of conversion therapy. Obviously, conversion therapy is fucked up, but the goal there is usually not just to make them not attracted to not just to make men not attracted to other men, but to also get them to be attracted to women, right? So the goal isn't to make them asexual; it's to make them heterosexual, right? So, if you wanted to make somebody asexual, you would just you would do it through HRT, I guess. You could if you wanted to.
Well, that is true, though. But the other thing about paedophiles is lots of them are at least I say there's certainly at the very least 6% of them are psychopaths. To the point that even if they don't have gratification, they still would want to do it.
So I don't know how much validity there is to this statistic. But let's say it's valid, okay? That's still going to be the minority of them, right? Whether or not the minority of them are psychopaths does not, dictate whether or not the majority should, have a chance of just living a normal life if they don't offend, right? And also, if a psychopath hasn't done anything wrong and they don't intend on doing any bad things, regardless of whether or not they're a psychopath, I don't think that somebody is inherently a bad person. If they're a psychopath, I think that a person is good or bad, depending on whether or not they've done bad things or commit bad actions, right?
Yeah.
So I think that a psychopath should also have a chance at living in society, right?
Well, it depends. Like, psychopaths are going to be inevitably more inclined to do horrible acts.
Well, yeah, no shit. Well, yeah, no
But,
shit.
like,
But that's not intrinsic. Like, obviously that is the case, right? But I don't think that in terms of the way that the law works, I don't think that people should be going to prison or whatever, or ostracized from society if they haven't done anything wrong yet and don't plan on doing anything wrong.
That is true, though, but there probably isn't any statistics to prove this, but you see lots of, like, if you ever seen, like, non-stings of, like, nonsense getting caught on the street, and you see and also, like, high up, like, the elite paedophile, like Jeffrey Epstein.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of these people are into torture and extreme BDSM at the very least. So these people get pleasure from hurting people, making them feel in pain. So even without the sexual drive, there's still a decent chance that they would still do it.
But again, whether or not you have a desire is not, whether or not you act upon a desire is not solely contingent upon whether or not you have that desire, right? You have to actually act on it, right? So, I could have the desire to go out and kill somebody, but if I choose not to kill them, then I wouldn't consider myself to be a bad person, right? That might just be an intrusive thought, right? I don't think that you should, I don't think you're a bad person if you have intrusive thoughts or certain predispositions, right? I don't think that that's what determines your moral character. I think your actions do, right? Because your actions are usually things that you have control over.
That is true, but at the still point, even whether they have the sexual drive or not, they still are more likely to do it whether they get.
Well, no, if they don't have the sexual drive, right, and they're not sexually attracted to children, then they're not going to have that same desire.
Well, sorry, I actually did say
pedophilia literally just describes the sexual attraction to kids, right? So if they were to go on like a high dosage of anti-androgens or whatever it may be, then that would completely kill their sex drive, meaning that would kill their desire, their sexual desire to molest children, right?
I think
this is like the most like nothing burger debate. If I'm gonna be totally honest, I feel like I don't know. This feels like a nothing burger.
Sorry, I did get my words wrong. What I was trying to say was that it still would do things to kids, I believe, whether it's sexual or not. They will still try to abuse kids.
Well, you don't know that, right?
Well, there isn't any statistics, but you see like leaks from pedophiles.
But you're just asserting that, right? You're just asserting that to be the case. You're just saying it's probably the case. Therefore, no matter what, regardless of whether or not they've committed the bad action, they should be treated as if they've committed the bad action, which doesn't really make any sense to me. I don't think that there should be an incentive structure to not commit the bad action, right? So you'd be taking that away.
Well, yeah, that is true. Like, at the end of the day, if I found out my friend was a paedophile, I probably will stop being friends with them, even if they didn't damage kids, because that's just too weird.
You wouldn't want to help them. I mean, you're not obligated to be friends with anybody, but like, wouldn't you want to help them get through that to make sure that they don't, hurt children, right? Because if you isolate them, if they're isolated, they're more likely to hurt children, right? So why would you want to do that?
No, that's.
I'm not saying you're. No. I'm not even saying you're morally obliged to be friends with anybody, right? I'm just saying it doesn't really make sense to me, at least. Other than maybe a personal preference, to not. It's like, well, wouldn't you want to, reduce the chances of them, committing a sexual offense? Well, the best way to do that is for them to not be isolated, right?
Well, that's still a terrible excuse to commit crimes. Oh, I was isolated, so I'm going to rape a child. That's still terrible excuse.
I'm not saying it's not a terrible excuse or a justification. I'm just saying it increases the chances, regardless of whether or not it's a good reason or not, right? It's still something that will cause that, whether you like it or not, whether it's a good reason or not, right? The more isolated somebody is, the less somebody has to lose, right? So if somebody already has no friends, then what do they have to lose by doing these terrible things, right? But if they have friends, they have a support system, but they know that they would lose their support system if they committed an atrocity like that. Why would they commit an atrocity like that? Then because they would have something to lose, so they wouldn't want to do it, right? But you're saying that it's better if they don't have anything to lose. It's like that just doesn't make any sense, right?
It's still a terrible excuse to do those crimes.
I'm not saying it's a good excuse. I'm just saying you're increasing the chances of them doing the bad thing.
Well, we can shoot them in the heads first, and we can get sent, and we won't have to touch any kids to be 100% safe.
So you think that so well, you would have to shoot everybody in the head if you want to be 100% safe, right? Anybody could do any bad thing, right? So if you want to prevent all harm, then just shoot everybody in the head.
Well, how bad the Earth is getting, I think that is a viable solution.
I think that if you have to actually do a bad action first, right? Or clearly have the intent to do a bad action, right? So if it's obvious, let's say that somebody is trying to groom a child, maybe they haven't groomed the child yet, right? But you can tell that they have intention to do so. Well, the reason intent would matter there is mainly because intent is a predictor of future actions, right? So you would know, okay, well, that's what this person is trying to do. You know that they intend on committing on causing harm, right? That's more than just whatever disposition it may be. It's more than just an attraction. That is a clear intent to commit a heinous act, right? Being attracted to something does not necessitate you having, the desire or intent to act a certain way, right? You could have an attraction but be disgusted by your own attraction, right? And I think that if that's the case, then you should have a chance to live, right? I don't think that it makes any sense to be like, nah, just shoot them in the head, right? Even though that might be what your emotions tell you, again, your intuition is not some arbiter of truth, right? I also have the same intuition that you have, right? I intuitively think, yeah, fuck them, they should all die, that's fucking nasty, right? But just because that's what my intuition says does not automatically mean that that's the correct or most morally good position to have, right? It's irrational, and I acknowledge it's irrational, and I think you should too.
Well, I don't think it's irrational, just a waste
of taxpayers. No, it is irrational, right? To want to murder somebody that hasn't done a crime, right? That is irrational by definition, right? Because they haven't done anything bad yet, and they don't have any intent to do anything bad, yet you still want to murder them. Why? Because of your emotions. That's an emotional argument.
All my emotions,
I understand. Look, I understand having like a strong emotional response to a topic that has this much weight. Fuck, I intuitively have that same emotional response. I intuitively, if I didn't think about it in terms of the actual logic behind the arguments, in terms of the actual philosophy, I would be in agreement with you, right? Because I intuitively feel the same way. But guess what? Facts don't care about your feelings, and they don't care about mine either. And you know what? If my feelings don't align with my philosophy, I'll go with what my philosophy says, not my feelings.
Well, to be fair, though, if you did, let's say hypothetically, we got all pedophiles and we all killed them, pedophile would objectively decrease due to the fact that
but that's like saying if you just nuke the entire planet, then murder is going to decrease because nobody can become a murderer, right? This doesn't make any sense. It's like anybody is a pet. Anybody, but the point I'm making is anybody can do any bad thing, right? Regardless of their disposition. Everybody has some sort of bad or undesirable predisposition, right? I have one for punitive justice, right? That's something that I've had to work on, right? Because philosophically I believe in rehabilitation, right? But by nature I'm a very spiteful, vengeful motherfucker, right? But that doesn't mean that I shouldn't have the opportunity to change that or to be better than that, right? I am not my own, I'm not my predispositions for the way in which I think, right? I am not my natural state of mind, right? I think I'm something that can be above that. I think I can be above having a punitive justice mindset, right? And I think that even though I might have, done some bad things in the past because I have that mindset, I think that that's something I can work on and have worked on, right? And I'm trying to work on, right? I don't think that I should have my entire life ruined based on something that's a negative disposition I might have, right? So, yeah. So, is there anything else you want to talk about? I feel like we're not getting...
Yeah, that's something I actually want to talk to you about. And it was something about earlier on when you were showing statistics saying that people who are conservative were more likely to be stupid, essentially.
Yeah, on average.
Do you think people on the far left and the far right, and the far right, sorry, are more likely to be mentally ill?
I don't know. I'd have to see statistics. I'm not going to assert that as true or false. And again, whether or not somebody is mentally ill, it does not determine the correctness of their opinions, right?
Yeah, because I think there certainly is a correlation, because there's been studies to show that, certainly one quite recently of like women who are on the far
Yeah,
left
but
are more
I'm,
likely to have depression.
yeah, but I'm pretty sure that
I-
smart people, I think that
Like,
people that with higher IQs are generally more likely to be mentally ill. I think that's
depends, like,
no, I don't think it
it does.
well, I mean, yeah, it's going to depend on a case by case basis, but I'm speaking generally, right? I'm pretty sure that there's a correlation there.
It depends.
That
People like
so
I-
again, being mentally ill is not inherent to being smart or vice versa, but I think that there is some sort of correlation there. So I guess it would make sense.
Like you get people like Albert Einstein and Isaac Newton who are geniuses, but they are not very good when it comes to social issues. For that, I agree. But at the same time, though, when it comes to like depression, that's not really normal among geniuses. Autism
Are
is quite.
you sure? Because I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
that a lot of the time it is the case that they are more likely to have,
think there is,
even
but it's not as
regardless of whether or not it's depression or some other mental illness. It's just mental illness broadly, because that's what you were saying, right?
Yeah, and lots of them do say that you're unhappy, but on the far right, they say
Mm.
lots of them are psychopaths. They just want to hurt people's feelings. So, do you think there's any? Do you think
No,
that makes sense?
I don't think that anything that the far right has to say is gonna be
Well,
hold any
don't-
sort
You
of
don't
weight.
think that they are you don't think they are psychopaths then?
That who
Or
are
not? Or
psychopaths? Wait, who's psychopaths? Who do I think
Do you
or
think-
not think are?
Do you think people on the far right are more likely to be psychopaths?
I don't know. I haven't seen any statistics on that. It could be the case, but I think that most psychopaths aren't really going to be politically engaged, right? They're not going to believe in any morality, right? They're not going to believe in any political positions. They just believe in you know their self and you know whatever they might intuitively believe, and then that would be about it, right? I don't think that they would care about what anybody in society has to say on either side. They would probably be more likely to have a nihilistic approach, to think that morals aren't real, etc. But I don't think that they would necessarily be more likely to be right or left wing, because I don't think that they would be too engaged with that. Or if they are, I don't know. I feel like they could go either way.
Well, I think it depends on what their motive is. Like, if it's just someone who wants to hurt people's feelings, then they'll probably join like the Nazi Party just to make people feel upset.
Well, I
So in
don't
that
think that
regard,
a psychopath just wants to hurt people's feelings, right? I think that they want to go beyond that, right? The goal wouldn't just be to hurt somebody's feelings; it's to induce suffering, right? That's not going to be the case with every psychopath, but a lot of the time that might be the case, right? But
Well, they're more
is there anything else you disagree with me on, rather than just like speculating what if this might be the case potentially?
And like the moral value test, if you ever heard of it, shows that liberals in the left sense of the word and conservatives do have different brains and how their brains do work, which I find quite interesting.
Well,
And
yeah,
it does make a lot.
typically people that are smarter tend to lean more left. And yeah, when you're smarter, you tend to have a brain that works differently from the brains of dumb people. So I would tend to agree.
Yeah, like a good example of how like in the Stone Age, someone who was more inclined to be a conservative or a liberal or a leftist would be that if there was like a brand new fruit that came around like a brand.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there was really politics back then, at least not the way there is
No,
now.
it wasn't. But it's just there is evidence to show how people think in those political views and how it could have affected people in the past. And what I'm saying is that
I guess. I don't know. I don't really know what this has to do with my position on anything.
I just thought it was an interesting discussion.
I guess. I mean, I'm mainly here to debate people. I don't want to make this like a snooze fest for everybody. So I think I'm gonna let Calvin Pod debate me next. Thank you for
Alright,
coming
then.
on. I appreciate having you on, and have a nice day.
All right, goodbye then. Don't.
All right. Oops. He's gonna say something. That's whatever. All right, Calvin Pod. I have invited you to speak. Hello.
So, what's your position on personal identity over time?
Hold on, you're a bit quiet. I'm just turning you up. Could you repeat that?
Yeah. Do you believe that the personal identity exists over time, insofar as we can say something is true of a person at like one time, and then make claims about an identity of a person, saying this is the same person at like a different time?
Could you be a little bit more specific? because I don't want to
So,
like misinterpret this.
So basically, do you think we can say like let's say like the person Femyoz, right, exists
Mhm.
over time?
Yeah.
Like you're the same person as you were like an hour like do you think what would you use? Would you say it's memories, or do you think it's something physical that makes it up like identity?
I'm not. So, that's an interesting philosophical question. It goes into the whole idea of, well, what makes me me and not somebody else, right? I think that I'm a different version of the same person over time, right? So I might not be the same or exactly the same as I was 5 years ago, right? But I'd say I'm the same person, right? Because I existed as, well, the person that I was before, right? And it's not a matter of whether or not you have memory of it or not. I would say that somebody with dementia is still, maybe not mentally, but like physically speaking, they're the same person that they were before. But I wouldn't say, I mean, in a moral sense, maybe they wouldn't be, because they, mentally speaking, they'd be somebody else almost.
So do you know about how transporters work? Basically, you scan up a set of atoms at one place, and then you project that information at another place, and then you destroy the original information.
No, but I get what you're saying.
So basically, let's imagine, right? We were to scan that out, right? And then every single one of those atoms, so one would be deleted from you, another would be created at the second place, right? Would those two be the same person?
I'd say, yeah, at least in a practical sense.
Yeah, so then what happens then? Let's say these two people, right? Now it fails, right? So you stay alive at the original end, right? So now there's two of you, right? What happens to personal identity there? It either seems like you have to say these two people are identical, which they aren't, or you have to say that the selfhood there like disappears.
So, at that point, you would go from something being like a continuation of somebody that, and if they both exist, then you'd probably go with the original one, and say that the original one is the same person, and the clone has all of the experiences of the same person, but now they are two separate entities at that point. Again, it's going to be arbitrary. When I speak, I mainly speak practically. It's like what makes a person is a very tough thing to answer, right? That's a very...
Well, the pill I'm trying to take you on, basically, like I'm another reductio, but I want to try to get you on the pill, basically, that there is nothing that makes someone the same person over time.
I don't entirely disagree with that. I think that yeah, you might change over time, but like for the for the sake of practicality, I think it makes sense to define a lifespan as containing one person that changes over time. Now, in terms of in a technical sense, I guess you could say, okay, in a physical sense, whatever, isn't it every 7 years all of your cells get replaced?
Something like, I thought it was 5, actually, something like that. Something crazy.
Yeah, 5, 7. It's gonna vary, I'm sure, as well, because obviously everybody is gonna be a little bit different. But I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by the same person.
Basically, I just don't think we have the personal identity exists over time. I think so. Every moment we have a different, and we can say these have like a relationship between them, so they're almost the same person. But we can't say at any one point in time the you now referring to the same as like would be referring to when we talk about like you 5 years ago. So it'd be like a fiction almost.
Sure. I'd say, yeah, obviously you're not going to be exactly the same as you were 5 years ago or even 5 seconds ago, right? You're going to be different. That being said, I mean, just for the sake of practicality and you're determining, okay, does this person have this set of experiences, etc. It's easier to just say, okay, yeah, you're basically the same person. You're just like a little bit different now. In terms of like, are they the same, like as in they're the same person as in they're exactly the same? No, obviously they're gonna be different. They're gonna be a different version of like the same concept almost. Like think of a person as like a concept, right? If every person is their own, if every person is their own concept, right? If I am my own concept, right? I guess every second is gonna, I am going to be a slightly different version of the same concept, right? And that concept will morph and change over time. And you could say, well, 5 years from now, I'll be a different concept, right? Because I'll be a lot different than I am currently, right? But it sort of, I guess you could say, it stems from the same concept, if nothing else.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So there's this fiction that we referred to. I'm trying to think if there's, for economics, right, you don't want only co-ops run, right? You're okay with it being like something like a mix of social wealth funds and cooperatives, right?
I mean, I don't know too much about the specifics, so I don't like to talk about policies that aren't really broad when it comes to economic shit. But yeah, I don't know. Just whatever benefits people the most is usually what I'm going to be in favor of. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm trying to think then if there's any other major disagreements. Because I think you just stole a bunch of your positions from synth. You have like the synth. You run the KFC party line, so I'm trying to think if there's any others that you.
I don't know. I think I'm also a Vaush clone as well. In terms of like the more specific, like in terms of like my ethics, I'm probably gonna lean more towards synth or bunk or whoever it may be. Just because. Yeah, I don't know. I think I don't know. I don't agree with Vaush on the anti-realist approach. I did for a while, but I feel like there are some things that are just like, what?
You don't agree with him on veganism too, I'm guessing?
No, I don't agree with him on veganism. At least not anymore. I think I used to.
And you debated bingo, right?
But yeah, yeah. That I mean, that guy, yeah, he's kind of weird or whatever. But he had more logical arguments than me. Once it got to the supply and demand thing, I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna argue against people that know more about the subject than me, and it's really obvious, right? I'm not gonna argue against empirical data just for the sake of debate, right? Because I feel like that'd just be really bad faith, and I don't like to do that.
Can I red pill you on eating more vegan food? Okay, I got the red pill for you, right? All you do is every week just replace one having meal with a non-meat meal.
Yeah, I mean, that's really that's way easier said than done. I will say I've never dieted before. The few instances in which I've tried, it's failed. But I agree that if you slowly change it over time, that so I think something that I've been meaning to do and I haven't because I'm fucking lazy, and I can't. I'm not gonna lie. I sort of have a habit of eating whatever the fuck I feel like eating. Is that the morally good thing to do? No, I acknowledge it's whatever the morally non-preferable option, even if I do it. So I guess long term.
I think there's something like Project 28 or whatever, and basically, they get you in touch for free with like a nutritionist and help you like plan out like a vegan diet for like 28 days or something like that.
Yeah.
Since the bunk should know what it is. But they have a program set up where they get you in touch for like free with a dietitian, help you get it all set up.
Yeah, and you got to keep in mind, right? Like, I have like a lot of shit that I'm dealing with. In real life, especially mentally, and it's like there are so many instances where it's like the one escape I have is food, right? It's like even being online just like hurts my mental health a lot of the time because it's like, oh shit, I'm being terminally online again. But it's like if I'm eating food, it's like my like go-to escape a lot of the time.
No, and it's like, and you live in. I'm guessing you also live in like a more rural area, right? You don't really live in like a heavy urban area.
No, I live in the suburbs.
Yeah, so again, not the easiest to get like good sources.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, right? When I'm like completely living on my own, and I'm able to, consistently and like I know, okay, I can afford rent. I don't have to worry about this. I'm not living paycheck to paycheck type of thing. Because it's like I live with my parents, but they make me pay rent, right? Which is fair enough. I don't blame them.
I don't know, that landlord bourgeoisie behavior. I don't know.
Yeah, I get why they do it though. It's like
I get it. I'm joking.
Yeah, as much as I'd like, I get it. They don't. It's they're not obligated to whatever give me housing for free, right? I don't blame them for that. It's like I am capable of just scraping by, and I don't think that they would be like the type of people where it's like, okay, let's say that I fail to, get enough money for the month, I don't think they would kick me out for that. They'd just be like, all right, just as long as you're trying your best to pay rent, that's all we can ask
Yeah, no.
for.
Yeah, and the nice
And
thing
and
is
I
once you get into veganism, it's also a lot cheaper over time, especially if you know how to like cook well. Like soy and lentils are like incredibly cheap.
yeah, like again, but again, this is like such a long-term thing for me because old habits die hard, right? It's like one of the things, like something that makes me happier than almost anything else is just the experience of eating ice cream, right? It's like I know that it's morally preferable if I don't, but
They make good vegan ice cream. That can be a little hard to get, but it's very
yeah, I haven't
it's
seen it
very
anywhere.
yeah. I had to see. I know you can find sources of it, but no, they've gotten the vegan ice cream stuff up to really good, and you can also homemade stuff. If you know what you're doing, like can freeze it up. I know. I think Funk
Yeah.
does that.
I think once I have like more free time that I don't use just for YouTube stuff because I really want this to take off. I'll start whatever I'll start relaxing a little bit more, making myself some meals on my own, buying whatever more vegan friendly ingredients and whatnot. It's gonna be a slow process, but
The process. The
yeah,
slow fade out is good. I know a lot of people use like Huel, if you know what that is. They'll like buy the Huel stuff and they make prepackaged meals, or you can just like I know Ask Yourself, he just makes like everything all at once for like a month or something like that.
yeah. I mean, like, and you got to keep in mind, I'm like a really fucking picky eater, right? So it's like it's
Same.
difficult. It's really difficult for somebody like me. It's possible, and I'm gonna do it one day at least. Is today the day? Probably not, because again, I have all this other shit I have to deal with, and it's like I can't focus on all this shit, all this school shit, YouTube shit, and or work shit, while also focusing on dieting. I just don't have the mental capacity for this, and I know that sounds like really weak or whatever, but it's like I don't know. I think I have a lot of shit that I have to work on. Not just that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think if there's any other major positions we would disagree on then. Because I
Yeah,
want to
no.
disagree, but I don't think we have any disagreements.
Yeah, no.
'Cause
I think
you just have like assimilated most of like the normal position that most people are gonna have.
yeah, I feel like in terms of the positions I have, it's like it's kind of just what you would expect from like whatever your average utilitarian philosophy nerd. I don't know if I'd say I'm a philosophy nerd, but
Average left Vaushist.
yeah, well, except I'm a moral realist, or at least that's the
Yeah,
way
that's
I
right. That's
lean.
why I said left Vaushism. Okay, you're
Yeah,
left.
yeah. The
Vaushism,
thing,
centrism.
I understand why Vaush doesn't like to talk about that type of shit because it's like in a practical sense, I understand just sort of just like asserting
It's
a
all
bunch
gonna
of
come down to
moral
semantics.
axioms because it's like okay, generally most of the time people can get behind whatever those moral axioms can be, but I feel like a lot of times it's like okay, good, but you could break it down further, and there's some things I think that it's like okay. I'm not very big on the anti-realist approach. It's like we all experience qualia, right? So it's like I think that because we all experience qualia, and even if I'm not 100% certain that other people do, I know that I experience it. So and that's a fact. And if I presuppose that other people experience it, I think it is an objective fact that the most morally good thing to do is to maximize positive qualia and to minimize negative qualia. I don't think that there's anything subjective about that, because even if it might be the case that I have subjective experiences, the fact that there are ones that are preferable and non-preferable, that can easily and intuitively be classified as good, bad, or neutral, I think that
Yeah.
is
I
like
think
an objective
I
fact.
think it comes down to semantics. I think it's just gonna come down to semantics and
Yeah, I think that if Vaush, wasn't so fucking stubborn and was actually willing to talk with people like I don't know, like Synth more often, I feel like he would be moved on that.
I think Vaush has gotten worse at this over time. He's becoming more and more like Hasan.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know. He's better. He's a lot better than Hasan. I think he's a good guy. I think he makes good shit. I think that he's a net good. I just disagree with some whatever specific caveats. That might be the. But it's like, for instance, I think he does more for socialism than I do, right? Per person that watches each of us, right? Because I don't know as much about socialism as he does, right? So he could point to me and be like, oh, well, he's making really surface level arguments of socialism, and this is why this specific thing is. It's like, okay, but like generally, I'm trying to move people in this direction, right? So it's like,
I
okay,
get it. It's just gonna be that I think he should engage with more people. He should engage with people more like he used to.
yeah, I would tend to agree. And that's something that I want to do. If like, let's say I'm like famous or whatever, like Vaush is, right? I'd say he's basically, I don't know, famous is a
Yeah.
strong word,
He
but you
can
get what I
any
mean.
academic he wants. Yeah, he can basically get any academic he wants on his show, like at any time.
Yeah,
Crazy. Like if he like
pretty
emailed
much.
like any professor, yeah.
Yeah, the
So
only people
that's
that won't show up on his show are people that are like scared of debating him.
or bigger than him, yeah. But there's a lot of academics who would just already come on. But like, yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, he could basically get like most experts on positions, and I wish he just did that.
Yeah, I would
He
tend
does
to
get
agree.
experts on. It seems like he moves his opinions to be more correct.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, if he were to talk to people that actually challenge his ideas more, like, especially, like, other leftists, like, I know that those debates can be, like, nerd emoji cancer or whatever, but there's a time and a place for it. I'm willing to do it, even if it's, like, not, like, whatever the best for, growing my live streams or channel or whatever.
Yeah. That's what
I
I do. I try to. I'm like, luckily I've connected with enough like academics. Like I have Unlearning. He came on, so I'm like connected with enough people that you can start emailing them, or you just email professors, and they'll almost always come on if you just email them because they have like nothing to do.
Yeah, it's like, or even just talking about people that are just more knowledgeable. They don't have to be professors, right? Like, for instance, talking to people like Lord Pasta and Synth and whatnot, I think has, like, helped me iron out my positions a little bit and make
You
better
get to talk to
arguments.
alias fake.
I think I did, but I think that they were
Oh,
trolling me the time I did talk to them.
he's incredibly smart, but he also like trolls an incredible
Yeah,
amount of times.
they were trolling me, and I'm like, okay, I can tell that they're smart, and I can tell that they're trolling, but I'll engage with that anyway, because why not, right?
It's kind of like if Moxie was smart enough to like justify the behavior they did. If you know Moxie,
I
it's a lot like
swear
a
to God,
smarter Moxie.
Moxie is not, like, dumb or anything. He's just like,
No. It's just compared to Moxie. It was like
yeah. Yeah, Moxie is, like, just a contrarian a lot of the time.
yeah, they rhetoric a lot.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you... now, yeah, I don't know. I feel like they do it a little bit too much. I think that, like... I feel like their main issue is that, like, they don't always know their audience, right? So, like, they were trying to, like, debate Jalen on whether or not trans people are delusional. And I get, like, they had a good intent. They were trying to, help Jalen, whatever, iron out her position a little bit, make better arguments, etc. But it was, like, clear that she wasn't interested in engaging at the time, and I feel like, okay, maybe respect a boundary like that, and,
Yeah.
because not
Or you have a
everybody
debate.
is...
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
it's
have
like...
a debate with them, and they suddenly start like just over talking the other person.
Yeah, I feel like there's, like, there's a time and a place, and I don't know, I feel like that's almost needs to be respected a little bit, unless you're talking about somebody that's, like, morally reprehensible, in which case it's like, okay, if you don't debate me, you're just a fucking pussy, right? Like, I'd say a
Get
Cheeto is a
Matthew
pussy.
on. You should get Matthew Edelstein on if you know who he is. He's
Get who?
Matthew Edelstein. He is like the human nerd emoji, but he's also incredibly smart about like Phil and utilitarianism. Not even to like just like the discussion with him would be good for you, and he is pretty okay with answering emails and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't know, I don't use email, so if I were to email,
Or
like...
even like Twitter DMs or like
Okay, Twitter
yeah,
DMs, I mean, if I could just use,
KFC Discord. He's deliberation under ideal conditions.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess I do still allegedly have an alt account that's not suspended permanently on Twitter, so maybe I could use that.
Did you try to appeal?
Yeah, I don't know. It hasn't done anything yet. I think in the appeal I said something like, "Oh, I was a big Elon Musk fan, and I thought that free speech was gonna, be something that was promoted on the platform, but I can't. But now I'm starting to lose a little bit of faith in Elon, even though I'm a really big fan, because he's letting the woke mob cancel me." I said some stupid shit like that. But I don't know. I don't know if it'll work or not. I don't know. I've appealed all my other suspensions, and none of it has worked. So
Yeah. No. Yeah. You gotta try the whole. I just got suspended for no reason. So I'm gonna hope they enter my suspension, or my best friend will have to get a new Twitter account.
yeah. I mean, I don't
My
know.
publicist will have to get a Twitter account. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know. I mean, all I can do is appeal the suspension try to appeal to whatever fucking retards simp for Elon, and then yeah, because it's like, oh shit, and it's one of us. They're one of us, and they got suspended. Oh shit, we gotta stop that from happening. We don't want Elon fans to get suspended because Elon wouldn't be on board with that, right?
Did you see he's removing the block function? Like he's removing the ability to block.
Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think he just said that without thinking about it, and I think his team is probably gonna respond with something like, "Look, Elon, you're look. We agree. We think you're an absolute genius, and while this would be a really good thing to do, the reason that we can't do this is because the people at Apple are evil, and they're gonna remove your app from the App Store if you do that, because that's against their stupid TOS. But we really wish that we could do that." And at that point, it's like, okay, I don't think that I think it would be something like that. I think he just tweets things without thinking about it. Oh,
Yeah. Do you want a Blue Sky link real quick? Do you want a link to use Blue Sky?
I actually just got one.
Oh, you
today.
did?
Yeah. Somebody
no.
DM'd me. I just made an account on Blue Sky.
Yeah, no, it's such a good website. The only problem is you don't get you don't have that addictive engagement that you get on Twitter. That's probably a good thing.
Twitter, yeah, I would say that's for the better.
Twitter is better than heroin, I think.
Yeah, I tried Threads, but it's like, okay, it's like nothing interesting ever pops up. It's just like whatever boring shit. It's like, okay. No, it's like occasionally someone might say something, but it's I don't know. It's like the same problem that remember Storyfire?
No, actually.
It was like
You're
supposed to be like
cell, by the way. You're talking to a young cell, so I might not know the old internet
Yeah,
stuff.
I don't know. I just remember there was the thing called Storyfire that was meant to replace YouTube. It was supposed to be like a beacon of free speech, but then also most people weren't able to post on it, or people could post, but they weren't able. So it was like Twitter combined with YouTube, basically.
Didn't they boost conservatives and then censor people who were slightly progressive?
I don't think
Well,
so.
I'm thinking of a different one.
I think you're thinking of something else. I think you're thinking of Twitter. No, but I mean, well, that is Twitter at this point. But I don't think that's the case with I don't think that was the case with Storyfire. I don't know. I wasn't political back then, so I wouldn't know. I just know that you had to get verified to post a video. So it was there was a higher barrier to entry to post videos, way higher than it is to post videos on YouTube, right? And it was whatever. The algorithm was shit. Nothing I cared about ever showed up on my timeline, so I just stopped using it. I don't know. It was it existed way before Rumble or anything like that. How old are you?
16.
Okay, yeah, I'm 19, so maybe you were a little kid.
Yeah, you
you would have still been watching the Minecraft kid-friendly YouTubers.
I was watching H-Bomb back in 2016. Okay, I was a big Bernie bro. Yeah, no, I was a huge Bernie bro. I don't even know how.
Wow.
I think it was
you were ahead of your time then. I was
no,
I was a
to be honest with
reactionary.
them, that's probably why.
I used to be a reactionary back then. Sadly,
well,
I admit to it though.
What's that one meme where it's the 2 ways to get to femboy, and the whole joke is the 2 different castles and they both lead to the same path or whatever, the illusion of choice.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I was spacing out.
Do you know the one meme about the illusion of choice, and it's just the 2 they both lead to the same ending, and it's just being a reactionary, being a progressive, becoming an insufferable debate pro.
Yeah, it sounds familiar, and I don't know. I probably saw it before and was like, oh, that. Yeah, okay, sure. Maybe that makes sense. Back in my enlightened centrist days, I probably would have found that funny. It's
yeah, no.
I used to believe in the horseshoe effect. Now there are some elements of it that are kind of true, but
true. They're both incredibly gay. Okay, both sides are incredibly gay.
Yeah, I feel like that the one thing that's true about the horseshoe effect is I will say that I feel like the sense of humor of a far right Nazi is gonna have more overlap with the sense of humor of a far left socialist than they would with anybody in between, right? It's like socialists and Nazis both have very edgy senses of humor. That's the one thing they have in common.
Yeah, and they both laughed at the exact same thing, but for entirely different reasons.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when it comes to sense of humor, the horseshoe effect is very real. When it comes to the actual positions and whether or not something is morally good or not, absolutely not. Leftists think way more about their positions than rightoids.
I don't think we have any major disagreement. I'm gonna hop off.
All
I
right.
guess technically because we agree you want undefeated, so
Yeah. I mean, fair enough. I mean, if you have good positions, then it's like I'm not gonna argue against you. You know, why would I?
yeah,
Unless I'm
not
teaching
gonna
you
run
how to
any
debate.
DA. No running DAs.
Yeah. I'm not here to be contrarian. I mean, sometimes I am. Anyways, well, thank you for
Oh.
coming on. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I don't know, to all the 5 viewers, right?
Oh, there's a little bit more
many
than that
viewers are there?
now, but yeah. There's 9. It says, or at least on my end, it says that.
Wow, you've actually double digits
yeah.
viewers.
All right, have a nice day. Thank you for coming on. Anyways, where was I? Sorry, I'm getting DMs. Uh-oh, is my camera not on? No, it's just really laggy. It's just really laggy. Okay, hold on. I'm just looking at DMs. Oh, damn. Yo. I got sent a very epic picture of damn. Talk about a glow up. Yeah, no fucking kidding, Jalen. Holy shit. That is a glow up. This is Kris Tyson. She's actually really fucking pretty now. Genuinely. Really fucking pretty. I can't like the tweet because I'm permanent suspended. So, there's nothing I can do. Yeah, your account is suspended. Yeah. Femyoz babe, send me a blue sky link. I don't have one, or I did have one. I think you can only use a code once, right? I think. You look like you have, like you glued a haystack on your head. I don't know what the fuck that means. Is it because my hair has a lot of volume? Is that why? Makes sense. Totally. But goddamn. She do be looking good. This is what HRT does. And makeup. HRT plus makeup. Like, goddamn. Like, before she wasn't passing. Now she's starting to pass. Good for her. I'm proud. But yeah, I think she started HRT a little bit before me. Or actually, yeah, I think, yeah. Or, yeah, well, I'd say so. Oh, muted cutie. Somebody gave a blue sky link. Go claim it right now. Copy and paste it. Go. Anyways. Pretty sure she had face surgery. Did she? I don't know. I think it's just HRT. I don't think she had face surgery. Maybe she got, like, laser hair removal. That would be, yeah. It's like if you, like, even in July, right? So almost a month ago, right? So like 20 days ago-ish, right? You can see a big difference in, like, the facial structure. This isn't surgery, right? This is just fat redistribution, like, alone. And then this is 5 hours ago. Like, this looks more similar to this than this looks to this. Or maybe she got surgery on her nose. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Like, the thing about people like me or Kris Tyson that have larger than average noses, like, you know, people with a relative, like, a decently sized schnoz, I guess you could say. Yeah, you're usually gonna, it's gonna depend on the angle. Like, I don't know. God damn. She do be looking good though. Unironically. Oh wow, this is yeah. It's also trans girl aesthetic because of the thigh highs. Anyone that wears thigh highs like this is either trans or a femboy. Obviously she's trans. But yeah. Complete the look. Yeah, this is like the trans girl starter pack right here. This is yeah. It really is. It really is. But yeah. Kris Tyson. See, that's the thing. It's like I feel like people hate Kris because, like, they know, like, there's nothing to like dislike about her, right? She's just chilling, right? She's just existing, and she's like one of the most chill people, right? That's why they hate her. It's like, you know, why do they hate her more than, you know, they hate me? Well, part of it is because she's more famous than me. Part of it is because, like, whatever. It's like, okay, they can go to me, like, they can look at me and they're like, oh, well, see guys, trans people are mentally ill. Look at Femyoz. They're mentally ill. Whereas it's like, oh, Kris Tyson is just living her life, being happy. Like, yo. But yeah, no, I don't think that she's gotten facial feminization surgery. I think she just looks better on HRT. Part of it is also going to be the camera angle. I don't know. Not to mention that makeup does wonders. So obviously she's gotten better at makeup. I don't know if she's using a filter or not, but it could be the case. Whatever, make your skin look perfect instead of almost perfect. I don't know. Her skin looks nicer than mine, in my opinion at least. Yeah, she looks good. Yeah, I don't know. W. Kris Tyson. But yeah, look at the difference here, right? Like the like just whatever. 6 months on HRT. I'm stupid. Yeah, she's been on it a lot longer than me then. I've been on it for since June, July, August, a little under 3 months. So she's been on it for like more than twice as long. And that was on July 30th. So she's somewhere between 6 and 7 months on HRT now. But still, that's like really good. Like, damn. Anyways, common Kris Tyson W. Hell yeah. Alright, I'm gonna close Twitter. Sorry. This is such a side tangent, if you know what I mean. Open Discord back up. Okay, anyways. Okay, it looks like there's nobody in the audience trying to debate me. So this is a part where I just start talking about stuff. You know what I mean? Hell yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna go close the blinds. 1 sec, be right back. Also, you like the fit? Fit check? This is a good fit? Cat ears fell off because I was leaning over. I hate Kris Tyson because he married a woman. Well, first of all, Kris Tyson is a woman as well. So she married a woman and had kids with her knowing she was trans. I mean, I remember watching on the Anthony Padilla interview that it took forever for her to even come out as herself. So I don't even think she had come out to herself. Like, maybe she had known, but without knowing, right? There's a difference between knowing and being self-aware about the fact that you know, right? So for instance, I could argue, oh, well, I've always known that there was something different about me, that you know, I'd always known something about myself, but I didn't know the specifics, right? W fit, why thank you. You look disgusting. No, your mom begs to differ, okay? Trust me. Why don't you ask your mom how I look? But yes, I agree. W fit indeed. Either way, yeah, the weird thing about, whatever, transphobic people is they try really hard. Like, they try really, really hard to, whatever, insult people and whatnot. It just doesn't work, right? Because it's like, especially trans women, or people that are, like, trans femme, whatever it may be, like, they tend to get the most shit, right? So it's like, I've seen it all. Right, I've seen people say way worse things than anything you can come up with, right? It's like, okay. Now, obviously, you have to get onto more terminally online parts of the internet to get there, but still. I mean, I've done that, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I've seen it all. Nothing you can really say that I haven't already seen. I don't know, it just means nothing now. I'm guessing Kris Tyson probably feels the same way. From what I understand, she does. Because, like, if you talking about me, yeah, I am. Yeah, I am talking about you. Or at least I was. And then I moved on, because I don't care. Perhaps you would like to get in the Discord and debate me. Wouldn't that be fun? Perhaps we could debate on the topic of trans issues. Oh, wouldn't that be so epic? Sure would. Hell yeah. Oh, that'd be sick. That'd be awesome. That'd be wonderful. Yeah. Anyways. I don't know. It seems like you're having a mental breakdown, though, so I don't know if you're up for it. I don't know. I'll give you a chance to speak your mind, to say whatever dumb shit talking points you have on my public platform before I tear you a new one, right? Either way. Oh, man. Thoughts on homosexuality. I think homosexuality is cool. Yeah, that's right. I said it. I said homosexuality is cool. I just got a DM from somebody saying Mr. Beast was actually behind at 9/11. According to the underground documents of Furshia Polo of 2003, it proves that the FBI and CIA knew of the presence of Mr. Beast prior to the plane crashes, and acknowledging that a Southeast man in the U.S. was behind it. Let me in VC so I can expose the truth. Mr. Beast is bad. I guess if nobody else joins, but then maybe. But I don't know. Nobody is in the audience of the live stage. Now, obviously, I'm gonna if somebody that like actually wants to debate, I'll let them in first. Thoughts on men kissing and taking their shirts off? I think it's pretty epic. It's pretty based when that happens. Pretty cool. Based, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think it's based? I sure think it's based. I think it's very based. Smash like if you agree. I know that there are some people that are watching this that haven't smashed like or engaged with the video /VOD /stream /whatever. For those of you who haven't done so, promote me algorithmically by leaving a like. Or even if you hate me, you can do so by leaving a dislike. Because that increases the engagement still. So like Mr. Fields, if you want to increase the engagement, you can do that. You know? But yeah, I guess I probably shouldn't say that. Because then you won't dislike the video. And you won't increase the engagement. It's like, okay, well, that's not good. I shouldn't have said anything. I guess it's a win-win for me. I smashed dislike. Good. Good, you increased the engagement. Why, thank you. All engagement is good engagement in the eyes of the YouTube algorithm gods. Kris defenders are wild because they always tiptoe around Kris calling the detonation of Building 7. Yeah, you make a fair point. I don't know, I don't think 9/11 was that bad. You know, it makes sense. You know, what did you need the Twin Towers there for in the first place, right? Thoughts on furries? I don't know. I guess they kind of exist. Make some of the debates as content on the second channel. Yeah, I intend on doing that. Because I don't really know what else I would want to use the second channel for other than stream segments. I don't know. It's hard to say, because then I'm going to have the same dilemma on that channel, right? Where it's like, do I do commentary or debate? I don't know, man. But if I'm not uploading debates as, like, separate videos on this channel, then I'll do it on the second channel, right? I think I'll do it on the second channel, because, I don't know. I don't think that whatever, uncut debates mesh well with whatever highly edited, super high effort content, right? Not because the debates are bad, it's just like a different medium almost. What the hell, people died? Pfft, yeah, you got a source? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I don't, what if nobody actually died in 9/11? What if it was all a psyop? What if 9/11 wasn't even real? What if nothing is real until last Wednesday? What if the universe was created last Wednesday? Then 9/11 basically never happened, if you think about it, right? You don't know how long the universe has existed. You know, you could have just become conscious 5 seconds ago, and all of your memories were inscribed in the time you popped into existence. I have awokened. True. Yeah, exactly. Maybe you weren't even a conscious entity until just now. However many seconds ago that may have been. And all of your memories are just fake memories that were given to you by the Matrix in order to believe that you've existed for a longer period of time than you have. Woke? True. This is definitely what woke ideology preaches. You better believe it is. Yeah, it seems like not too many people are keen on debating me as of right now. Unfortunate, but that's okay. No need to force it to happen. That's a-okay. How long have I been streaming for? A little under 4 hours. That's not so bad. Though in the VOD, it's going to be less than that, because there were instances where I was lagging. Life is just Sims 4 hardcore version, not going to lie, true. I have a question, do you have Twitch? I have a Twitch account, but I never use it. Because I think, you have to pay money to Streamlabs, to multi-stream, and I don't want to do that. I'm poor. What do you expect from me? Come on. I'm just saying. But yeah. I don't know. Will I ever stream on Twitch? I mean, I don't know. Maybe if I multi-stream, if I stream to more than one platform, I'll stream to YouTube and then maybe Twitch and or Kick. Thoughts on a Cheeto's response? Yeah, I don't know. It was, I don't care that he, responded. Or I'm not against it. I think it's good that he responded. Because that's kind of what I was looking for, was some sort of response. Otherwise, I probably would have just wasted my time, right? But yeah, I knew there was a good chance he responds. Not a big fan of, like, the lying about my position thing. He said that I was in favor of kids getting their dicks chopped off, which I don't know where the fuck he got that from. Obviously, that's, like, just it's not a true statement, right? Like, that's obviously a complete blatant lie, right? But yeah, smash like if you don't like lying. If you think lying is bad, like if you agree, okay? And you can promote the anti-lying ideology algorithmically. El Cheeto, true. L.A. Cheeto, indeed. But yeah, L liars, true. Like, I think it would be a fair criticism to say, okay, you're being terminally online again, Femyoz. Why did you say these mean things in the comments? It's like, whatever. I get, okay, yeah, generally, at least in a vacuum, not in a vacuum, sorry. In most circumstances, it's not really, those aren't very nice things to say, but the goal wasn't to be nice. It was to get attention. And, oh, attention I got. I got a few dollars of ad revenue out of it. Just from AdSense. I got, like, whatever, like $7 or some shit like that in total. Just from a Cheeto making his video. It's like, yeah, I get to buy, like, a big bag of chips with that. It's like, yo, thanks for the money. It also gets my name out there, even if it's... Look, here's the thing, right? All publicity is good publicity to an extent, right? I don't know how much I agree with that, actually. Look, here's the thing, right? No matter what, I have bad optics, I feel like. There's no avoiding that. Especially after the whole, like, if you acknowledge any nuance in the lolicon debate, right? And you're like, okay, maybe it shouldn't, you shouldn't go to jail for it, but you can say it's cringe or whatever, right? If you have that level of nuance, I feel like you end up having bad optics. I don't know, it's like people have told me to care more about optics, but I feel like the more I care about optics, the worse I look, right? So if I just stop caring about optics again, I feel like I look worse temporarily, but better long-term, right? It's like, think about Vaush, for instance, right? He used to have terrible optics, right? I think he cares too much about optics now. I don't know, but he is also rhetorically effective. Taki's slander will not be tolerated in this chat, true. Hot Cheetos are mid, don't at me. Yeah, they're not really spicy. Takis are pretty spicy. So I think that they're good. I don't know, I think that if you have too many of them, they start to taste bad. Not because they're too spicy, but because they have, like, a strong taste. Not just in terms of them being spicy, but, like, in terms of the actual, flavor. Not just the burning your tongue aspect, right? Surprisingly, despite how, fucking white I am, I actually don't, really have an issue eating Takis. I think that they're quite good, actually. I don't know, I just think if you eat too many of them, it's like there's almost like, I don't know if I'd call it like a sour taste, but there's like a certain taste that they have that, I don't know, it's a strong taste that goes beyond just the spicy, ow, my tongue hurts because I'm fucking white as shit, ooh woo, type of thing. I don't know, I guess if you get, I don't know, I think I'm like an anomaly. You wouldn't expect somebody that likes me to be able to eat spicy food. But, here I am nonetheless. I'm a soy boy for hot shit, but I still eat Takis. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I think that there are some types of spicy that I don't like, and others that I do. Yeah, that's right. For me, it's like, there's not really much that's, like, too spicy in the sense of like, ow, this hurts my tongue too much type of thing. Like, nothing is really too hot in that sense. It's just, oh, if there's like some other taste that goes along with it. Like, I don't like Buffalo Wild Wings, right? Not because they're too spicy, but just because I think they taste bad. Like, it's not because they're too hot or whatever. I don't know if that makes sense or not. It's like, for me, it's more about the actual taste, if you know what I mean, right? Hot Cheeto enjoyers wear diapers. Jesus Christ. What happened to the Femboy podcast? Yeah, the Femcast project is, kind of on hold because, like, the stream VODs are also like a podcast, in a sense. It's like, whatever. I'm doing a live show, which functionally is the same if you're watching the VOD, right? Other than maybe, whatever, it's less topic-oriented, maybe. I get more sidetracked. But, and obviously I interact with chat more. But, like, in a sense, this is like a podcast, right? It's in a playlist that is set as a podcast. I think it's called Femboy Debate Bro, right? Because, yeah, you can listen to it if you want. You don't have to watch it visually. Or you can also watch it visually if you want. But yeah, if this channel becomes really successful, I might do the podcast as like a one-off thing, right? But if I was gonna record podcast episodes, I would just take really long segments of streams or whatever, like multiple hour-long segments. And if that's the case, it's like, why don't you just watch it in the stream at that point if you just want to listen to something? Nothing wrong with gays, by the way. Just noticed that retards enjoying Takis all happen to be gay. That is true. I haven't seen any counter evidence to that. Frowny face. I'm sorry. Look, here's the thing, right? I need to focus on growing this channel specifically, right? Now, why have I created a second channel? You may be asking. Mainly because, if you take like small stream segments that are more digestible to people that wouldn't otherwise watch a live stream, that's sort of something that can funnel people into the streaming content, right? But I also don't want that to clutter up my my videos on this channel, which is why I'm doing a second channel, or whatever, so that like I can focus on high effort content on the main channel, right? Because like I want to show, you know, as many people as possible, whatever, this content and this to reach the widest audience, as well as people watching the you know, the high effort stuff. Yeah. So it's like, for instance, if somebody watching the high effort stuff, you know, subscribes to the channel, but then they don't want to watch any of the streams, chances are if they were to watch stream segments, they might be a little bit more likely to watch the stream. But like, I don't know. I feel like they'd be more likely to subscribe to a second channel first and watch stream segments and then move on to, you know, you get the point. Will Femcraft make a return at some point? Yeah, it probably will. In fact, it certainly will. And I will also be doing a Minecraft, like a Minecraft SMP type of thing, right? With some YouTube friends. Some people might be able to guess who those individuals might be. Thought about adding people to the streams to talk about certain topics like regular conversations, not debate. Yeah, I've considered it. Yeah, I don't know. Femboy SMP hype. I mean, it's not just gonna be femboys, right? So some of the people that I've talked to about this idea are not exactly femboys, though they are they definitely do, if nothing else, like femboys, right? They definitely don't hate femboys or anything, or I wouldn't have invited them. Yeah. But yeah, I think it'll be intuitively obvious as to who some of the people might be. You might already be thinking of one or two of them. Because yeah. Because, yeah, it's very obvious that I associate with certain individuals. Some people don't like them, but, me? Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I mean, I'll have to make the realm first. The reason I even made that as, like, an idea, yes, Nat is one of the people. Yeah, Natty, Forsyth, and Jalen were both invited. It's not gonna be, like, a debate thing or anything like that. I think, yeah, I also invited Synth. I think I invited some other people that didn't want to do it. I think I invited Keffels and Demon Mamba, but they just left the group chat, and I'm like, damn, that hurt my feelings. I see how it is. But I don't blame them. It was mainly just like okay, we're all mentally ill motherfuckers, right? We're all terminally online. Why don't we just do something more chill? You know what I mean? That was the idea behind it. That is the idea, right? And I think that at some point that'll be like a good thing to do, right? A femboy SMP would slap TBH. I mean, that's, in a sense, that's almost what it is. I might invite Fembro to participate. But yeah. In fact, I probably will. I feel like he might. He might not. I don't know. I don't know if he plays Minecraft at all or not, or ever has, or would be interested in doing something like that. I don't know. What do you guys think? Huh, chat? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. It's a very good question. Anyways, I hope you're all having a fantastic day, chat. What are our chances of a soy boy like me joining the SMP? I don't know. I feel like I'd have to, like, know who you are a little bit more, right? So it's not impossible, right? I might invite some, like, really active people, especially channel members. Cough, cough, mutated cutie. Perhaps you would like to join the SMP at some point, if that is something you would be interested in doing. Like, I might invite channel members to at least appear as, like, guests, if nothing else, or whatever it may be, or, like, I'll invite them to play whenever they feel like, I guess. So you added people who you thought were mentally ill? Yeah, including you. Why else would I have invited? Yeah, no, no, the reason, it's not about mental illness, it's more along the lines of, okay, YouTube can be really stressful, especially when it comes to YouTube drama, right? And I almost want to create some, like, social out, where it's like you get to, you know, be terminally online to an extent, right? But you're doing something fun, right? You're not doing something to your own detriment, right? I'm the most mentally sane person on the planet. That is true, Jalen. That is very true. Mental illness isn't even a part of the equation when it comes to your life story, you know? It's like, it's not even a thing you have to deal with. You know what I mean? Waylon, very true. Can we get some Waylons in chat? These communities are founded and shared on mental illness and Mr. Vaush. That's true. If you think about it, if we're all mentally ill, then basically none of us are mentally ill, you know? If you think about it, mentally ill is just relative to, you know, the default, what is considered to be the default state of mind, you know? It's relative to the average extent to which an individual is mentally ill, you know? But yeah, we stand Jalen, based, Waylon, hell yeah. Yeah, I don't know. People give Jalen a lot of shit. I don't think she deserves it. I think it makes more sense for somebody like me to get shit, right? Because it's like, whatever. Like, I go out of my way to be an asshole sometimes, and it's like, I do it for attention, so it's like, what do I fucking expect, right? I don't, like, hold it against people who, like, whatever, try to shit on me. And it's like, whatever, I've done some fucked up things. I can be criticized for being wrong about some things in the past, or doing some not very ideal things that are not very utilitarian of me. You know, they decreased utility or whatever. That being said, I don't think I'm a terrible person or anything. I just think I've done some fucked shit. But hey, I mean, we all gotta work on that, right? Everybody has their own shit they gotta work on. It's just I'm stupidly transparent about everything. I don't know. And it's like every time I try to care more about optics, I just look terrible. So it's like, what's the point? I've just given up. I don't care about optics anymore. Yeah, I did at the start of stream almost, but then not really. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck that. I don't know. Like, I feel like, I don't know. It's almost paradoxical, right? If you care too much about optics, your optics become a lot worse, right? But if you don't care about optics, then you gotta find some gray area. Or, sorry, not gray area, some middle area, right? You don't want to look terrible. You don't want people to think you're the most evil person. Otherwise, okay, that might be bad. But, you want people to see an accurate representation of you, right? Mental illness is just being based in a society of cringe. That's true. We do live in a society. If we didn't live in a society, there would be no such thing as people, being categorized as mentally ill, right? Because, without society, we wouldn't even have terms like that to describe people, My life is in shambles. Yeah, I felt that. No, but the main reason is because YouTube drama is stressful. Being hated is stressful a lot of the time. Or whatever, being unpopular, at least to an extent, in a lot of circles on the internet, right? If people are like constantly talking about you, saying not very nice things or whatever, that can be stressful. I'm not gonna lie, right? So it's like I wanna give people like some sort of out, you know, some sort of some period of time in which they can just not have to deal with that. You know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to like sit here and be like, oh, poor me, being a YouTuber / streamer is so hard. It's like, nah, it's like I signed up for it, right? But it's like, it's still good to have like some sort of, mentally healthy social interaction, even if it's online, right? It's better than none. Or, having the only social interaction be debating Nazis or some shit, or people that disagree with me, right? I like when you join calls and start acting ironic. The people were mad at you last night, but who wants to argue all the time? I like when you joke around. Yeah, that's something I've noticed, is they get really fucking mad and defensive when I, like, whatever, joke around. And they're, like, mad at me for, like, not taking it seriously. It's like there's no winning with these people, right? It's like I joke around, I'm not taking it seriously enough. If I take it seriously, they're like, why are you taking it so seriously? Like, yeah, obviously people are gonna, like, talk shit on the internet. Like, it's the internet, bro. Like, stop being such a sensitive, whiny pussy. And then it's like no matter what, or if, and then if it's like, okay, then if I, am like, calmly debating them, and then they start yelling at me and talking over me. So then I talk over them, but then they get mad at me for doing that. It's like, there's no winning, right? It's like, it doesn't matter what I do. So it's like they expect me to take shit seriously, and then it's like as soon as I was like, okay, fuck it, I won't joke around. So I was like, okay, let's see what happens if I just let them talk at me, and it's like, okay, yeah, you're just, yeah, it's not like they're gonna be any nicer to me or say anything nicer about me, right? They're not gonna be more charitable if I'm just like quiet and respectful. And I demonstrated that on the stream, It's like, oh, okay, yeah, you're still, it's not that I'm, talking over you. You're just whatever. But yeah, I don't know. It's like, I've tried basically every approach just to see what happens. I don't know, I think that the best approach I can take is just not caring. But it's like, they normally would agree with that. Like, in theory, they agree with me. In terms of like, oh yeah, if you don't care, then nothing can get to you, type of thing. Like, that's their mindset most of the time. But it's like, oh, but they want me to be a lol cow, so I'm supposed to have like some sort of reaction. But it's like, if I'm trolling them, then that makes them look stupid, right? So they don't like that, right? Because then they're taking dumb shit seriously. So it's like, I think I've sort of figured it out though. I think the best thing I can do is just not take them seriously. Not take anyone in commentary seriously, unless they want to have like a genuine one-on-one debate, right? But it's like, how have you been, Femyoz? I've been good, Natty. How have you been? I hope you're doing well. Why are there no Terraria e-boy YouTubers? Why is it still just Minecraft? Because Minecraft is superior. Though I will say I've never played Terraria, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. Rather than taking, like, it's like I feel like I've debated everybody on whatever YouTube drama they have an issue with at this point, so it's like I'm not gonna take any debates like that seriously anymore, because I feel like I've already covered everything that needs to be covered. Today was a better day. It was better than usual. Had a nice day. Was at a party. Well, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I'm probably not. So in terms of like the video essay that I was gonna do, I'm probably not gonna do that. I'm probably just gonna unlist the whatever the members only streams. Put them in a playlist, so people can see them if they want. I'm just like I'm so done talking about all that shit. It's like, I feel like anything I say is not gonna convince people to change their minds. They're just gonna lie and misconstrue shit. So it's like, I've given up. I never take commentary people seriously. Neither do I for the most part, but it's like, if they're like trying to give me genuine advice, or they say that they are, it's like, I want to give them a chance, right? I want to be charitable, right? I'm not just gonna be a dick for the sake of being a dick, right? But if the entire process of them quote unquote giving me criticism that's valid / good advice is them spewing a bunch of dumb bullshit, right? It's like, okay, maybe I don't take you seriously, right? It's like, okay, the advice of, oh yeah, just don't focus on the live stream stuff, when it's like, okay, that's where I've made most of the money, right? And so clearly that's like in an objective sense, even if I didn't prefer streaming as like a format because it's like really fun, even if that wasn't my favorite thing to do, it's like it would still be like objectively the best course of action. Or like the criticism of, and I didn't call him out on this because it's like whatever, I'm not trying to get dogpiled, unless I'm like being ironic. It's like I was too tired to argue with Emrao on this because whenever he argues, I swear to fucking God, he can get, like, I'm not gonna say he himself is insufferable, but he can be insufferable sometimes. Not to the extent of, like, March Baby. March Baby is genuinely insufferable. I cannot stand, I don't know why anyone likes him. I don't know. I don't know if that's just a me thing, but I just can't stand the way he talks or argues. I don't know, he's just like, he comes across as like really whiny and like he comes across as like confrontational, but like in like the bad way, and like a really whiny please shut the fuck up kind of way. You know what I mean? That's how he comes across to me. I don't know, maybe that's just my commentary people are so patently fake. Yeah, exactly. It's like I feel like CB2, it comes across as like really fake to me. It's like there's just like there's something like very fake about him. Emrao, I think, I don't know if I'd say he's entirely fake. I think he is to an extent, but I don't think he's like trying to be a bad person. I think he's just dumb. Hello Cat, welcome to the stream. March Baby has a crush on you. That is true. He probably does. In fact, he almost definitely does. No one else would be thinking this much about me. They'll stop being friends with someone, then retroactively change their opinions on all of their past controversies. Yeah, exactly. It's like this weird, like, that's what they did with Tipster. Like, that's what they've done with Tipster. It's like they retroactively are like, oh yeah, no, you were always, like, flirting with all the e-whores and cheating on your wife. And it's like, well, that wasn't the narrative before. Why was it a joke when you were friends, but now it's not a joke? Emrao is funny, at least. Yeah, exactly. I don't mind Emrao. I don't know if he I don't think he hates me. I don't think he likes me either. He probably has a similar opinion on me that I have about him, right? I think he can be insufferable sometimes. I don't think he's a bad person, per se. I think he just says a lot of dumb shit. Emrao seems cool. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind Emrao. Even if he doesn't like me, I'm not gonna say I think he's like a bad guy. Like, does he like me? Probably not. He probably dislikes me. That doesn't mean I dislike him back. You know, who knows? I feel like his advice, I feel like he's trying to give good advice by saying pivot into commentary because that'll be more interesting. I think what he fails to understand is, like, commentary is only more interesting to some people. Emrao is deliberately obtuse. I don't know. I think he might just be obtuse. I don't know. I think it might be an ego thing, ironically enough. I think he says that I have a big ego, and sometimes I do, or I act like I do, but I think he's also projecting. I think his ego is just as big as mine, if not larger, which is fine. I don't care. I don't know. I think it clouds his judgment a little bit. I don't know. Like, obviously, like, in terms of, like, how much has his YouTube channel grown, like, obviously, you would think, oh, well, he's gonna know more about the platform than you, Femyoz, because he has 10k subs, and you only have 1k, and his video, he gets more views per video, right? But then the next question is, okay, well, how many of the people watching his videos would pay him money and watch him on all of his live streams? You know, it's like, well, a very small proportion, right? Whereas somebody like me has a, you know, in terms of, like, it's like I only have 1k subs, but there are people that watch my streams. Now, that's, you know, there are gonna be times where it's like, oh, you know, it's a dead stream or whatever, because, like, everybody's, like, asleep or doing some other shit, right? But generally, for 1,000 subs, I'm not doing too bad. Like, when I debated him on VR chat, he partially conceded to my point, but never admitted it. Yeah, he did this with the Natty Forsyth debate. Like, he would partially concede it, but he wouldn't want to, like, fully concede it. Like, I'm not going to talk too much about Natty Forsyth right now, because I don't want to get into that whole debacle. I think it's bad for me, my mental health, and potentially even my channel. I don't think it's going to change anybody's minds anymore. I've already said my piece. I think that I might, like, whatever, upload a couple debates I've had about it that I think I did an okay job with. Edit screenshots on screen, clarify certain things, and then maybe call it a day. I'm not going to make, like, a full video essay at this point. I don't think it's a good idea. Like, no matter what, I'm going to be biased to an extent, and people are going to be like, oh, well, you're just saying that because you're biased, so it's like, whatever. I'm glad you didn't take their advice. If you started making content like theirs, I would not be here right now. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, it's like, okay, I'll give your advice some level of consideration, and then I'll think about it, and I'll be like, okay, no, your advice is shit, right? Because it's like, there are people that like watching the streams, right? Maybe you're not one of them, right? But you're not everybody, right? And it's like, oh, but they're like, people have already filled the debate niche. Oh yeah, as if commentary isn't already the most oversaturated fucking shit imaginable. It's like, he'll acknowledge, like, Emrao will acknowledge, and again, I'm not trying to diss Emrao or anything. I think he's an okay guy. I think he's dumb sometimes. I think he cares too much about commentary YouTube drama. So why is my camera lagging? That's fun. But it's like, okay, obviously he thinks YouTube drama is the most interesting thing there is. I don't, right? I used to, because, yeah, when I was younger and less mature, right? But it's like, he'll acknowledge that, yeah, people that make commentary just say the same shit as other commentary channels. But guess what? People watch it anyway, right? Why? Because they want to see what different people have to say about the same shit, right? Why would this not apply to people in the debate sphere, which is less overly saturated? There are way more commentary channels that say the same shit than debate YouTube channels that say the same shit, right? In fact, there's a lot more variety when it comes to debate YouTubers, right? So, for instance, Hasan, like, people that watch Hasan, you know, they might be more likely to watch Vaush, but, like, there's, like, they have completely different approaches. Like, Vaush and Hasan hate each other, right? Vaush and Destiny hate each other, right? And it's like, one of the points Emrao made was like, well, why would anybody watch you when they could watch Destiny? And it's like, well, because I have different takes from Destiny. I think sometimes I might make better points. I'm a lot easier to reach, right? It's easier to engage with me as the audience, right? Like, that's one of the, so it's like, yeah, maybe I'm a small YouTuber, right? That might that might deduct points from whatever, the incentive to watch me or whatever the fuck, right? But I make up for it by interacting with anybody that's willing to debate me, right? So it's like, well, yeah, it's like I, as the audience, have easy access to Femyoz and talking to this Femyoz person that I disagree with, right? Or, yeah, or it's like, oh, you know, this Femyoz person, you know, they're interesting, and I want to hear more about what they have to say. Why do they think the way they do, right? You don't have to be, it's like, are people that are invested in commentary automatically gonna flock to my debate streams? No, because they don't care about debate. That's fine. That doesn't mean that everybody cares about the same thing, right? I think that, and keep in mind that I'm going to be in a huge disadvantage when it comes to commentary, right? Because commentary in general tends to lean more right-wing. Like, even somebody like Emrao can acknowledge this and will you know, whatever, admit that that's the case, right? Whereas, you know, in leftist spheres, if anything, I'm at the very least not at a disadvantage, and if anything, I'm at an advantage, right? Because you know, leftists are not repressive losers, right? At least not most of the time. So they'll admit, you know, if they think a femboy is hot, they think a femboy is hot. They don't even care about are traps gay fucking debate, right? Because it's like, well, it doesn't matter. I don't care if it's gay or not. If I think it's hot, regardless of the way you categorize me. Why would people watch his pedo expose videos when they could watch another pedo expose video? Same logic. Yeah, exactly. Now I will say that yeah, his editing is getting better. I saw part of the video he made about me. His editing is actually getting good. You know, I'm not saying he's not talented. He's a very talented creator, right? He would probably acknowledge the same for me. I'm also quite talented, right? It's just we don't make content that the other person enjoys watching. That doesn't mean it's bad content. Do I care about PDF files in VR chat? No. Maybe it'll occasionally be interesting to watch. Maybe occasionally I'll tune into a video of his, right? Oh, I wonder what he's up to, right? The reason I tuned in to one of his videos in the first place wasn't even because I thought that the topic was entirely, interesting to me. It's like, well, I don't give that much of a shit. But it's like, it's like I saw that he was getting canceled on Twitter, and I'm like, oh, okay. Well, then he must be an interesting person if he's getting canceled for a Discord message in which he says that he wants to become, he wants to be made into a sissy slut. I'm like, oh, fuck, that's really based, So it's like, well, shit, it's like, I want to see what this guy's up to. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, his content's not so bad. Like, at least not in an objective sense. So then I left a comment on his video saying, I think you're underrated. I think you have a lot of potential type of shit, right? And we almost became, like, friends, I guess. In fact, I think, yeah, he considered me to be a friend at one point. I don't think he considers me to be a friend anymore. But regardless, hello, Bedlam son, and welcome to the stream, or welcome back. I don't remember. Were you here earlier? I think you might have been. I have terrible memory. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I don't think MRAL means any harm. I don't think there's any bad blood. Back today, I left a few days ago. Okay, I just have terrible memory. I think somebody else might have requested to be earlier today that I don't know if it was, real life has begun to pick up again, so been busy. That's fair enough. I don't blame you for that. Obviously, Femyoz live streams are way more important than real life boring nonsense or whatever. But yeah, no, I get it. If you don't have a choice, you don't have a choice. I'm just saying. Though I would choose Femyoz live stream over having a real life interaction with somebody. I'm just saying. I'm only sort of joking. Only sort of joking. Kind of, sort of, but maybe not really. I don't know. I will say that CB2 genuinely, I don't know, I feel like CB2 is a little bit on the dishonest side. I think that MRAL isn't disingenuous. I think he's dumb. I think he tries to appeal to the popular opinion too much. I think he's just, yeah, I don't know. I think he has a bit of an ego, but I think that it makes sense because he's more successful than me. So it makes sense for him to think that he's better at YouTube than me. Because on the surface, yeah, he probably is. I don't know, I have a more loyal audience than he does, though, right? He got, like, I think whenever he streamed, he would get, whatever, I want to say, like, 20 to 30 concurrent viewers, on average, but sometimes less, right? I get usually, like, 10 to 15 on average, sometimes more or less, right? But you gotta keep in mind, my channel is, like, whatever, a 10th, like, the sub count of his, right? So if it was proportional to the sub counts, right, he would have, whatever, like, let's say he was streaming right now, right? And he consistently got, like, 10 times the amount of viewers as me, right? He would have 80 viewers, right? That would be proportional to his sub count. He doesn't get that, right? Because his audience isn't as loyal as mine, right? Not till you're old enough to do shots at karaoke fem till then. Real life happens? Well, damn. But do you have any new videos planned? I do. Okay, we're back, I think. Do you have any new videos planned? I do. Okay, yeah, alright, anyways, yeah, in terms of new videos, I'm doing a video about Leafy, and it's also another episode, of, Femboy Destroys Femboy Haters, okay? It's a new part, and it involves Leafy, because he did a shitty Rumble stream, where he reacts to my content, he attempted to roast me. That doesn't mean he was very successful. So yeah, that's my next video. I spent, whatever, a little over an hour editing, like, whatever, a fifth of it, or at least in terms of, like, the actual cuts. It's probably less than a fifth of it, in terms of, like, editing the entire thing, including whatever visuals might show up on screen or whatever. But yeah. No, it's fine, take your time. I really wish you could give you all cake to chat. Oh, hell yeah. Lag looks good. Well, that's good news. Aside from, obviously, the lag of my camera. Yeah, it's interesting how, despite the fact that I have terrible Wi-Fi and my camera constantly lags, I just so happen to, for whatever wacky reason, to have a more dedicated audience to watching my streams than MRAL. Why? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because be because I make better streams. I'm just saying. Yeah, because I don't know. It's like I guess it's like more of a long-term type of thing, right? Like Vaush started out with like whatever, whatever, like 10 to 20 viewers, I think, and he grew from there. But and that was on Twitch before Twitch just was like complete shit, right? Twitch was actually like a usable platform back then, I think. Kind of, right? There was not like streaming on YouTube was really bad back then, I think. I think it's like there's still some things that need to be ironed out or whatever. But generally speaking, YouTube is pretty good with streams now. I'm just saying. And it's way better with VODs, right? Like nobody really watches VODs on Twitch, right? People seem to watch but people watch VODs on YouTube, especially if they remain public, right? Like I'll do a stream or whatever, right? And it'll get like and then like in terms of like when I'm actually streaming, it'll get like usually like on average probably like 250 views, like 200 views maybe, like 200 to 300 views, I think. And but then it usually ends up getting like 400 or 500 nowadays. Before it was a little bit lower, but it seems to have gone up again. But yeah, it usually ends up with like more than twice the views that it got during the actual stream. So there are a lot of people that just like watching the VODs, right? Because they're not available during the stream, or whatever it may be, right? But yeah, if you wanna donate to help me stream more often, if you enjoy the streams, feel free to donate money with the Streamlab link, okay? Streamlab link, very good. You want me to not starve to death? You want me to not starve? You want me to get closer to being able to do this as a full-time career, and be able to make more and more content? Well, if you give me money, I'm just saying, it gives me more leeway, right? Because then I don't have to worry nearly as much about paying rent. You know what I mean? Then it's like, yeah, I get to focus more on this. I don't know, I like my twinks skinny and desperate. Oh, damn. People are here for the person versus people who are there for the drama. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's something that I've known for a while, right? It's more important to have somebody there for the person than for the drama, right? And even, I think Emrao is also aware of this, but only sort of. I think he's aware of it, but not self-aware about it, right? He's aware in the sense of, he'll tell me that, oh, well, the reason that your channel's not going to do well is because you're not likable, which to some people I'm not. I guess I'm not everybody's cup of tea, right? I guess that's one of the few downsides of being abrasive or whatever. But obviously people are more likely to be here for me than there for him, right? The reason being because he doesn't do personality-based content. Now, you can hate my personality, right? But it's still personality-based content, right? It's not like as a Sniper Wolf where people are there for, the drama, whatever I'm reacting to. There are going to be some people that are there to, like, try and shit on me, right? But if they're there for drama, they're there to participate in the drama, not just to watch it, right? And if you can participate in the drama, right, you're engaging a lot more than you would with somebody like Emrao, right? Realistically, who is watching Emrao and engaging with him, right? Aside from other content creators, not really any people for the most part, other than people he might be like friends with already in private, but that would be about it, right? Or like reading chat and saying the most basic shit. Take your time. Oh wait, I already read that. Sorry. Yeah, anyways, I don't know. I mean, obviously there are going to be a lot of people that tune in and out that don't like me. I mean, you can see that, okay, yeah, obviously. You can sort of tell where the biggest lag spikes are a lot of the time. So if you go here, right? Like, you could see, okay, it goes down to 0 viewers. Like, this really fucking killed the stream, right? This killed it. This was not good for the stream because I was lagging and I had to restart my Wi-Fi. So yeah, that was bad. But it's like it's up and down. I think the later you get at night, like the more people have to sleep, the lower the concurrent viewer count becomes. But it's like, yeah, or take, CB2 for example. I think he was getting I think he would get between I think he gets like whatever between 12 and 30 viewers on his streams, right? But he has I want to say, what is his sub count? Like, does he have like 8,000? He has like somewhere between 6 and 8,000, right? CB2, right? Okay, he has like a little under 6,500, right? This is his sub count. If you go to his past live streams, and just even if you just look at the views, that was streamed a week ago. Okay, that's a little bit more views than I would get on a VOD. That's about what you would expect on a VOD. A little bit more for the first 18 hours or whatever, right? But this is not 6 times the views I get on my live stream VODs, right? So yeah, obviously the ratio there, if it was gonna be whatever, if it was gonna be 6 times greater, right? How much do I get on my channel? Let's find out. Go to youtube.com, and then we go to the Femyoz YouTube channel. Okay, we go to the Femyoz YouTube channel. Okay, all right. We have like whatever a little more than a sixth of the subscribers, but basically a sixth of the subscribers, right? Go to past live streams, right? 537 from 3 days ago, 672, 539. So it's not like he's getting 6 times the views, right? So if this were to get 6 times as many views, or let's round down and say 5 times as many, right? That'd be 2,500, right? So if you were to get views proportional to what I get on his channel, you get 2,500, on his, maybe like 1,500 if it's like his most recent or whatever, right? People love thinking about you too. True. Question, wait, who is CB2? You don't want to know. Maybe you do. I don't know. He's just really fucking annoying. The reason I got views is because of you and Jalen in the thumbnail. That's true. That's true. Yeah, if I, all of my most viewed videos have me in the thumbnail, right? Like if you go, like, I mean, obviously some of them are like whatever, like horny jail bait. Yeah, you go to horny prison if you click on some of these. I guarantee it, right? It's like, oh look, here's me in the thumbnail. Here's me in the thumb. Well, obviously people are more likely to click on this for Darth Dawkins, most likely, because he was more known in the debate community than me at the time. He had already been established. I was still really new. That was one of my first debates, but other than that, okay, here's me in the thumbnail. Video is just about me. Here's me in the thumbnail, right? Okay, maybe they're clicking on it for Illuminati, but I got new subscribers from it, that's for fucking sure. Just me in the thumbnail. Just me in the thumbnail. Me in the title and thumbnail. Okay, this one has Illuminati. This one has Jalen. Okay, so obviously people are gonna click on that. This one had, and keep in mind, YouTube algorithm is like, yeah, we promote Illuminati videos in this household. That's what it's like. Anna Kasparian, but I'm in the thumbnail, right? Illuminati, okay. Hunter Avalon video. So it's like, okay, some of the second, like the ones that are like, that almost have as many views, but not quite. Then here's me. Here's me. Here's me. Oh, wow, look, would you look at that? There's me from only 3 days ago. It's already one of the more popular ones. It's almost like my channel's growing or something. I know, it's crazy. Oh, look, here's me. Oh, look, here's me. Oh, look, here's me. Oh, look, here's me. Here's me. Here's Illuminati. Here's me. Here's H3. But that stream VOD got, or whatever you want to call it, got more views because of the H-Cheeto thing. Because that was like the most recent thing on my channel. So like if you for instance, if you whatever go over to like if you just whatever search Femyoz, okay? Okay, I guess in terms of latest from Femyoz, I guess that's like this own. Normally there's like a row of videos, or at least there is on mobile, I think, right? Also, I don't know how to update this from, like, because this was originally like, okay, I want to make videos about femboy haters, but it, like, I didn't know that like you couldn't change it. So that was like the first thing I did with the vidIQ thing. Fun fact, I wish I could change it to Femyoz. Just to see. Top channels for the search term is mine. Fucking March Baby, of course. Of course March Baby is up there. He's made like 20 videos about me. CB2 has made like whatever. In terms of stream VODs and videos with my name in the title, like 4 or 5 maybe. So it's like, yeah, look at me, I'm in the title. If you look at the video, yeah. If you look at the videos, oh look, I'm in the thumbnail. Oh, what a crazy coincidence. I'm the title and thumbnail, okay? Let's see, does it... I don't know if he talked about me at any other point. I don't think so. In terms of the thumbnail or whatever. He was not very honest in this video when it came to representing the debate. And then look, here's me in the thumbnail and in the title. I'm the first word in the title. This one has Jalen in the thumbnail, but I'm also in the title. So, you know, obviously, I don't think anybody, or at least most people, are not there for CB2's personality, right? Now, maybe there are some people that watch it for the group dynamic or whatever, because it's like, okay, whatever, it's funny to watch retards yell at each other, so watching, even if it's not me yelling at Emrao and CB2, it's just funny to watch dumb people say dumb shit. So I get that. Comeback at 2, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, or if, I guess if I go to, I think I have in a playlist somewhere, past Emrao streams featuring me saved, because I know he unlists those, but I wanted to, whatever, archive them, I guess. Because, you know, he might have privated them. Jalen debate gets heated. 541 views from Emrao. Natty Forsyth drama. Yeah. So yeah, if you look at this, 382 views, streamed a month ago. Now it's unlisted. Right? He had like 8K subs at the time, I think. He has like 10K now, I think. 541. Now obviously these are unlisted, so it's gonna get less views. I don't know. I guess I smashed like. I think I don't know. I thought it was a good stream, or I had fun. Yeah. What did we even talk about in this? What were we, Uh-oh. Why can't I hear it?
Damn.
Oh god, that scared me. Okay, so I can. Does he talk about me?
Plus Club, and he's been well.
No? Yes? I know a Cheeto's called her a pedo.
For the sake of argument, let's just say that they did, right? I don't agree with that.
Oh god. Oh wow, what do you know? March Baby is also in his chat in that. Oh, he has like almost 12K subs now. Holy shit. Like, I don't deny the fact that like he's like whatever found some level of success on his channel, right? Now he only has like 7 videos that are public, right? Obviously these aren't like the first videos he's ever made, right? Uh-oh. Why did it... What went wrong? Okay, there we go. Sorry. Wi-Fi be like, bruh. Featuring Femyoz. Hell yeah. Yeah, like his... Yeah, Emrao's actually successful. I think he's like... He's kind of gotten a... I think he's... It's weird because, like, it feels like he doesn't know what he's doing, but he does at the same time. It's like he has, like, a vibe for, like, what the YouTube algorithm is like and what works. But I don't think he knows why certain things work or don't work. I think he just knows what works. I think he just makes, like, whatever he thinks he would click on. I think that's how he does it. But it's like, yeah, like, the first video from 2 months ago was 8.7K views, and that was before he had even reached 1,000. I think he was, like, at, barely 100 or something. 212K views from a month ago. That's really fucking good. 46K views. That's really good. 41K. That's really good. 4.7K. That's not bad for a channel his size. Right? That's like a little under half his sub count. But like once you get into like the 10,000s, that's not like a bad video. That's like a normal video. right? And that's his least viewed, right? If you go to the live stream, oh wow, looking into Sonic, oh whoa. All right, when it comes to the, oh god, streamed a day ago, 189. So it looks like some of his streams that don't have my name in the title seem to get less views than mine. I won't like diss him for it too much, because obviously streaming isn't his main thing. His main thing is the videos, right? I'm sure if I had videos blowing up like this, that would be where the majority of my sub count is coming from. How did you feel about my video on you? I thought it was pretty based. I thought it was entertaining. At first I was confused as to what it was, but yeah. I specifically do remember asking, oh, do you want me to watch it on stream? And you're like, no. And I'm like, okay, I'll just watch it in my spare time then. I thought it was a pretty good video. Decent, if nothing else. But yeah, 4.7k views is the lowest views on his channel. So that's not bad. Whereas my channel is like, okay, per video, on like a per video basis, obviously, I don't get as many views, but like 3.6k views. Even if a lot of them are from a Cheeto making his video, I don't care. Views are views, so this is still a successful video. This is obviously a successful video. This is successful, right? These are all more than my sub count, with a few exceptions, right? This one is around the same as my sub count. This one's a little bit under. This one's over. This one's a tiny bit under. This one's obviously over. It's almost twice my sub count. This one is one of the only videos on my channel that still has under 1k views. This one's a tiny bit under my sub count. Over my sub count, over my sub count. Same as my sub count, a little bit under my sub count. The only other video with less than 1,000 views. 1.5, 1.4. Yeah, these are all over my sub count. So it's like, yeah, I'm not doing too bad. It's not like I'm doing bad. I'm just not doing as well as I'd like. You know what I mean? And if you go to the live streams, for live stream VODs with a channel my size, these aren't so bad. Like, these are what you would expect for, like actual, like, individual videos for a channel my size. Like, for the one from 3 days ago, 537 views. That's not bad for a VOD. Like, for a live stream VOD, that's actually really good. Within 3 days, for a channel my size, 672, that's pretty good. You know, within 5 days, 539 within a week. This is members only. It wasn't originally, but I'm like, okay, fuck it. Like, the reason I made it members only is it's like, okay, this is like a shit post, right? So I don't want people to think that that's like my standard of quality or whatever the fuck, because it was meant to be dog shit. So, obviously, members are more likely to understand that than first-time viewers. I didn't want this, yeah, you get the point. Ethan Klein thing, whatever, 462, that's not bad. 321 and is okay-ish. 273, okay, that's kind of, yeah, once you get into the 200s, once you get into the 100s, it's like, yeah, okay, those view counts are kind of bad. But notice how it's always the ones that don't have my name in the title or my face in the thumbnail that get under 200. It's like, yeah. Okay, I guess the Minecraft ones get less as well. Like, it's barely cracks 200. This one's between 200 and 300, despite having a good thumbnail. You can't win against Femyoz. Okay, that's not terrible. 300, iDubbbz can't keep doing this. 140, that's pretty bad. People clearly don't care when I talk about iDubbbz. See, that's the thing, right? I think I have the I don't know if I'd say it's the opposite problem of MRAW, but yeah, maybe it is, right? Where people don't care about the topics I talk about if I do topic commentary. Like, no one gives a shit, right? But people do care when I talk about myself, or the main focus is me. And I think that short term, that might not be as successful, but I think long term, that's actually a good thing. I think the exception is Illuminati. For whatever reason, anything with Illuminati in the title and or thumbnail seems to be really successful. In terms of live stream VODs, I'd consider anything above 400 views to be a good number to have. Mainly because, like, you always get less views on really long form content like this where it's unedited, right? It's like one minute. It takes, like, every minute of content in a live stream takes me about a minute to produce, unless I'm, like, lagging. Then it takes a little bit longer. That's the exception. Why did you put kid in your thumbnail? Wait, what? How did you find... Oh, wait, no. Never mind. I was misreading that. I already read that. Or, yeah, feel. Why did you put kid you in the thumbnail? Kid me in the thumb... Oh! In the XQC one! Oh, I didn't even notice that. Because this was part of this originated from a different thumbnail that was on the old channel. And I'm like, you know what? Because I did clickbait I ironically did clickbait cancer on the old channel, I'm gonna bring it back, right? And I think this face is perfect, right? This is back when I had, like, short hair and stuff. So I wanted it to, like, match with XQC, right? To make it as AIDS as possible, right? So that's why I did that. SMH my head. I'm sorry. At first I thought you were like, why did you... first I thought you were talking about, like, thumbnail text, and I'm like, did I misspell something and write kid instead of live debate or something? Like, what? I thought you were, like, talking about this thumbnail, and then I'm like, wait, no, obviously not. Okay, what is a different thumbnail? And I see this, the members only one, and I'm like, oh. Okay, yeah, I'm just dumb. I'm just brain dead. I think there's one other instance that I did that, where I put past me in the thumbnail, which is obviously, or there were a couple times. There was this one. There was this where this, like, okay, to a lesser extent, this was, like, whatever, the one on the left, the before picture is more recent. That was just, you know, before and after I changed my hair a little bit, right? So, yeah, that was a whole thing. And then there's this one. This wasn't even the original thumbnail for this, but this had, like, a low CTR. It still does, but I'm like, okay, I'll change the thumbnail and make it, like, more... But yeah, obviously this before picture is from a really long time ago, because I looked way more masculine back then. Any recent photo of me, even if it's like, oh, I just grew my hair out, it's like, okay, it doesn't have the same effect. It's not the same effect. I loved and trusted Femyoz until they said Minecraft is better than Terraria, but well, sorry for being objectively right. Hey, I'm in the stream. Can I talk to you about Vaush real quick? Oh, you mean like in the thingy, the live stage? Yeah, in a minute. Now I must tell my truth. Femyoz ran me over in 2017 and extorted me into recanting my testimony. Shh. You're not supposed to tell. You're not supposed to tell people that. That's supposed to be a secret. Remember on Twitter when your haters were saying your younger self looks better than you now? Yeah, that was such bullshit too. It's like, yeah, you're bullshitting. You're bullshitting. I don't fucking believe you. First of all, I had, like, well, I guess not in that photo, but in general, like, broadly, I had a lot of acne compared to what I have now, right? I've had somebody try to insult me. I think it was Emrao that tried to, like, make fun of me for, like, the small, tiny amount of acne I still have. And it's like, does that even count? It's like, yeah, whatever. Like, it's like, whatever. A few months ago, I was wearing a crop top when I had a tiny bit of acne on my chest. Like, before I was on estrogen. It's like, oh, no. And it's because it was, like, it was summertime, and I get the worst acne in the summer, and it's, like, not as bad, or even close to being as bad as it was before I did Accutane. But the people are like, no, you were normal back then. Why don't you go back to that? It's like night and day, and it's like, because I don't wanna. I don't know. I feel like something interesting too is people have told me that I sound less confident in my newer videos than I did in, like, in my older videos on the older channel. And I guess maybe if I'm playing a character or whatever, I guess there's some truth to that. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna sound more confident when I play a character, right? But, like, even I guess the example Emrao used, was like, okay, he used the first video on the channel. It was, like, the first time I had, like, recorded myself for a video, you know, while presenting Fem, I guess. So yeah, I was a little bit nervous in this video, I can't lie. But a lot of it was, I was lower energy because I was really fucking depressed when I recorded this. Like, when I was recording this, I was, like, really, really depressed. Like, really depressed. So obviously I'm gonna be, like, I was approaching a low point, because it was like, holy shit, like, I can't deal with the amount of stress that I have to deal with. I was very stressed, right? The whole femboy thing was almost like an out, right? that made me less stressed. Normally in the past, whenever I was stressed, I just wouldn't record videos because I'd be like, oh, well, shit, I'm not in the mood, right? I'm going to be in a bad mood. It's going to reflect in the video. And maybe it does to a tiny, like a tiny amount, to like an extent, I guess you could say. But it's like, it's still worth making videos, regardless of whether or not I'm in the mood, right? Because ultimately, I think it benefits me. I think it benefits my channel. Uh-oh. Did I lag? Anyways, before I lagged, I was saying, yeah, it benefits everybody. Myself, the viewers, the channel, etc. To just make videos regardless of how I'm feeling, right? Just get in there, get in the recording studio, aka my room, which I'm already in anyways, just do the thing where you record and you'll have fun. And I do, right? It's just, okay, if I'm not in nearly as good of a mood, I might be a little bit lower on energy. And you know what? That's okay. I think that there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like, in the past, I would just avoid recording, right? Like, I would only record if I was really in the mood to do so. So I guess it would make sense for me to appear a little bit more high energy / confident, right? Because that was like a more... yeah, I don't know. I think I was more careful about the way I presented myself back then. Nowadays, I just don't give a shit. If I'm nervous about something, I'll be honest about the fact that I'm nervous. Used to have that mindset, but then I started to feel too bad. There's a point at which it gets unbearable. Yeah, exactly. It's like, say what you will about my old content, being better because you like the commentary stuff better, but it's like, I don't want to be... Look, I don't want to pull an iDubbbz and be like, oh, well, I just grew out of it. I'm, like, above that now, right? I don't think I'm above commentary or anything, right? Certain forms of it. Like, as a fundamental concept. In terms of, like, being above most people in the commentary community, yeah, I can safely say that I probably am, right? In terms of commentary as, like, a concept, I don't think anybody's above that, right? It's like, yeah, commentary is stupid or whatever, but it's, like, it's fun. It's so cancer and stupid and retarded that it becomes really fun sometimes. And, I can respect that. It's just... not for me as much anymore, right? I've grown up in terms of like, okay, yeah, I just don't find it as fun anymore. It's like reality TV, maybe you have a phase of watching it. Hell, I had a phase of watching Kitchen Nightmares. It was Gordon Ramsay yelling at people is really fun to watch, right? But it's like, eventually I got bored of it and I moved on, and you know what? That's okay. I feel like everybody has gone through a phase of watching a lot of Kitchen Nightmares and binge watching that shit. Now, somebody said that they wanted to, Lord Pasta, I will invite you to speak, because you said you wanted to, I think, maybe? Yeah, something like that. I'm sorry for taking forever.
Did I say that?
I don't remember. I think I might be retarded.
Yeah, there was someone else on the stage. They left, though.
Oh, maybe it was them.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, that was Coco Disu. Oh, I'm sorry. If you're still watching this, if you're like watching the stream still, feel free to join. I'm sorry for not giving you attention right away. I was like doing a thingy. You know what I mean? I want to talk about Vaush. That was at 8:49. That was 20 minutes ago.
What are your thoughts on Vaush?
I think Vaush is cool. Yeah, I know. I said it. I know. I'm a Vaush simp.
Like, in what way? Like, in what way is he cool?
Yeah. I mean, I guess cool is gonna be subjective. What I mean by that is, I think that he makes good content. For the content, like in terms of like the talking points he uses and his rhetoric, I think he's really good. I think he's funny. I think he's really likable. I like him, at least, right? Some people hate him, but I think that he does a lot of good for the left. Even if I don't agree with him on every single point he ever makes ever, I agree with him on most things, and I think that generally he's a force for good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in like a similar boat. I'm actually like upset at the fact that I keep agreeing with Vaush. I wish I disagreed with Vaush. But
that's how I feel about Hasan. It's like, I don't like Hasan, but like, okay, he has like usually good takes. It's just sometimes he'll like say them in like a really retarded way, or like occasionally he'll have a bad take, right? But it's like generally, in terms of his like actual politics, I usually tend to, like, obviously we're gonna have like our disagreements or whatever. That's like lefty infighting, right? Generally, I'd say he's a force for good, right? Even if
what do you
well, aside from the
think?
chair react streams, but aside from that, yeah.
What do you think about his takes on Russia Ukraine, Hasan?
I wouldn't say he's a tanky, but from what I've seen, they're kind of shit. But again,
I mean,
that's from what I've seen, right? I don't know too much about Hasan, so I'm gonna be charitable to him and say, yeah, he seems like he's a force for good, from what I understand at least. Now, maybe somebody presents me with evidence of him being like a really bad person that causes way more harm than good, then I'll change my mind on that. But until I see that, until I see more than like whatever 1 or 2 cherry-picked bad takes or things he said that were retarded by commentary YouTubers, or, you know, it's like, okay, whatever, the Hasan chair react streams, whatever, that might be a meme, but I don't think that's, like, the majority of what he does. I think he's lazy, but I think he's a force for good. Generally. Not always, but...
I mean, I think
Not to the extent of Vaush.
Hasan and Vaush are kind of like on an even playing field, because it's weird because everyone says Hasan is a hypocrite, but Vaush is less of a hypocrite. But it's actually
I don't think
the
either of them
inverse.
are hypocrites. I don't think either of them are hypocrites, or at least
I
not
think
for the most part.
Vaush is more of a hypocrite. I think Vaush is more
Really?
of a hypocrite.
I think he's way more consistent.
Well, he did a Cope stream, or a Cope segment where he basically said, "Oh, well, I don't have to turn my production of my videos into a cooperative because actually that's impossible," which is like bullshit. You totally can turn production of YouTube videos into a
but doesn't he,
cooperative.
like,
I've done it before.
Doesn't he, like, whatever, like, produce his own videos and then have, like, an editor that, like, does, like, the most basic shit? Like, I feel like there's not really a... I mean, unless he's paying his editor unfairly, I don't think that there's, like, really that much of an issue with that, right? And something tells me that he probably does care about the input of the editor. I mean, I could be wrong on that, right? But I'm not gonna be uncharitable.
I mean, you have to ask the editor or editors. I mean, it also depends. For me, it's probably going to depend on whether or not he has like a team or if it's just like one person.
It doesn't seem like he has a team. He seems to do it independently.
I mean, if that's true, then maybe he has a point, because it's kind of impossible to have a cooperative of 2 people.
Exactly.
Right?
Like, the only person that works for him, as far as I know, is his editor, right? And there's no reason to make that into a cooperative, right? It's like, as long as you pay your editor fairly, and you listen to what they have to say, you care about their input, you're not being unfair to them, etc. I think that even if you don't, like, whatever, you know, technically make it into a cooperative, I think as long as you're willing to, you know, not be shitty, basically, as long as you're willing to be fair, right? And something tells me, and I could be wrong on this, but something tells me that Vaush pays his editors way more fairly than most content creators. I could be wrong on that, but I would assume that that's the case based on what he believes, right? And I feel like an editor would have come out and said, you know, the contrary if they were having issues, right?
Sure. I mean, but you can't always rely on someone who is in an exploitative relationship to speak out against that, because they face consequences, right? That's a counterpoint. But
I don't think that any of his editors are under NDA or anything like that.
No, but it's not necessarily NDA. That's not what I said. Right.
But once like, if, let's say there's an editor and then they stop working for Vaush, then they can say whatever the fuck they want, most likely, right? I don't think there'd be any legal repercussions. Yeah. So, yeah, I feel like somebody would have said something by now. I'm sure he's had multiple editors, right? I don't think he's just had one. I could be wrong on that, but I don't know.
The fact of the matter is, though, he did say that, and maybe this isn't hypocrisy, maybe this is just a point of disagreement, but he did say that an online cooperative is, like, impossible or really difficult, which it's not. That's not true.
I mean, regardless of whether or not that's true, I don't think that that's a point of hypocrisy. And I think that he was I think he was saying that in the context of what he does, right? In terms of, like, in general, like, in terms of, like, is this possible in some cases? The answer would probably be yes, and he'd probably acknowledge that, right? I think, right? If not, then I would also disagree with him. In terms of, like, what he does, I think that he is right in saying, yeah, that it doesn't make sense for me to do that, right? I don't think it could be done in a way that's effective, or that you know, has any benefit that, you know, I couldn't already, you know, have there be without doing it, right? In a way that's much easier.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and in terms of Hasan, I don't think Hasan is, like, a hypocrite. whatever, because he's like, oh, well, he's really wealthy, but I don't think that socialism preaches that you can't be wealthy. All it means is that the workers own the means of production, right? It doesn't mean that there's never ever going to be any wealth inequality and that millionaires can't exist, right? I think that he's working within the system that exists. I think that in terms of his ethics, I don't think that they're that bad, at least. I think that he's probably, at the very least, better than most owners of capital. And you got to keep in mind, he's working within the system that exists, and it's preferable if he obtains, power in terms of, like, his wealth, right? Rather than somebody that is a capitalist, right? I think that would be ideal. It's like, what do you want socialists to do? Never obtain any wealth, right? It's like, okay, that's kind of silly.
Well, I mean, I don't really think that he's that much of a hypocrite. I think Hasan is really, he's not really like a smart guy. Like, he doesn't do streams where he talks about theory and stuff like
I
that.
think he's smarter than he lets on. I think he's smarter than
No.
he... I
No.
genuinely believe that he pretends to be stupid so that he's more relatable. Unironically.
He's smart in that he knows when to shut up and when not to engage, right? Vaush, on the other hand, is like, he has a huge ego, and he gets himself in situations where he doesn't prepare at all, and he looks horrible. Like when he does those debates on trans people on modern day debates, he looks horrible on all of them.
Really?
For the plain and simple reason that the opponent has a slideshow, right? They have like a slide presentation, and they're like running down a bunch of points, and then Vaush just sits there and goes, "Have you heard about aqua in Spanish?"
Well, obviously,
it's like
if
not
you
very
don't
convincing.
acknowledge the context, right? When he makes linguistic claims, I think he's made some really good arguments, some of which I've used,
I don't
right?
think so. I mean, first of all,
would you say that I'm bad at trans debates, like in general?
you're better than some people.
Do you think I'm better than Vaush?
You're probably like a little bit better than Vaush, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not
Vaush
bad.
doesn't even give the like standard counter arguments that you're supposed to give to like these anti-trans narratives. Like the big one is it's circular. First of all, self-ID is not circular. Okay, that's the big one you're supposed to always point out. But no, for some reason, all these debate bros love to say it is circular, and that's fine for some reason.
I don't usually say it's circular. I don't usually concede that. I just say that, okay, well, in terms of the way we use language, right? We're trying to describe something, right? What is somebody trying to communicate when they say something, right? Because it usually boils down to a deliberate misinterpretation of what a trans person means when they consider themselves to be trans, right? So it becomes a semantic debate, right? But it's not a matter of whether or not something is circular. What does it circle back to, right? And this is why I give the definition of and this isn't like something that I came up with on my own. I think Synth might have said something similar at one point, and then I picked up on it. But the idea of, okay, there are to be a woman means to identify with I guess the feminine archetype in society that is generally associated with females, but not exclusive to females, right? So if you go off of that, it's not necessarily circular because you're using other words that mean different things. You're not just saying she's a woman because she says she's a woman. I guess I indirectly argue against the circularity point. So I guess that's why people don't usually bring it up based on the definitions I give. But usually, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think I'm good at debate, but I don't think I'm like, I don't know. I think Vaush is probably better than me. And maybe I'm biased against myself because I'm like going to be more critical against myself than Vaush. But, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. What kind of, because I know you say on here that you're like a leftist and all that stuff. What kind of leftist are you?
I just consider myself to be a leftist broadly. I'm I don't know too much about economic issues, but generally whenever somebody makes talks about whatever it may be, I generally lean towards whatever the socialist position is, not on the basis of it being socialism and something I like aesthetically, but because it seems like the correct position to take, right? But I don't really pay too much attention to economic shit. I just have like a vague idea, if that makes sense. So I don't know. I mean, I'd say I'm just a leftist broadly. I wouldn't say I'm a sock dem because I feel like I'm further left than that. though I do mainly focus on social issues, right?
So would you say that you're sympathetic to a view like market socialism?
Yeah, I'd say so. I'm definitely not against it, that's for sure.
Okay, I mean, because I'm a market socialist, so we're in
Yeah.
agreement there.
Yeah, usually when a market socialist shares whatever their ideas are, I tend to agree with them. It's just a lot of times I might not come up with it on my own because it's like I haven't really thought about this, right? But I can analyze things that other people say, right? So if somebody that's like strictly capitalist says some dumb shit, it's like I'm able to identify the dumb shit that they're saying and why it's dumb, right? And I can usually make a counter argument against it. Though I don't usually like to talk about it because it's not my strong suit, but it can be fun though.
Yeah, so what would you say if like a capitalist were brought up here, which probably eventually, if you keep doing these debates, like someone would want to try and argue capitalism with you. What would you do if they were brought up here and they made the common, like implication that socialism is bad because it is reducing voluntary transactions?
I mean, I don't know. I would probably say something about how, the whole point of socialism is to increase the freedom of the people rather than corporations, right? So if the corporations and whatnot and billionaires are more free to, do whatever they want, if they're using that freedom to infringe upon the freedom of individual people, I think that that's a bad thing. I think that, corporations exercising too much power is just as bad. As a state exercising too much power, right? If there is no state, for instance, and in a purely free market, economy where the government has no say over anything, and there's not really a government, like especially if there's no government, let's say, right? The corporation becomes the state, right? That's sort of where that goes, right? You need some sort of regulations, right? And usually I get, I don't know. I mean, I haven't really had the discussion, but I'm guessing that I would be able to get them to concede that, okay, yeah, monopolies, maybe there should be laws against that. Maybe don't, maybe prevent, the Rockefellers of the world from existing. Prevent, blatant robber barons like that from because there's already, I feel like, precedent for it, and, I feel like they already sort of acknowledge that most of the time.
I mean, it's kind of hard for me to play devil's advocate because I think that the capitalist position is so bankrupt.
Oh, it
but
is.
oftentimes we get people who say that, it just is the case that certain things are owned by certain people, and it just is the case that depriving them of those things is immoral.
Yeah, and that's the point where I would probably try to make it a utilitarian argument, because I don't know too much about the economy, but I do know about philosophy enough so where I'd be able to, shift it towards that and be like, well, if, let's say, for instance, somebody steals from a massive corporation, they steal food and feed their family, would you be against that? And it's like, well, why not, right? Well, because maybe because the money is way more, infinitely more valuable to the poor person that's just trying to feed their family, right? Now, if somebody is, just a fucking terrible person, maybe then they might say, yeah, they shouldn't steal. Stealing is wrong no matter what. They should go to jail forever for doing that, because you shouldn't have stolen. Just get a job, lol. It's like, okay, if it's somebody like that, that might be a little bit more difficult to argue against because it's so fucking insane. It's like, okay, you're maybe they're not in flat Earth territory yet, but they're fucking deranged, and it's like, okay, how do you even argue against somebody that deranged, right? It's like there's
a
no.
lot of people hold views like that, though.
Yeah, I know, and it's fucking crazy that they do. It's like, well, why do you want to maximize human suffering in this sense, right? It's like, why are you okay with that? Why do you believe that it is preferable for Jeff Bezos to buy his 27th Lamborghini than it is for thousands of people to actually be able to eat food, right? It's like there's no. So I guess the way to that I would go about that is almost making them look bad in terms of optics, right? It's like, yeah, so you would have to concede then and say, you would have to say, you would have to bite the bullet and say, yeah, I'd rather Jeff Bezos buy his 27th Lamborghini than have, 10,000 homeless people get food that day, right? It's like, okay, well, that's fucking stupid. I think most people...
you gotta do the reductio. So, when I was in ANCAP, kind of reductioed myself because I used to be in ACAP when I was 16. And it was like, if I hold to this theory of ethics, I have to affirm that it is morally permissible for one person who owns all the food to just starve out every other person in the world. Like, I have to agree that that is okay.
Yeah, exactly.
And I couldn't agree with that, so I had to get rid of the entire position. I had this position, this whole intricate position. I just got rid of all of it.
Yeah, and I think that's like the healthy thing to do, right? And I think that the counter argument I would make against something like that, because usually people that are very, I care so much about the free market are against Joseph Stalin, right? So I'm like, okay, was it wrong for Joseph Stalin to deprive these people of food, right? And then they'll say yes, and I ask them why, right? And if their reason as to why is the same reason I would use, against, just like purely free market capitalism.
It won't be the same. They'll say something like it was theirs, right?
Yeah, but why is it theirs?
Because they produced it and they homesteaded it.
Yeah, like, but if people wait, hold on, wouldn't that be an argument in favor of socialism, where the workers own the means of production?
Well, no, because most capitalists hold to a notion of ownership that defaults to the initial possessor. So if something's unclaimed and it's claimed by one person, it's claimed by them until the point where they freely choose to get rid of it. A socialist is going to say that there's some type of threshold based off of like maybe occupation or use that transfers ownership over, but a capitalist isn't going to do that.
So and then the question, and the question I would ask as like a follow up, oh god, what was I going to say? Is okay. So, do you believe that? Wait, hold on. I had a good question. It would be something along the lines of, I guess, why do you think that they, deserve the right to deprive people of wealth that, in a lot of instances, they got from being lucky, whether it be because their parents were wealthy or because whatever they got lucky but worked the same amount? Why is it the case that people that work just as hard, if not harder, should be deprived of that, right? It's like, and why, and also another follow-up I might ask is, why do you think that individual, if somebody were to own all of the capital, just own every company, right, just in a purely free market economy, right, somebody could do that, right? And why would you expect that person to have the best interest of the people at heart? Why would that be the case? Why would they be any less authoritarian than an authoritarian government? If they had that much power, because wealth equals power, right? Because they would agree that wealth equals power, and if somebody has all the power, then they could do that.
Here's something you could do to mess with them. Turn Stalin into a giant landlord, right? And say, okay, let's say that we had the USSR, but instead of, it being like a state, it's just this one guy's property. His name is Stalin, and he's the landlord, and everyone rents from him, right? And it's all his property in the beginning, right? He like homesteaded it. He like pissed on all the tree stumps, and so it's all his, right? And so then what objection do you have to him starving all these people, right? That would be an interesting one.
Yeah, it's like, well, if he acquired all that power through the free market, then what argument could you make? That's just capitalism, baby. It's like you should have worked harder. You should pull yourself up from the bootstraps if you want to be like Stalin. You know what I mean?
Exactly. But exactly.
I think that's a
grind set.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that you did a better job phrasing the Stalin analogy than I did, because I think that becomes more specific. Yeah.
You ever encountered argumentation ethics? That's a funny one.
I don't know. Maybe I have, but I don't think so.
So let me see if I can recall it, because I'm kind of messed up right now, but I'll see if I can. So it starts by defining like aggression. So aggression would be use of scarce means to ends contrary of that of the initial possessor, right? It starts out by defining that as conflict, and then defining argumentation as an act free from conflict, right? And so then they do some weird magic to say the fact that you're arguing against their property conception, capitalism, means that you're demonstrating a preference for not violating that property notion, because you're doing an act free from violation of that property norm, right? And so they use that to declare, they say like maybe something like, something implicit in this is that there's no such thing as a contextual preference. So the preference you're demonstrating now is like a universal preference that you have across all space and time, which is
Yeah.
really weird, but they kind of don't say that. They just go, therefore, you're in contradiction. You're in a performative contradiction.
Yeah, that's one of those like really annoying nothing arguments that I don't know. It's something where I feel like if they're that fucking deranged, it's like, okay, at that point I'm gonna care more about convincing the audience that I'm right than that individual person. And if that's the case, it's like, okay, they're saying a whole lot of nothing. I don't think anybody or most people in the audience probably don't even know what the fuck any of that means. So at that point I'm just like, dude, this is fucking deranged. Whether or not I have a preference for something is not, what determines, the moral validity of it, right? I have preferences, but I'm not basing my moral framework off of that, right?
So you don't prefer your moral framework?
Well, I do, but my moral framework is not correct on the sole
Oh,
basis
okay,
of
I
my
got you, I
preferences.
got you.
Yeah. So it's like it's almost like a really weird attempt to like discredit the person without directly discrediting them is what you described kind of, and then I guess I'm doing the opposite, right? I'm like, well, no, whether or not I have a preference for my own moral framework, it, does not determine the correctness of said framework, right?
Yeah, but they're very resolute in this. I debated a guy twice on almost the same exact topic, argumentation ethics, for like 3 hours each time. And there was just no moving the conversation, because in their mind, argumentation ethics was demonstrating that I was in a performative contradiction, as well as it would be if I was saying something like, we ought not argue. Like,
Yeah,
that's an argument. I'm saying we ought not do that. So
this is one of the few times where I would encourage, appealing to whatever common sense, but just by being like, okay, so you're saying that it's the same thing to have an argument and to, want people to own having an argument is in contradiction with workers owning the means of production, right? If you phrase it like that, I feel like that can be rhetorically effective, at least to an audience, because at that point it's like, yeah, I mean, and it's not even dishonest. It's like, yeah, what the fuck are you even saying at that point? You're just saying words to sound smart.
It's like fractally wrong. Like, as soon as you like figure out one problem with it, there's like another one that you figure out. So like the issue that I have with it is, hold on, I had a brain fart. But you pointed out one of them, which is that arguing isn't necessary for something to be true. Like, you don't even have to like utter any argument. You don't have to do any act for something to be true.
Oh yes,
right?
and on top of that, right? Even if I believe in something for the wrong reasons, right? That doesn't change the correctness of that thing or the correctness of the argument, right? So I might have an inclination towards socialism for whatever wrong, contradictory reasons, but that doesn't mean that my position is any less correct or that my arguments are bad. Even if the reason I'm arguing isn't, ideal, let's say, right? So it's like,
well, I mean, you could just say, well, it's true. Yeah, that's maybe a performative contradiction that I did there to express that it's true, or that my attitude is that it's true. But whenever I'm not arguing, I'm not in a performative contradiction. It's still true, right?
Yeah, I think one way to phrase the question would be, okay, so is whether or not is the validity of a socialist position dictated by whether or not I argue in favor of it? Does me arguing in favor of it decrease the validity on the basis of me arguing with it? Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense, right?
Mhm.
So that's the approach I would most likely take. It would be
Yeah,
a
but
very quick, easy to understand, intuition-based argument. I don't know. I think
I mean, it's
intuition-based
even
arguments can
more.
be really good sometimes, like normally I'm not a big intuition argument kind of guy, but I think in a case like that where it's like you don't want to have this annoying, unreal, like sort of related but not really related discussion about fucking nothing. I feel like that's a case in which you would just appeal to intuition, right?
Yeah, and I'm kind of like beating myself up because like I had these 3-hour long conversations, these 2-3 hour long conversations. Not once did I bring up that objection, which I think would have shifted the conversation. I was
wouldn't
just
worry
really
about it.
stuck on my objection, which was it's entirely possible for me to have a contextual preference, right? Like right now, I want to argue with you, right?
Yeah.
But not at some point in the future, and we're arguing about that point in the future. Like that's extremely intuitive that escapes the problem. For some reason, it
Yeah,
doesn't
I
work
think
for the
I think
ANCAP.
yeah, I think if you're gonna argue with somebody like that, you almost have to not engage with irrelevant points like that. You almost have to like just again, like and again, you know, I'm not saying, oh yeah, you did such a bad job in the. I don't know, I didn't hear the debate. I just think it would probably be better to just for the sake of efficiency, if nothing else, just kind of say what I said. I don't know, that's my inclination at least. That's what
Yeah.
my you know, whenever I hear that, you know, the point that somebody else made that you were bringing up, my debate bro senses start tingling, and I'm like, okay, what approach do I take? Here's the best strategy, and then boom, there you go. I don't know if I would do any better in the heat of the moment, right? I've said dumb shit in debates that I wouldn't say in terms of like, because like I'm really good at like strategizing and coming up with debate strategy, but like sometimes in terms of like me being like too hot-headed, it's like sometimes I might be kind of shit at a debate because I'm not thinking clearly. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't even need to think clearly a lot of the time to win a debate, because it's like, okay, practice makes perfect. So it's like I it's like, oh, I sort of win debates habitually now. But
Yeah, all rhetoric. Just put it all in the rhetoric. And just
yeah,
yell at them. I can't do that.
when I'm yelling at somebody, I rely entirely on rhetoric and intuition, I feel like, which
Yeah,
can be effective, but I wouldn't say it's like the best argument in terms of actual substance, right?
yeah, that's the thing. I need to learn how to be mean, right? Because like at one point
Yeah.
in the conversation, this was like a year ago. I still think about it. At one point in the conversation with the ANCAP, that guy was just like calling me like a retard, like over and over again, and I just smiled and laughed and said, "You're being silly." Like,
Yeah, I think it depends on, okay, who's your audience as well, or if it's just a one-on-one conversation. I feel like that's going to be part of it. And if it's a one-on-one conversation, you just I don't know, I don't really think it matters that much if it's if it's like in front of an audience or a group of people. You just like, the goal there is to like make them look stupid. You can take advantage of the fact that they're yelling at you. Just be passive aggressive, and like don't even yell back. Just like be passive aggressive in a way that is like subtle but will make them mad, right? Find
yeah, you
subtle
gotta
ways of insulting their intelligence, right?
employ the Darth Dawkins method. That would
Yeah,
probably work.
yeah. Do the Darth Dawkins method. Well, except a less intellectually dishonest version of that.
Yeah. I always say if Darth Dawkins were right, his rhetoric would be like 100% on point.
Right? Okay, so that's not just
yeah.
me. Like, that's why I struggle to, like, when I was making the debate bro tier list, I was struggling to rank Darth Dawkins. I ended up putting him in D tier. I put myself like at towards the top of C tier or whatever. I don't know. But like Darth Dawkins, right? Like if he, I don't know. Like I don't want to rank people based on the correctness of their arguments, but I feel like if your arguments have really bad or like little to no substance to them, I think that deducts points, right? I think Ben Shapiro would be S tier at debate if he was actually like an honest person and was correct in his positions, right? But I put him at the top of B tier because he's, well, a grifter, a liar, and everybody kind of knows that. And, he relies on dishonesty to appear to win debates. Like, he relies on his NPC dialogue tree.
Yeah, but that's all part of, preparing for a debate, is having like a dialogue tree and whatnot. If you just write out a few arguments beforehand, like I did with the pantheist debate between you and I wrote a few
Oh,
a
did
few
you?
syllogisms, right? And it makes you seem like you're destroying the opponent because you can like line
Yeah.
up these lines of reasoning, and they're just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, for sure. And usually I'll come up with whatever like a lot of times talking points I'll use are talking points that originated from me arguing with someone in the YouTube comments. Like I know it's like normally it's cringe to argue with somebody in the YouTube comments, but I do it to promote my debate live streams and be like, perhaps you would like to come on my show and debate me on the topic of trans people. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Right? As well as that's like a lot of times it's like if I'm arguing with some dumbass in the comments, it's like I'll be on fire, right? Because I have plenty of time to construct the argument. I think of new
Oh, yeah.
things. I'm really creative with like the the talking points I use, because I have more leeway, right?
Yeah, I totally get that. Like when I'm in the comments section, there's paragraphs flying and all that stuff, and it's like
Hell
gold.
yeah.
But I don't know.
Unironically,
Like back in the go
yeah.
ahead.
I will say that in the pantheist debate, I think I don't know if I don't think I lost. I don't know if I'd say I won. I think I did.
We both
Maybe
lost.
we both lost.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought it
I
was
tripped
like kind
up
of.
too. You tripped
I thought
me
it was
up
kind
with,
of. I thought it was kind of close, but I think that ultimately I won because I don't know. I have like this thing where I'm pretty good.
Okay.
Here's the thing though. I'm not saying this to like diss you, right? I think I'm just good at doing stuff spontaneously a lot of the time. Like this isn't to like diss you. This isn't to say you're bad at debate or anything. It's just I'm way better than most, like by default, and at least in my opinion. Like when I say I'm
Well,
top
you
of
do
C tier,
this-
that's like still really good, right? It's just
You
okay. There are
do
people that
this
are better.
thing, okay? You have this strategy, and it's some people like it, some people don't like it.
Mhm.
Where you just sort of talk and talk and talk.
Yes.
And this is I'm seriously, I'm not trying to be mean.
No,
But
I know what you
like,
mean.
I kind of, when I'm listening to someone, I kind of just want them to get to their point and lay out their line of reasoning. Like when I'm talking to someone, I'll ask like, okay, well, walk me through that movement that you've done, like stuff like that. And I don't
So-
necessarily want to like listen to my mom tell a story about what
No,
happened at
I
the
get that.
grocery
And
store.
usually I'm not just trying to tell a story, right? The reason that it takes me forever a lot of the time is because not only am I trying to like lay out the reasoning and the logic, I'm also setting up parameters. So it's like if you try to argue against one thing, it's like, well, I already established this other thing, right? It's like if I've heard a bunch of counter arguments, I want to get past those and be like, okay, here's essentially, yeah, it's like, yeah, I can talk a lot. I don't know. I think a lot of people do it in debate. I don't think I'm like the only one.
Yeah, but people are mixed on that. I know Destiny is accused of doing that a lot, and he kind of does.
Yeah.
But I think
But he's good at debate, right?
Well, he's good at making interesting situations happen, I think.
Well, yeah, that too.
He
I
also
don't know.
is a little bit skilled at debate, and so he does employ that type of method. It's just not something I really appreciate, to be honest.
Well, you have to keep in mind that like if people are coming on my live show and you have time to prepare your arguments, but like I don't know what the fuck you're gonna be arguing with. Obviously, I have to I'm gonna be at a disadvantage, right? I don't know what the fuck you're gonna talk about beforehand. You do. You have some idea at least of the talking points you're gonna use. So yeah,
Have you ever considered? Here's an interesting thought. You ever considered staging or like hosting debates?
As in like I'm the moderator, but like other people
Yeah,
debate.
like
Yeah, I have. It's very difficult for me because I like to assert my opinion. Insert my opinion. I mean, I've done that with Jalen and somebody that wants to debate Jalen, but it's like they were both making anti-utilitarian arguments against each other, and I'm like, oh my god, this is fucking cancer. It's like I couldn't help myself from interjecting and being like, no, this is better. This is how you have good rhetoric. This is not how you argue. This is bad. You're setting yourself up into a trap. It's like, oh god.
Yeah, I'm not sure Jalen was making good arguments. I don't think they were making arguments that even they would agree with, it like taken to their extent. But That's neither here nor there. On bringing things back to the whole pantheist debate thing, you got me when you brought up that thing about association, and how like people working together as a group could be like way worse than like any individual.
Yeah.
But I got confused because when I talk about like taken as a whole, I'm talking about like this is like such like a nerd term, but mereological universalism. Like, so the
Yeah, I
notion
don't know
that
what that means.
of any group, you can refer to the unity of that group as its own thing that's just as valid as any part.
No, I
Um,
get I get where you were coming from. I think that one of the reasons I won that is my position was easier to defend. Not even based on whether or not it's not even based on the correctness. It's just an agnostic position. It denotes one that is like, okay, this could be the case. I don't know, lol xd. And it's like the point isn't to be like weaselly or whatever or not stick to one position. It's literally just, oh, I don't think that there's sufficient evidence to conclude this, right? That's sort of where it comes from.
By the way, there's people saying that you should debate this Imperious person.
All right, Imperious, you're gonna be one of the last people I debate. I need to go to the bathroom, so just say a bunch of stuff if you want while I do that, and then I'm gonna come back and then I'm gonna invite them to debate.
Yeah. Okay. Subscribe to Lord Pasta Productions YouTube channel. It's a dead YouTube channel. Don't do that. What's up with everyone? How y'all doing? What's your disagreement, Imperious? What's like just give me like straightforward, simple as can be your disagreement here. That Stuka guy Cole says, why wearing a skirt? Why not? That's the question you should. Why are you not wearing a skirt? You should be asking that. I'm a hypocrite because I'm not wearing a skirt. I'll never wear a skirt. Even though people can say, oh, Lord Pasta, you're a femboy, you know, blah, blah, blah. I'm not a femboy, 100%. I am the ideal masculine archetype. I am not a femboy. That man sounds like a basement Dewar on 4chan. Dang. I don't even know what that is. All right. Imperious says 90% of what he says, I want to know how you're logically consistent if you don't promote treating schizos the same as trans. Okay, so you're contesting that, you know, trans people are in delusion about some fact of the matter. It's a pretty common talking point. I mean, if you ask any trans person like a question of,
all right,
like,
I'm
oh,
back.
what?
All right,
Okay.
Mr. Imperious, get in the Discord, and then join the live stage, and then I'll debate you real quickly. This is gonna be a snooze fest. All right, let me just so I can casually body you. Just get in the Discord. Some trans people are delusional. Well, some people in any group are delusional, right? Some black people are delusional. That doesn't mean that black people are delusional, right? Link, it's in the description. I think you have to have like a verified Discord account, like in terms of like your I think it has to be verified with your number. That's just so we don't get ban evaders. So let me know if you're having issues with that, and then I'll verify you manually. It's gonna be fucking snooze fest, I swear. I don't know. I could be wrong on that. I don't know. I'm not even in the mood to yell at retards anymore. At least not for today.
I mean, this guy seems like they would be interesting to talk to.
Maybe. I don't know. I think they're gonna recite the same NPC conservative talking points I've heard a billion times. Which makes my job easy, I guess, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they say something new. Probably not. Alright. Imperious, I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Okay. Dude, hurry the fuck up. I'm not verifying myself. Dude, just join the... First of all, I wouldn't see it. No, like, that would just be Discord. That would just be Discord. I don't use... Fuck off. No, just join the server and I'll verify you manually. I already said that. If you had more than 2 brain cells, you would know that. Okay, you don't even have to verify yourself. Just say what your Discord account is so I can verify it myself. Since you're too much of a fucking retard to actually get verified. Again, when you verify your Discord account with your number, that doesn't get shown publicly. Fucking idiot. But whatever. I'll if you don't want that, then I'll verify you for you on your behalf, okay? Just let me know what your account is. Imperious aspect of Valor, is that who you are? Alright, I'll where the fuck is the verification? Oh, it's over there. Okay, see. No, it doesn't seem like you're there. Imperious, what's your, I don't see you. Wait, hold on. That's I. Imperious aspect of Valor. I don't see you. You're not in the... Have you joined? Just join the server and then I'll verify you. Or did it, like... Oh my god. What the fuck are you saying? You DM'd... I'm in verification sub-forum? What? Okay, I guess I'll let you call me directly. Alright, I'll just call you directly. Alright. Alright, answer the fucking call. Hello?
Do you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Okay. Thank you for letting me on. Okay.
Yep.
My only question is, you have to explain the logical consistency. If you have a logically consistent argument, why do you not treat transsexual or schizophrenics the same as transsexuals? They are hold on. It's a sincerely held belief. It's medically there. Check CT scans and MRIs. While they're having their delusions, the brain and the auditory systems recognize that they are seeing things, they are hearing things. Chromosomes don't respond when people feel a way. So schizophrenia.
So, hold on. Okay,
they have
right
a more.
Off the bat.
Hold on. They have a more. They have a more legitimate reason to be treated or affirmed. So why are you not promoting that?
Because trans people don't have a false belief on the basis of them being trans. For instance, what do you think a trans person means when they call themselves trans? Just right off the bat.
Again, that's the point.
No. I'm asking you.
Every different person. That means they're mentally ill.
No. What does a trans woman... No, I'm going to ask you again, okay? What does a trans woman mean?
Is a man.
Okay,
a trans woman is a man.
Hey, retard, all right? I'm going to ask you a question, okay? And you're going to answer it, all right?
What
does a trans woman mean when she calls herself a trans woman? I'm not asking you what you think a trans woman is.
I don't care what it means.
Okay, you have asserted that there is some sort of false belief. You need to establish what the false belief is.
It's inclusion of
yes, it is. That's what delusion is. A delusion to have a delusion to have a delusion means to have a false belief.
You cannot answer.
I just did. You're so retarded. Holy shit!
It is a false belief. Why is what they're seeing false? Why is what they're hearing false?
Wait, hold on.
What it is. You're telling me you don't know. You cannot. Hold on. You can't measure what they're hearing. You can't.
Hold on.
See
I'm asking you.
Hearing. Hold on.
I'm
How
asking
do you know
you.
What they're seeing and what they're hearing is false and not a memory from their past in their ears. So it doesn't matter what you think about what they. It's about delusion. If you're delusional,
if you are going to say, being trans is not the same as schizophrenia. So again, I'm going to ask you again. All right, hey retard, I'm going to ask you again. I'm going to ask you again. All right.
Yes.
You don't like this question very much. What does a trans person? You didn't. What? Dude. Okay.
You
Ask
can't
your
answer the
retarded
logical
question again.
consistency.
What
I
is
asked
the
the
logical
same-
inconsistency?
Why
I
are
already
you not
answered your
em-
dumb
okay.
question. Schizophrenic people are delusional. Trans people are not.
Why?
Okay.
Why aren't trans not delusional?
Because
they
schizophrenic
feel a
people,
subjective
no,
feeling?
because
That's what
schizophrenic
trans- that's
people,
what schizos
no,
have, a
schizophrenic
subjective
people have a
feeling.
false belief. Trans people do not. That's the
Exactly,
difference.
why? Because you define it as a false belief, right?
No,
Exactly.
because they
It has
believe.
nothing to do with
No,
the-
it's because
it's a false
schizophrenic
belief
people
to it.
believe
Why
things
is
that
a
are
schizophrenic
empirically
any different
incorrect. No, retard. Listen very carefully, okay? Schizophrenic
I'll
people,
listen very
when
carefully because
they
keep repeating the same
when
thing.
they
You
have a
can't listen-
delusion, what that means is that they are believing something that is empirically untrue. Okay, when a trans woman calls herself a woman, she does not mean that she
empirically
believes.
untrue.
Shut the fuck up, retard. I'm not done. When a trans
empirically
woman,
untrue.
hey retard, shut the fuck up. I'm not done.
It's
When a
empirically
trans woman,
untrue.
shut up, retard. When a trans woman calls herself a trans woman, when a trans woman calls herself a woman, she is not saying that she is a biological female. So what is
But
the
you're just
false
changing
belief?
definitions of words.
No.
You're just changing definitions
So do you
of
believe
words.
that words cannot change definitions over time?
No, God defines the words.
God
Not you.
defines the words. Do you have a source for that?
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Dude,
I
how
am
do you
the
know that
Word.
Jesus Christ wasn't divine? Prove me wrong.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
How do you
Yeah,
know?
he was. So you're saying
Do you have
don't believe
sufficient
in Homer,
evidence?
Pythagoras either, right? Or 6,000 other battles, right? Because you're saying
What?
your argument that you don't have a mathematical or what you don't believe that, I can go
What
to
are
the
you
dirt and
talking
pick something
about?
up. I want
Dude,
to
if
know
you,
what
dude,
your
you're asserting
basis of saying
religion.
not divine.
You're
You
asserting
argue
your
that-
religion when you haven't justified your religion.
Because
So why would I
I'll
go off of
justify my
your
right
religion?
now. You wanna-
I
okay,
don't
you
believe
wanna
in
go to the
Jesus
okay,
Christ.
I'll justify it right now. I'll justify it right now.
Yeah, go for it.
Two things. I'll do, and you'll have to answer this.
Mhm.
The paradox of the originator, the originator paradox. Number one. Number two, the paradox of not being able. Oh, that's all. It's called the paradox of the inability to observe observability. Paradox of observability. Two things. You can never replicate the universe because every time you run a test to observe it or even observe it itself, it changes. So
Okay.
your science will
Your point?
never have any answers.
Any
You can't
answer what?
replicate anything
Wait,
in
I
the
don't
science
claim to
has
have
no-
all the
So that
answers.
means
I just
science,
don't
what
think
you're
that
talking about,
there's not
everything
sufficient.
that you
No, it
base
is
everything
your
that
job.
you're talking
It is
about
your
on
job.
false.
No,
It's never
retard. It is
true.
your
It
job.
changes.
It is your
It
job to
changes, right?
prove that
Mine
your
don't
God is
change.
correct.
God
Okay?
don't change, dude.
If you are
God
going
don't
to claim,
change. Yours changes. You want to?
Okay,
You
your
can side
point?
with a squishy human brain.
Why is
and a
your
little
God
rock and a
okay?
little blue
Why?
rock and a
Okay,
little
hey
one universe
retard.
when
Hey retard.
galaxies
How
are
do you know
destroying
that
each
your
other?
God is the correct
You
one
can trust
out of
that.
all the
And I'll
gods? Even
trust
if you
what
want,
mathematics
even if you want to
finds.
make the creator creation argument, why is your God the correct one out of all of the gods that have not only been accurately depicted by
Because
humans,
he
but
walked
it's
on water.
yours
Because
specifically?
he rose the dead.
Source?
Because he rose the dead and walked on
Source?
water.
Source?
Thousands of first-hand accounts.
No, there aren't. Just because it says that
Yeah.
there are thousands
Go
of
look-
first-hand
go look at
accounts in the
Josephus.
Bible,
Go look
just
up
because it
Josephus,
says,
the Jew.
hey retard,
What did
just
Josephus
because,
say? Hey, no,
hey
what did
retard, just
Josephus say?
because
Who
it
was-
says something in the Bible doesn't automatically mean it's true.
Keep spurging, but you can't answer the two paradoxes, and that's why
Dude, there's
science
no
is always
paradox.
gonna be
Wait,
wrong.
what? What are you talking about? So science is wrong because I don't have
Yes,
all of the
because you can't
answers?
solve a paradox. Your answer will always be wrong. That's why even
Source?
okay, your little okay.
Your answer is
because
wrong.
You can't replicate it. You can't replicate it.
So whether or
Replication
not something
paradox.
so
can't
whether
do
or
it.
not you can replicate something is what determines whether or not something is true or
That's-
false.
is
This is
that not
fucking
the pillar of
retarded.
Science, replicability?
Dude, you're fucking
Is that not the
retarded.
paradox of science?
Wait, that's
Is that
why
not the
we
paradox-
admit
is
that
that
we
not
don't
the
know
pillar of
things when we
science?
don't know
You
things.
have to be
So
able to
for instance,
replicate-
I don't know all of the answers to the universe, but I don't claim to.
Exactly,
You
and
do.
you never
It is
will,
your job
because you
to
don't
prove that
it.
your
You
God
never
is
will,
correct.
you can't
Okay?
observe it. You
What-
can't observe
you
it.
cannot no
You
no
can't
retard.
observe it, so you'll
Hey
never
retard,
know.
listen very carefully, okay?
You'll
You
never
cannot
know.
claim you cannot use the argument of oh well there are things you don't know
What
as
are
a
you
reason for
defining?
what
I
shut the
can't
fuck up
use, kid.
retard.
You're
Holy
18
shit you're
years old. I can
retarded.
define what I
19
use, kid.
also shut the fuck
You
up you're
can't
retarded.
answer it,
Holy
so you wanna
shit.
avoid it.
So wait, hold on.
You wanna
Not
answer-
being
you
able
can't
to
answer it,
not
so you
having
wanna avoid
all
it.
of the answers to the you know
There's no
questions of
answer.
the
You have
universe
two
automatically
paradoxes.
means that your Christian God is some sort of truth.
Because I have
this is
the answers.
fucking
Yes, we
brain
have
dead.
the answers.
You don't have
Yes,
receipts.
because we
You
have
have
the answers.
nothing. All you are
Yes.
doing is
Yes.
asserting that it's
We
true
have the
because the
answers.
Bible says so. You're a fucking retard.
No, it's because it's fact. It's scientific fact. It happened. All these
Source?
things happened. You can believe
It's
them
not
or not.
scientific
And
fact.
Like I said, you can
where is
believe
the
all things
science?
you
Can
want,
you
and just like
find?
you believed-
Okay, can you
just
find me
like
some
you
sort of
believed- just like
scientifically
you
backed
believed a
source
few
then?
years ago
Can
that
you
the
find a
just like
scientifically backed
The
source.
universe was 13
Hey,
billion
retard,
years
can you
old 2
find me a
years ago, and
scientifically
it's
backed
26
source?
now.
You
It's all
said,
changing.
alright, I'm gonna fucking mute
It's
you because
all
you just keep
changing,
talking,
right?
alright? Alright, I'm gonna turn turn your user volume down, okay? All right. Now I'm going to ask you a question, and then when I unmute you, you're going to answer them, okay? All right? So you said that there is... Dude, you realize no one can hear you, right? No, I can't hear you either. Your volume is at 0%, okay? So I'm going to ask you, okay? You said that it is a scientific fact that Jesus rose from the dead. Okay, can you find me some sort of scientific evidence or point me to some scientific research that proves you correct? All right, I'm going to turn your volume up. Okay? All right, go on.
Yes, 1,000 first-hand accounts, just like you can't explain how...
just because... No, I'm going to mute you again. You're wrong, okay? The Bible saying that there are 1,000 first-hand accounts does not mean that there were 1,000 first-hand accounts, okay? Just because the Bible says something is true doesn't automatically mean it's true, all right? I'm going to unmute you again, all right?
Just like the weakling you are, you have to mute people because you can't
just
stand people.
No, it's because you
You're
just
weak.
keep talking. It's because you say
You're
retarded
weak.
shit.
You're
I
weak
let you
even if
talk.
someone can talk
I know.
to you.
I let you talk for a while. Now, because you're not letting me talk, I also need to talk, okay?
You're weak.
Why?
Weak.
Because I don't want to just have a screaming match with you?
Yeah, because you're weak.
So
you still
this
back
is the
down
thing.
like a bitch. You'll
Back
still
down from
down.
what? If you just keep talking the whole time and you're monologuing at me, then I am going to have to mute you, right? I don't want you to just talk at me, okay? This is the thing. This is a thing called a conversation, right? Where it's like it's a back and forth, right? So if it's just you talking at me, that's not a conversation. All right, go ahead.
The conversation is this. I presented why you can't logically explain your consistency.
And then I get 2 words in, and then you say dumb shit.
You just talked again. You just talked again. You just talked again. You just talked again. You just talked.
Yeah, you don't stop talking, do you?
Yeah, I don't need to. You want me on, or shut the fuck up and get me off then. If you can't handle someone.
No, if you want to have a normal conversation, then don't just keep talking for 5 minutes, okay? This is called a debate, okay? Now, in debates, typically people go back and forth, right? It's not just you talking at the other person.
Don't handle that either. You can't debate professionally like I could, and you can't blood
Dude,
sport
you're not
debate.
a professional
You're a wimp.
debater. Shut the fuck up.
Have you debated in the National Forensic League? I did through high school and through
Wow,
college.
you must really
Shut your
suck
mouth,
then.
boy.
You
You're
must
a
really
little
suck
kid.
at debate.
Actually, I could beat you in any kind of debate like I beat you in blood sport.
Cap.
Right now, I can beat you professionally. So
I mean, I
just
don't really
choose
do
one, I'll
blood
beat you
sports,
too.
but you're not going to beat me professionally, you dumb piece of shit.
I'll bring all those NIH studies that show that there's still a 42% death rate after your
You want to know what decreases the suicide rate?
It's an NIH source.
You
I put it in there
retard.
last week. I put it in last week, and you didn't want to read it. So I'm not gonna. It's like I said. You'll keep avoiding, just like
Dude,
you
I didn't even know you existed last week until you kept begging me for a debate.
always ran away. You ran away.
No one is running away. Dude, if you want to debate me with like a moderator, feel free. But again, that's not going to be in your favor, is it? Cuz then you might actually have to have some sort of discourse.
If you want to trust science, you have to answer why those 2 paradoxes make it science.
I don't have to. It is the burden of proof is on you. If you are going to assert that your God exists and that your God is the correct one, you have to show some sort of evidence. I don't have to demonstrate, I don't have to give you scientific evidence for why your God is not correct. Okay, can you tell me why, with scientific evidence, there isn't a purple elephant in my backyard with logic that can't be used to disprove your God?
Because there's a birth record of him there. There's thousands of witnesses of all the things.
I didn't say Jesus wasn't real. Try again.
You can say, so the Roman census wasn't real?
Wait, hold on. I'm not saying Jesus wasn't real. I'm saying he wasn't divine, as far as I'm concerned. I haven't seen sufficient evidence of that, okay? Just because the Bible says something doesn't automatically mean it's true, okay?
You're going to keep babbling, so you'll babble, right? So I can't talk. You call me
Go
babbling,
on.
and you'll babble. Was Jesus a real person, yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so now when we're going to talk now, were all the people that saw him in all the accounts, like all the written accounts, for example, I said Josephus, a Jew who didn't believe he was God, but yet he still called him God afterwards. You know why?
Where did he call him that?
He did. Why would he call him that? Because he walked
Where
on
did he
water and
call him
rose the
that?
dead.
Where did he call him
Why?
that?
In
Where
his
did
writings. In his
in
Antiquities
his
of the
writings?
Jews. Read his
Where
book.
were
The
these
Antiquities of the
writings?
Jews. The Antiquities of the Jews. It's a book.
So
Read
because
it.
something was
You're
written
18
in a
years
book.
old. You know that.
So wait, hold on. Because something was written in a book, it's automatically true.
So the Pythagorean theorem isn't either, right? Homer's
What?
not either, because we have no history of Homer being a real man. We have no history of
What are you
Pythagorean
talking
Pythagoras
about?
being a person.
Wait, hold on. I didn't say that Jesus wasn't a person. I said that there's not evidence to suggest that he's divine, right? There's a difference there.
Okay, so why? So you're saying what's written in a book doesn't matter? Is that what you're saying? What's written in a book?
I'm saying that if something is written 1,000 or multiple thousands of years ago, right? Then I'm not just going to take, if somebody says something in a whatever piece of literature it may be, I'm not going to assume that they're telling the truth, right? The same reason you wouldn't assume that the Quran is correct, right?
Why is the Pythagoras attributed to the Pythagorean theorem?
Well, obviously because he made the Pythagorean theorem.
No, we have no evidence that he actually existed, dumbass. That's why I gave you that example.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we do, but I don't really think that again, that's a very strange thing to, regardless, somebody invented, somebody came up with it, right? So what we call that person doesn't matter, right? But if there was nobody but if there was somebody that's divine, it doesn't matter if you call him Jesus, Jesus, or Bob, right? You're describing something with the language you use.
No, he was a man. He had a beard.
Yeah?
That's why we're describing him as Jesus. He was a person and God. He was God made flesh.
Yeah, but you don't have any proof that he was God made flesh, right?
Water, yes, it's called He Walked on Water and Rose the Dead.
Source?
1,000 people.
Yeah, okay. I believe that because the Bible said there was 1,000 people.
How did the what is that called? How did penicillin get made? Did anyone see that happen?
I don't fucking know, and I don't care.
Exactly, you don't care because you don't know you're a fucking science nerd.
Because I just don't give a shit. All right.
I don't even know how penicillin was made. It was called blind.
I just don't give a shit. That's the distinction there, right? You're just saying irrelevant shit. So yeah.
Yeah, you can't even explain.
Yeah, because I'm not a scientist. I care more about philosophy. Congratulations, astute observation.
Scientist.
I don't have to be a scientist to not randomly assert that the Christian God is automatically the correct one. Okay, I don't have to know everything there is to know about science to believe that there's not sufficient evidence to prove that your God exists.
Don't speak about it. You're not a
Not to mention, and I also forgot to mention the fact that we don't even have the original manuscript for the Bible. It's been translated hundreds of times. Why the fuck would a God, that wants people to know his message or whatever, if he wants us to hear the word of God, why would he allow it to be mistranslated? Why is it not something that he would inscribe in our minds as something we would intuitively understand?
Exactly, that's the whole point. You still are living within that tiny little human squishy brain. It comes down to a choice of two things, my friend.
Don't you have to use your tiny little squishy human brain to come to conclusions over whether or not your God is or isn't something that exists?
I've been told the existence itself, okay, I'll explain.
And let me make it clear. You have to use your own reasoning, no matter how shit your reasoning is, to come to that conclusion. All right, go on.
Who's the most intelligent human being of all time? Who's the most intelligent human being?
I don't know.
Newton.
Einstein is up there.
No, Einstein had Newton as his God figure. Shut up. Okay.
I don't think it really matters.
Newton, yeah, it does. When the most intelligent human being in existence, in their prologue of their most important book in science's existence, says that I have done nothing but been shown by God's will the order unto which...
Yeah, well, the problem with that is it doesn't matter if one smart person says that God is or isn't real. So if there was somebody smarter than them that said God isn't real, XD, then, your entire argument would fall apart. Not to mention the fact that religiosity was way more common back then, so being an atheist was a very rare thing at the time.
As he said, the reason why that he knew there would be order in the universe is because there is an order giver.
Okay.
You have to explain why you have to explain exactly.
No,
you don't care about anything but what you feel.
No,
I don't care about what human beings feel.
That's so priceless. That is so priceless coming from you. No, I'm not the one basing it off of how I feel. I am saying that there is not sufficient evidence to prove that there is a God. Okay, you have not provided me with anything. All you have said is that God is real because in the Bible it said so, and there was 1,000 people in the Bible that said so. That's not an argument. That's just you asserting something as fact without evidence. Okay, continue.
You can't present your argument because you can't give any better explanation or anything near the explanation that I've given.
Wait, my argument for what? Why there isn't sufficient evidence? I've already explained. The burden of proof is on you to give sufficient evidence. I don't have to prove that there's not a God, right? Because I'm taking an agnostic approach, not an atheist one. Go on.
You have to prove how again, you missed the first argument, the originator paradox. How did the universe come into being?
Even if the universe came into being through a god, that doesn't automatically mean that it's your god, right? There are thousands of gods that have been depicted by humans, let alone thousands of possibilities that haven't been depicted by humans. Try again.
So now you backtracked from your argument that there is no God to that there is a...
No, I never said that there was definitively no God. I said there isn't enough evidence for me to conclude that there is not only a God, but also your God, and that your God has been accurately depicted by humans. Okay? Nope, try again.
Bang, bang. How did the Big Bang bang then? If you first...
I don't have to prove, how I don't have to describe to you how the Big Bang happened to say that there's not enough evidence to believe in your God, okay? Until you can provide me with sufficient evidence, which, would have to be more than just you saying, oh, well, the Bible says that 1,000 people, agreed with this happening. It's like, okay, well, that sounds like a made-up fact. It's like, again, burden of proof is on you, not me. I don't have to explain, every scientific fact to you, okay? Try again.
And until you can provide sufficient evidence on the originator paradox on the first...
No, I don't have to prove that your God isn't real. You have to prove that it is. Try again.
You don't have to. You're just trans. You don't have to do anything. That's my whole point. You just live in a...
All right, are we going to go back to the trans debate or the religion debate? Okay, if you want to go back to the trans debate, you're not going to make a religious argument, okay? Because in my worldview, okay, religion is like delusion, okay? But I don't go around telling you to stop being delusional and that you shouldn't be allowed to be religious, okay? Because I think if religion is fulfilling for you, go for it. I don't care how delusional you are, right? I don't care. As long as you don't push it on other people.
Okay? Dude. So no, you're delusional, dude. You think you're a girl and you're a dude.
Okay, what do you think? Okay, first of all, I'm non-binary. Secondly, what do you think a trans woman means when she calls herself a woman?
You're not a mammal, right? You're not a mammal, right?
I asked you a question, okay? You're going to answer my question before I answer one of yours, okay?
So if you're not a mammal, what are you? If you're not a mammal, what are you?
This is irrelevant. I asked you a question.
Because it shows you're a lunatic.
Okay, I asked you, once again, what do you think a trans woman means when she calls herself a woman?
Are you a fish? Are you...
Dude, you got to answer the question.
I'm not
going to let you sit here and ramble on about pointless, irrelevant shit. You're a fucking weasel.
You
right?
exposed you as a lunatic, you fish.
What does this have to do with fish? Again, the trans species argument also doesn't work because species does not. It's not a social category, right? We don't socially categorize, humans as other species, right? So again, gender really just refers to, for instance, woman refers to the feminine archetype in society that is generally associated with females, but not exclusive. So.
Yeah, exactly. And you can define all your words how you want. You can.
Okay, well, to be delusional means you have to have some sort of false belief. So let's say that somebody speaks anti-English, okay? And then it's daytime outside and the sky is blue, okay? And then the person that grew up learning anti-English, said it is nighttime. The sky is not blue. Do you think that they would have some sort of false belief, or would they be using different words to mean the same thing?
Again, you can keep silencing because you can't answer the question.
No. You're the one that's not answering questions, okay? So answer the question.
Okay? Because you're silencing. You're a silencer. You're a censor.
Dude, I don't give a shit. You won't shut the fuck up, so I have to, okay? And if you want to go on somebody, if you want to go on a show where there's a moderator that will shut both of us up, go for it. But you came on my show, and you're not going to talk at me, okay? Now, if you want to go on a different show with a moderator, more power to you. I'll do it, okay? But you're not just going to talk at me and then get mad every time I tell you to shut the fuck up, right? And then you just keep talking, okay? All right. Let me